Chapter 1. Tossed out of the Lawrence family. It was raining cats and dogs in Southampton City. Even the dark sky felt like it was going to crash on the city. There was a woman covered in blood collapsed in the living hall of the Lawrence family's manor. After the tragedy unfolded, everyone left, leaving her alone. She was hanging onto her last breath on the floor. The harsh words of her father, her biological father, echoed in her ears. "Jean, who do you think you are? Our family doesn't condone your outrageous behavior. If you weren't that close with Eden, I'd have thrown you out of the house when your mother died after giving birth to you. I, Alexander Lawrence, have only 2 children, Jasmine and Joshua, and you, Jean, are no longer my own. Whoever so much as helps her or sends her to the hospital will have to go through me. I want this girl to learn the consequences of defying me." Jean smirked. Her stepsister had snatched her boyfriend and yet it turned out to be her fault? She squinted her eyes at Jasmine. Jasmine squatted right in front of her face. She was no longer the cute and innocent girl. What replaced her innocence was a vicious grin. "Jean, how does it feel now that you've been whipped by father?" Jean shut her eyes. She did not want Jasmine's disgusting look to be the last thing she saw before she died. "I thought you were the golden child of our family, the princess of the prestigious Lawrence family. I thought you said Eden loved you? But did you know he cares more about me than you?" If Jean could stand or so much as lift a hand, she would strangle Jasmine and drag her to hell together. "Jean, you're a big fat joke. The biggest joke in high society. You lost your fiancé and yet people abandoned and isolated you. You might as well just die," Jasmine said with a smirk. No, Jean's will to survive was strong. She could not just die because Jasmine told her to. She had to stay alive regardless of the conditions so that she could take revenge on this family. Jasmine sized up the terrible injuries on Jean and it put an evil grin on her face. She grabbed a glass of water, mixed it with some salt, and sprinkled the salt water over the whiplash injuries. "Arg!" Jean squealed in pain. Everyone in the Lawrence family was invisible at the moment. They simply watched the torture with crossed arms and soft smirks. Jean's painful squeal fueled Jasmine's excitement. "I thought you said you wanted to get into 4th Master Swan's pants?" Jasmine teased. The excruciating pain on Jean's body almost knocked her out cold a few times. "What's wrong? You didn't get close enough to sleep with him." Jasmine mocked. "You really think that your pretty face can get you whatever you want? To me, it's an eyesore." Jasmine squinted her eyes as she pulled out a knife. Right before she could slash Jean's face with the knife, the door was pushed open with a bang. "Jeannie!" The sudden entrance startled Jasmine and she kept the knife away. Monica came in and saw Jean collapsed on the floor. She ran over as her tears rolled down her cheeks endlessly. She did not know how to help her friend up so that she would not make the injuries worse. "Jeannie, I'm taking you to the hospital," Monica said as she sobbed. "Don't you dare," Jasmine bellowed. Monica glared at her. "My father said no one is allowed to help her." Monica turned a deaf ear. Jasmine, to her, was just a B** starred. She came here not to argue with some B** starred but to help her friend. "Stop right there." Alexander came down from the 2nd floor. "I'm taking her to the hospital. Put her down," Alexander bellowed.
"Are you just going to let her die here?" Monica screamed.
"This is our family matter, and you're just an outsider, Monica. Anyone with a sane mind can tell that she's dying. And yet as her father, you decided to turn a blind eye and let her die." Monica screamed her questions at Alexander as her tears continued to roll down her cheeks. "That is none of your business. It is now. Or Jean will die right here, right now." Monica then helped Jean up and wanted to bring her out of the house. 2 steps later, Alexander tossed a significant gaze at his servants. The group of servants surrounded the girls and separated them, dragging Jean away from Monica. Jean was badly wounded and the drag exacerbated her condition. Her face was emotionless and as pale as paper, and the pain had gotten so intense that it numbed her senses. "Monica, if it's not for your family, I'd have thrown you out forcefully," Alexander bellowed. He threw another glare at his servants and said, "Bring that girl back to her room and see Ms. Cardellini off." "Don't you turn your back on me," Monica screamed. Alexander glared at the girl. "If I can't take Jean away from this hellhole today, I'll die here today with her." Monica threatened Alexander with her life just to save her friend. "You'll have to answer to my father then," Alexander reacted bitterly to the threats. "I mean it," Monica bellowed. The situation came to a stalemate. Monica dared not linger for long because she was worried about Jean's condition. She turned around and rammed herself into the grandfather clock.
Clonk. A loud clunk echoed throughout the living hall, which startled Alexander. Monica felt dizzy. She endured the pain from her head and screamed at Alexander once more, "Alexander Lawrence. Make your choice now."
Alexander glared at the girl coldly and said with a flat tone, "From today onward, Jean Lawrence is no longer my daughter. She shall never bear the name of Lawrence anymore." Leaving his furious remarks behind, Alexander left. Jasmine smirked and followed her father away. Monica took Jean away from the servants, but Jean could barely stand on her feet. "Jeannie." Monica helped her up. Jean could barely keep her vision clear and she mustered up all her strength to say, "Thank you, Monica. Thank you for saving me with your life." "There's no need to thank me. If you die, I don't want to live either." Monica's eyes were red. She squatted to carry Jean on her back. "Hold on, I'll bring you to the hospital." Jean leaned on Monica's shoulder sickly. Her slender shoulder was probably the most warmth that she felt in her entire life. Monica carried Jean out of the door. It was still raining heavily outside. For some reason, Monica's car was gone and she had lost her phone during or before the confrontation with Alexander. However, she dared not linger because Jean was living on her last breath. She carried Jean through the rain and on her feet. Even when her feet started to bleed, she dared not stop. Her tears converged with the rain on her face. "Jeannie, don't you die on me. I'll bring you to the hospital." "Monica, I'm fine," Jean consoled her. She swore to herself to stay alive and she intended to keep the promise.
Monica managed to bring Jean to the hospital, but before Jean could recover, Alexander sent his servants to the hospital. The servants arrived with a plane ticket and they were tasked to send Jean away from Harkin. From that day onward, Jean disappeared from Southampton City and the whole of Harkin, and she was only 18 years old.
Chapter 2. Alive and back after 7 years. Southampton continued to thrive and flourish for 7 years after Jean left. At the city's airport, Jean came out from the arrival gate with a large luggage. There was a 6-year-old boy with curly hair beside her.
The boy had black framed glasses on his fair and cute face and he was holding a storybook in his hand. She was like a fashion model walking on a runway with that fashionable coat on her. Her wavy hair and fiery red lips elevated her beauty. Wherever she went, heads turned.
Increased attention to her style was nothing new to her. She held the boy's hand and walked further. When she walked past a man, the man froze on the spot and turned around. The man's attendant turned to where his boss was looking. "Fourth Master, sir, I think she's Jean Lawrence." "She's back? I heard Master Lawrence has fallen ill and she's back to see him for the last time," the attendant said. "Oh really?" The man, known as Fourth Master, grinned subtly for a moment. "Is that her, son?" the attendant muttered softly.
Fourth Master glared at his attendant. The attendant reverently looked away and followed his boss away. Meanwhile, Jean was walking toward a woman, who seemed to be searching for someone.
"Monica." Surprised, Monica turned around to find her best friend, looking great. "Jean, you're finally back. I thought you were going to spend the rest of your life eating pizza and pasta." It had been many years since the two met, but Monica's quips remained as sharp as ever. Jean switched the topic and asked, "Who are you looking for just now?" Edward Swan. Did you see him? He just walked in your direction." "I don't know the man," Jean said with a lack of interest. "You don't? But you tried to get into his pants back then." "It was just a joke when she was young." Monica smirked. "If you really got into his pants, your father might not have thrown you out back then." "Your car is outside, right?" Jean cut her friend off by switching the topic again. "Yeah, come on, let's go." Monica wanted to help Jean with the luggage and it was then she noticed a boy beside her friend. "Is this your son? He's so cute." "Yeah, this is George." Jean nodded. "Hello, George. Look at me, I'm Peppa Pig." Snort, snort. Monica even mimicked a pig's snort to tease the boy. George stared at her blankly as he took his glasses off. His eyelashes were extremely long. Things got awkward quickly and Monica's snorting froze. Jean mentioned that her son was an introvert and it seemed like she was not lying. However, Monica had a different thought when she saw the look on George. She felt like the boy was looking at her like he was looking at an idiot. At the next moment, George spoke with his meek voice, "Hi, Peppa Pig. You can just call me Godmother." Monica ruffled the boy's curly hair. George looked at his mother and his mother nodded. "Godmother. Good boy. You're in for a treat, my dear godson. You'll get the best food to eat and the best place to stay. Even the best girls will be at your service." As Monica disregarded Jean's luggage, she held George's hand and strode forward happily. George turned around to his mother with furrowed brows as if he was trying to ask if the woman was an idiot. Jean sighed. Despite being 6 years old, George had an IQ of 200, so everyone, to him, was an idiot. The car drove off from the airport. Monica was driving. Jean was in the passenger seat and George quietly sat in the rear seat alone. The airport was a little far from the city center. As the car drove onto the freeway, Monica asked, "Your grandfather told you to come back? He's seriously ill and he wants to meet one last time. I heard the family is under your stepmom's control now. Jennifer, was it? You better be prepared when you meet her." Jean hummed with a nod. There was a hint of menace behind her subtly squinted eyes. "That B*TCH, Jasmine, is going to marry Eden this month. They say an event of great joy can be auspicious and hasten the old man's recovery." "I heard." Then, Monica had a cautious glance at her friend. "Do you still, think about Eden?" "You're overreacting." "What? I'm overreacting. You guys were lovebirds then. If it wasn't for that B*TCH Jasmine, you're the one who should be the bride, not her," Monica said with gnashing teeth. "If she's able to ruin our relationship, then our relationship wasn't that strong in the first place." Jean was not overly concerned. "I guess you're right." Monica nodded. "Then, who's the father of your son?" Monica only knew that Jean got pregnant after she was sent away by her father 7 years ago. She had been pressuring her friend for the past 7 years and she still did not get the answer. It was driving her crazy. "It's just some man," Jean answered nonchalantly. She patronized Monica every single time. Monica frowned. "I know it's a man, come on. It wouldn't be a pig, am I right?" Jean giggled. "Yeah, it's a pig. That's why I named my son George." George widened his eyes. Monica was speechless. Jean's evasive attitude would drive her mad one day. They chatted along the 40 minutes journey to the Lawrence family's manor. The car stopped in front of the gate. Jean came down with George. "Do you need me to go in with you?" Monica asked. Monica could never forget what happened 7 years ago at this place. Although she wanted her friend to be home, she respected Jean's decision to stay away. If she was Jean, she would never set foot in the manor again for the rest of her life. "It's okay," Jean grinned. Since she had decided to come back, she did not plan to leave like a coward. She turned around and saw the plate with Lawrence's name on it. Her lips curled into a menacing grin. She swore she would get her revenge. She left the manor at her worst and she ought to get back what was owed, 10 times more. She looked at George. "Let's go." Chapter 3. Return for marriage? The Lawrence family's manor was one of the oldest residential manors in Southampton City. It was located at the heart of the city and every inch of the manor was worth a lot. The manor's front was surrounded by man-made hills and rivers, and deeper inside was a little jungle with plenty of lush. The building itself preserves the traditional design of Southampton, simple and elegant. It made the place look like an oasis in the concrete jungle. After a quiet path, the main building of the manor appeared before them. The tall gate with grand design did not capture Jean's attention at all. She walked inside with George without pause. Several elegant ladies were chatting at the couch in the living hall. Jean's arrival silenced them immediately. One of the ladies scoffed. "Oh look, what do we have here? Isn't this the princess of the Lawrence family?" "Oh, excuse me, ex-princess."
Jean grinned and was not bothered by the comments.
"Look at that. She even has a kid of her own. I thought it was just the rumors but it seems like she had a son while drifting abroad and she's not even married. I feel ashamed for her," said the other lady with a giggle. The ladies started to mock Jean as the lady in the center got up. She was in a traditional outfit and despite being in her 50s, she maintained her body perfectly. She walked closer to Jean and wore a warm and welcoming face. "Jean, you're finally back. Your father is waiting for your return." The woman was Jean's so-called stepmom. The woman Alexander had an affair with during his marriage. Jennifer always looked innocent and harmless in front of others but in the dark, she had been doing all kinds of things to hurt others. Jean grinned. "Jennifer, you don't have to do this now. I clearly remember you're also one of them who threw me out of the house back then." Jennifer felt embarrassed for a moment. She knew Jean had been a feisty girl since day one and she thought the girl would have learned her lesson after so many years. To her surprise, the feisty temper remained and it seemed like she was back for more. She smiled calmly and said, "It was your father's decision. But, you know what they say, blood is thicker than water. It's great to have you back." Yeah, whatever you say. Jean grinned. Jennifer was good at masking dissension with her nonchalant attitude. Every problem would be nothing in front of her. She quickly called one of the servants over. Maria, bring Jean's luggage to her room. Master Lawrence is waiting for her. Bring her to the master's room after you've settled her down. She sounded soft but her words meant otherwise. Maria came over. Yes, madam. Maria then led Jean upstairs. As Jean walked up the stairs, she could still hear the other ladies mocking her behind her back. Jennifer, you shouldn't be this nice to that girl. She's rude, shameless, and ridiculous. You shouldn't let her set foot into this manor anymore. I feel bad for Master Lawrence for having such a rude daughter. I know she's been a rude and feisty girl since young. She's jealous of people's achievements. When she learned that your daughter has gotten together with Eden, she even said that she'll marry the fourth master of the Swans, so that Eden must call her aunt when they meet. Why would fourth Master Swan marry someone like her? Come on, ladies. She was just a child back then. Jennifer stopped her friends from talking about Jean so that it would make her look generous and forgiving. It was then someone came through the entrance with a clear voice. Mom, Eden and I are back. Eden? Jean's feet froze for a moment and George noticed the pause on his mother. Jean ruffled her son's curly hair and continued walking. Back at the living hall, the young couple came in and greeted the ladies. It was Jasmine and her fiancé, Eden. They looked perfect for each other and they were quite popular among the high society of Southampton for being well-known lovebirds. Having Jasmine's hands curled around his own, Eden had a glance at the stairs and he saw a familiar figure. Jasmine noticed Eden's reaction and looked in the same direction. The look on her face changed swiftly when she recognized the woman. She said out loud, "Is Sis back?" Jennifer nodded. "Go say hi to your sister later." Okay. Jasmine nodded obediently but deep down, ill thoughts were brewing. She believed Jean had no idea why she was summoned back to the Lawrence family after 7 years. After Jean settled down her luggage, she told George to wait for her while she visited Master Lawrence's room. Master Lawrence, or Jonathan Lawrence, was the leader of the family and Jean's grandfather. Jonathan was bound to a wheelchair and had to spend most of his time in his room. He suffered a stroke 3 years ago and it left his lower body paralyzed. Jean did not know if it was karma or not but she wanted it to be. To her, she believed God was having mercy on her grandfather. She went into the room and saw Jonathan being pushed inside from the balcony by his personal servant. You're back. Jonathan's voice sounded aged. Jean nodded. Come to the study. I have something to discuss with you. Jean watched as the servant pushed the man into the spacious study. From the moment they met, it did not feel like a family reunion after so many years. It felt more like two strangers discussing business, or worse, enemies negotiating. Jean sat opposite Jonathan. Jonathan said, You've been abroad for many years. It's time to settle down. Yes. Jean nodded. She somehow was able to hold back her grudge at the man and did not voice her mind, saying that it was him and his family that threw her out of the manor 7 years ago. She had to maintain the least amount of respect for the man because he was the one in charge, the king that governed over his kingdom. She was no longer the young girl who believed she could take on the entire world without any consequences. You're getting older. Your sister is getting married, so I believe it's time for you to think about where you want to settle down. So, you called me back not because you want me to see you for the last time but you want me to get married? I'm still alive and kicking. You don't need to worry about that. Jonathan wore a gloomy look. Jean smirked. Jonathan added, the second son of the Locke family, Thetis. He's 5 years older than you and he used to be busy with his career and neglected his duties to his family. He's 30 years old this year and I've talked terms with them. You'll meet him tomorrow and you guys can start seeing each other before the wedding. Jean scoffed. Career? I think you mean Thetis just got released because he caused someone's death a few years ago, right? There are so many rich girls in Southampton but no one wants to marry him. The past is the past now. He doesn't mind that you have a child and you're lucky enough to have this wedding arranged for you. Learn to be grateful, Jonathan said sternly. Grateful? The man wanted her to marry a criminal and she had to be grateful about it? If you've already talked to the Locke family, I'll just go along with it, she said. It's great that you agree. However, grandfather, I heard the Lawrence family is having some financial problems lately. I wonder how much the Locke family has given you? Jonathan reacted bitterly to her questioning. I'm just asking, trying to find out how much I'm worth. You should be grateful that I summoned you back for the wedding. I didn't summon you back to question my arrangement for you. You're right, grandfather, Jean said. her lips curled into a sharp grin that made her beautiful face menacing. Chapter 4. The ex-boyfriend and his shameless new girl. Jean came out of Jonathan's room and headed back to her own. While she was walking back, someone stopped in front of her and it forced her to a stop. The man that she used to love with all her heart appeared before her, looking confident and proud. Jean grew up together with Eden, and they had been dating since high school. Their relationship had been steady since then. They had squabbles from time to time, but it was nothing but small bickers between the young couple. Monica used to say that only a guy as good as Eden could tolerate Jean's feisty temper. Eden used to love her too, but to her surprise, Eden ended up in Jasmine's bed. The news spread like wildfire in the city. It was a huge slap in Jean's face. Her boyfriend was snatched away, but everyone assumed Jasmine to be the victim, and it was all thanks to her stepmother, Jennifer's fact-bending capabilities. Jean's feisty attitude back then had determined that she could never accept the slander, hence she caused a scene and put the family to shame. It was that incident that caused her to lose everything. After she lost everything, she announced that she would be going after Edward, the fourth master of the Swan family, so that Eden and Jasmine would have to call her aunt. Regardless of what happened, it was all in the past and they were not some fun memories to recall. Fortunately, staying abroad for a few years taught her a lot. She learned how to control her temper and understood the importance of patience and endurance. Jeannie, Eden called her with his soft and warm voice. Jean smiled at the man. It was a plain smile without any emotion attached. It's been so many years since we saw each other. How have you been? Eden asked casually, as if he was asking a close friend or a family. Jean said coldly, "It's none of your business. We used to be in love. I really wish for your happiness as well." "I believe you know why I'm summoned back to Southampton," Jean said with a raised brow. "I know that Thetis isn't a good person." Jean remained quiet. "If our relationship didn't go through that fallout, this won't happen to you today." "It's okay, Mr. Swan. You don't need to blame yourself. I'm happy that I was able to cut ties with you." "As stubborn as always, I see. If it wasn't for your temper, I wouldn't have fallen for Jasmine in the first place," Eden said with a sour look. "The man cheated on her and yet he made it sound like he was the victim. In my opinion, marrying Thetis is better than marrying a man who can't control his d*ck. Why try to act tough? If you really don't want the wedding to happen, you can beg me and I can help you," Eden said with a sincere look. Jean chuckled in disdain before she walked away, leaving Eden embarrassed. Eden sympathized with Jean. Although the fallout back then hurt a lot of people, after so many years, Eden was prepared to put them all behind. However, Jean's rock-hard attitude gave him a second thought. "She's pretending to be tough, right? She must be." He turned around to Jean and said coldly, "If you let me have sex with you, I wouldn't have gone for Jasmine back then." Jean froze. Eden added, "Where's your integrity now? Where's your pride now? You came back with a son. Don't you think that's very pretentious of you?" Jean turned around to Eden. The moment she saw the person that appeared behind Eden, the words that she prepared were replaced by something harsher. She wore a sharp grin and said, "So, you f***cked Jasmine because I didn't let you f***ck me?" Eden frowned. Jasmine also glared at Jean from behind Eden. Before Eden could say a word, Jasmine spoke with her sweet voice. "Eden, what are you guys talking about?" Her sweet voice froze Eden's words. She went up to him and curled his arm with hers like an obedient woman, looking innocent and cute. "Just catching up, you know." Eden showed a loving smile at her. Jean stood there and watched their lovey-dovey interaction. Her lips were still curled into a beautiful smile. After flirting with each other for a while, Jasmine finally remembered Jean's existence. She asked, "Sis, welcome back. I really missed you. If it wasn't what I did back then anyway, my bad." Her eyes started to tear up. Jean watched quietly. The smile on her face remained. It was that bland smile that left Jasmine in a sour state. "What's with that smile? Is she mocking me?" Things got awkward for a moment. Jean said, "I've been flying for more than 10 hours now. I want to have some rest." She did not answer or show any response to Jasmine and simply walked away. Jasmine glared at Jean from the back. She turned around to Eden and asked, "Is it me or she's different now?" "I think she has learned her lesson," Eden voiced his speculation. Jasmine chuckled. "I guess so. Maybe she learned how to be a good girl now." She felt fortunate for Jean now that she believed her stepsister had learned her lesson, or else it would not be as simple as being thrown out of the manor this time. The reason why Jean did not want to show any response to Jasmine and Eden was because they were not worth her time. They were just her ex who cheated on her and her stepsister who tried to cut her face during her worse. She returned to her room and found George sitting on the spacious bed with his tiny legs dangling on the edge. He was waiting for her without doing anything. Jean asked, "Are you sleepy?" "A little." "Go take a bath. We'll sleep together tonight." "Okay." George jumped down. Jean started to unpack the clothes. George was an independent child and he was able to take care of himself just fine even though he was just 6. He went into the bathroom and turned on the water tap in the bathtub. Jean went inside and saw her son naked. George bashfully covered his body and his face got red. "Are you shy?" Jean grinned. Even a boy genius like George would be shy in front of basic human nature. "Mom, please go out. I'm a boy and you're a woman." Jean shrugged and left her son alone. She was just afraid that George could not adapt to the environment, but what about herself? Was she able to adapt to the place that once turned on her? However, it did not matter. She came back because she wanted to take back what was owed. Chapter 5. Inherited being a mistress. After George dried his hair and changed into his blue pajamas, he came out from the bathroom. He took his glasses off and climbed up the spacious bed. He looked at his mother and asked, "Which side do you want to sleep on?" George was a gift from the heavens. He was only 6 years old but he was independent. Not only did he take care of himself but he also took good care of his mother. Jean stared at George's eyes without the glasses. His big googly eyes were glimmering in the dim environment. "Mom?" Jean's stare made George uncomfortable. Jean regained her composure and said, "Never take off your glasses in front of other people." "You've said that like 10 times already. I'm just reminding you." "Please believe in your son's photographic memory." "Fine. You can sleep inside. I want to take a bath first," Jean said as she stood up from the bed. "Sure." Jean went into the bathroom with her pajamas. The Lawrence family wanted to look generous, so they arranged a huge room for her that had a grand bathroom equipped with a full-length mirror. She took off her clothes in front of the mirror and saw her fair body. There was an ugly scar at the lower part of her belly. Due to abnormal positioning and presentation of the fetus, Jean had to give birth to George through cesarean delivery. She caressed her scar and grinned. "It's okay. I'll take back what was owed, tenfold." A quick bath later, she went to bed with her son. When she woke up, the sky was already dark. Jean opened her eyes and saw George playing with his tablet. It might look like he was playing with it but only he himself knew what he was doing. She stretched her body and asked, "What time is it?" George had a glance at the time. 7 o'clock in the evening. No one came knocking. "No," Jean frowned. She quickly cleaned herself up and she and George changed into fresh clothes before they headed down. Jennifer, Jasmine, and Eden were downstairs and those lady friends of Jennifer that she saw earlier in the day were already gone. It was then she saw Alexander, her father that beat her up and threw her out of the house 7 years ago, and her stepbrother, Joshua, who was the golden boy of the family. Alexander also noticed Jean's presence. He said with a heavy tone, "Do you know what time it is now? Where are your manners? You went abroad for so many years and this is what you've learned?" Jean was traumatized by what Alexander did to her 7 years ago and the trauma haunted her for a long period. She had no idea how far a man would go when rage was behind the wheel but her father told her the answer, physically, 7 years ago. "Did you call?" Jennifer called. Jean was not surprised at Jennifer's usual tactic. She was not bothered and unable to uncover the woman's lies at the moment. She simply said, "When I was abroad, did you give me anything at all?" "No, not even a penny. I don't know anyone. I have no certs. I don't have any connections or contacts. When I was sleeping on the streets, where were you? I think I did great for getting back in one piece." "Enough. You weren't summoned back to question me. If you're half as obedient as your sister, this relationship wouldn't be like this." Jean no longer cared about the so-called fatherly love. She said plainly, "If you want me back here and marry some guy, you better be kinder to me, or else outsiders might think that you're selling your daughter off for money. We wouldn't want such rumors to tarnish your reputation, wouldn't we?" "Jean." Alexander was furious. Jean talked back to him in front of the others and even picked on his weak spot. There was no respect for the man. Jean said, "Don't worry. I will marry." The words got stuck in Alexander's throat when he heard the reply. He knew Jean's feisty attitude and her plain acceptance of the wedding surprised him. He even thought about ways to force her if she disagreed. Things got awkward fast. Alexander did not know how to react or reply to Jean's words. Jennifer noticed the awkwardness in the air and she swiftly said, "Look at you and your temper. Jean just came back and you're getting all riled up." What do you think it'll do to her? Keep your temper and it's time for dinner. Alexander grunted and headed to the dining table. The family got together for dinner. Since Master Lawrence was wheelchair-bound, he usually had meals in his room. Without Master Lawrence's presence, Alexander became the most powerful figure in the family. He acted up to his position fully. No one dared to speak a word at the table without his permission. Alexander had a cold glance at George, who was eating quietly beside Jean. He said, "Where's your manners, boy?" "He's a little shy," Jean said. "Poorly educated. He must be some B***** that you have with some random man." Alexander's words were extremely harsh. Jean slightly tightened her lips and put her fork down. There was an unspoken rule in the Lawrence family. At dinner, if the father of the family did not start, no one could start eating. If the father of the family did not stop, no one was allowed to stop either. Jean's action challenged Alexander's pride and position in the family. Before Alexander could lash out at her, Jean said, "If we're talking about B*****, there are many at the table." Alexander reacted bitterly to her remarks. "Look at Jasmine and Joshua, they are the B***** you have with some woman," Jean said out loud at the table. "What did you say?" Joshua was furious. He bolted up and glared at Jean. As the golden child of the family, Joshua was never mocked or insulted before. Jean upheld her nonchalance and said, "If you can shout at your older sister, it proves that the Lawrence family didn't educate the younger ones as well. Poorly educated." She was mocking Joshua because Alexander had mocked George earlier. Joshua was furious. Jasmine held his brother back and said softly, "Sis, are you still angry at me and Eden? Is that why you come back to do this to us?" Jean turned to Jasmine. Jasmine really inherited her mother's fact-bending capabilities. She also mastered the ability to look innocent at any given moment. "If you're mad at me, I'll apologize. I shouldn't have gotten together with Eden back then, when he was still with you. But Eden told me he has no more feelings for you, so I did the unforgivable with him. It's all my fault," Jasmine said meekly. She wore an apologetic look and the sincerity on her face was authentic, so much so it could easily move people's hearts. Jean scoffed out loud. "This is the first time I heard someone calling herself a mistress in such a pure and innocent way." Jasmine was silenced by Jean's remarks. Jean added, "I wonder if being a mistress can be inherited. I guess you inherited that from your mother." "Jean, what nonsense are you talking about?" Alexander slammed the table. Jasmine shook. Jean, unbothered, looked at Alexander and said, "I had enough. You people continue." She held George's hand and walked away even without Alexander's permission. Alexander could not tolerate such disrespect, especially from his daughter. He shouted, "Jean, stand right there." Jean stood. She turned around and said, "It's up to me to decide whether I want to marry Thetis or not. If I said no, it won't happen even if you beat me to death, like what you did to me 7 years ago." She then walked away without wasting time on them. Chapter 6. The Swan Family and Fourth Master. Alexander was left enraged at the dining table, but because of what Jean said, he was unable to lash out at her. Jennifer, Jasmine, Joshua and even Eden, who stayed back for dinner, were forced to suppress their anger as well. Jean was as feisty as ever and she was bold enough to go up against anyone. However, something was different about her. She was no longer the rash and impatient girl who disregarded consequences. Everything she said was infuriating but true, hence no one was able to pick on her mistakes. Jennifer glared at her viciously. Back then, she used Jean's temper and attitude to make her soft and tender side stand out so that others would sympathize with her and blame Jean's personality. Now, she seemed to have lost the advantage. Jean was smarter than before. Jennifer grinned though. No matter how smart Jean became, she was just a single mother being forced to marry a lowlife. Her life was over. Jean took George back to the room. She did not have the interest or the time to figure out their schemes. She knew better than anyone that those people down there were cold-blooded and merciless. She looked at George. "Had enough?" George nodded. "When you guys were arguing, I was eating." "Good boy," Jean praised the boy. Before they came back, Jean had prepared her son for situations like this and her smart boy did not let her down at all. On the second day, Jean took her boy downstairs and ate like normal. They even had a walk in the front yard as if nothing had happened. At night, when Alexander came home from work, he told Jean to have dinner with the Locke family. Jean simply dressed herself up for the event and brought George along. Alexander wore a gloomy look and asked, "Why are you bringing him?" "He's my son, of course, I'm bringing him along." "Do you know where you're going?" when you attended important events, you brought Joshua as well. Are you doing this right now? Alexander's anger was brewing. If I were to go against you, I wouldn't be here in the first place. Why are you so concerned? Are you afraid that the Locke family would say no to the wedding? I thought you guys mentioned that I have a son when you negotiated with them? Alexander was silenced by her argument. Jennifer was a woman with high EQ. She knew Alexander dared not lash out on Jean at this sensitive timing, so she said, Alex, Jean's right. When we talked to the Locke family, they already knew that she had a son. So, she might as well bring him along to meet the opposite. Just take it as a preparation for the future. Whatever, Alexander bellowed before he went into the car. Jennifer followed him into the rear seat. Jean and her son as well as Jasmine and Eden went into the other cars respectively. The 3 cars arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in Southampton. The jockeys came over and opened the doors for them. Alexander led his family inside the restaurant and headed to the VIP room to meet the Locke family. There was a large round table in the room and the Locke family was already seated. Damien and Octavia, their eldest son, Hugh, and his wife, Naomi, and Hugh's son, Jeremiah. Thetis was also there. When the Lawrence family arrived, everyone stood up and welcomed them. Thetis was reluctant to accept the wedding proposal at first because regardless of what he did, he could not just accept a single mother to be his wife. However, when he laid eyes on Jean for the first time, his eyes gleamed. Jean beautifully exceeded his expectations. Her wavy hair, delicate face, voluptuous body, and everything about her made her an angel on earth, except for the fact that she had a child. His eyes widened. It was his mother who nudged him to bring him back from his awe. Thetis got up and welcomed everyone warmly. After everyone got seated, the introduction started and was followed by dinner. Throughout dinner, only the head of both families spoke to each other. The others barely made a sound. Halfway through the dinner, Thetis excused himself for a phone call. Then, a waiter came in and invited Jean outside. Second Master Locke wants to meet you outside. Jean wiped her lips before she brought George out together. Outside the VIP room, Thetis was waiting for her in the corridor. Jean walked up to him but kept a safe distance from him. Thetis cut to the chase and said, "The wedding is next month. It's a little rushed and I believe I need to tell you something before it happens." "Please do, Second Master Locke," Jean said with a smile. Her smile made Thetis' heart race. However, no matter how beautiful she was, she had a child with her and it would lower his status for marrying her. "I heard you had a temper, but let me make this straight. I see you had your portion of fun before, and if it's not because of your family, this wedding would never happen. So, don't try to act like you deserve this. You'll treat me like a king if you're going to marry me. Don't disobey me and listen to everything I say." Jean stared at him emotionlessly. Thetis added, "Don't try to control me. It's your honor to be able to call yourself Mrs. Locke. If I had a woman outside, don't try to cause a scene with me. I don't want all that nonsense, get it?" Jean did not react at all. Her emotionless face made Thetis impatient. "Did you hear me? Is there anything else?" Jean asked instead of answering him. "Your son, he'll have to call me Daddy." Thetis pointed at George. Before Jean could say a word, a strong and charming voice of a man sounded. "Who's calling Second Master Locke Daddy?" Thetis turned around and saw Edward, the 4th son of the Swan family. Old Master Swan was a reputable figure in Southampton and he had connections to both sides of the law. No other family dared to cross their path in Southampton as they revered the Swan family. As the 4th son in the family, Edward took over his family business at the age of 29. There were a lot of rumors about Edward circulating in high society. The most notable one was him having too much authority and power in his hand and him being chaste, or in other words, gay. He was a handsome and charming man, but he had been single for as long as anyone knew. No woman had ever appeared in his company. Jean saw the man as well and she averted his gaze. Thetis' arrogance was replaced by flattery immediately. "Fourth Master, I didn't mean you. I was just talking to my fiancé's son." He even pointed at George. Edward had a glance at George. George sensed the gaze and stared right into Edward's eyes. Jean furrowed her brows at the stare-down between the man and the boy. She subtly pulled the boy behind her. Edward pulled his gaze back and walked away. Teddy, Edward's attendant, who had been with him since he was young, thought he was seeing things when he saw Edward smile. It was not just a faint grin but a bright smile. A bright smile from the man who barely showed emotions. Thetis saw Edward off before he turned to Jean and warned her, "Remember what I said." He, too, left the corridor. While Jean adjusted her emotions, George tugged her hand. I don't like him. Thetis Locke? No, that fourth Master Swan guy. George's youthful voice sounded serious. Jean had a good look at her son. Due to his high IQ, he barely argued with people below his standards, and yet fourth Master Swan was able to make the boy dislike him. It was surprising and unusual. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I don't like him either, but..." George looked at his mother. "But what?" "Don't cross paths with him. He's not someone you'd want to mess with," Jean said. "Why?" George furrowed his brows. "You can't afford it." George looked at the man walking away. He begged to differ. Chapter 7. The Locke family offended fourth Master Swan. Jean held George's hand and returned to the VIP room. To her surprise, fourth Master Swan was inside as well. Everyone was on their feet, showing the utmost respect to the man. Even her father, Alexander, wore a welcoming look. Jean returned to her seat with George. Fourth Master Swan greeted everyone before he turned to Eden and asked, "I heard from your father that you're going to marry Jasmine at the end of this month." "Yeah, Uncle Edward. It's on the 28th of this month." Eden showed respect to the man that he called uncle. Although his uncle was only 4 years older than him, he had to respect the man because old Master Swan had put the man in charge. Fourth Master Swan was the most powerful figure in the Swan family other than old Master Swan. "You better treat her well," fourth Master Swan said. "Don't worry, Uncle Edward. My father has prepared all the necessary things," Eden answered. "Good to know. Thank you, Uncle Edward." Jasmine showed a flattery smile at fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan nodded. "I was having dinner here and I ran into Thetis outside. I learned that both Alexander and Damien are here, so I thought I'd say hi." Due to the seniority of his position, even though Alexander and Damien were a lot older than the young fourth Master Swan, he was able to address them by name and talk to them like peers. To Alexander and Damien, they felt honored because fourth Master Swan called them by name. "I'll leave you guys be. Have fun. I'll be going now." He was here just to say hi to everyone. "We'll see you out," Alexander and Damien said. "It's okay." Fourth Master declined the offer. He then left swiftly. Teddy was confused by his master's action. His master had just come back from a business trip and yet he wanted to come here to have dinner instead of going home to rest. After dinner, he even dropped by the Lawrence family and the Locke family's room just to say hi. Others might not know, but he knew his master hated social events like this. Fourth Master Swan got into his car. Teddy was in the passenger seat. The car drove toward the Swan family's private residence. "Teddy," fourth Master Swan said. "Yes, sir? Run a background check on the Locke family." "The Locke family? Why?" Teddy felt strange because the Swan family had no business relationship or whatsoever connection to the Locke family. "I want to know everything about them, including their dead ancestors and where their tombs are." Teddy wondered what the Locke family did to anger his master. After fourth Master Swan left, the room became merrier than before. "Alex, it seems like you're quite close to fourth Master Swan," Damien flattered. "It's all because of my future son-in-law," Alexander said humbly. With utmost courtesy, Damien turned to Eden and said, "Son, we're going to be family soon. Please look after the Locke family as well." "You're too kind, Uncle Damien. Since we're going to be family soon, we can just put courtesy aside," Eden said politely. To the public, Eden was a handsome guy from a wealthy background, well-educated, and polite. He was the perfect son-in-law to every in-law out there. "I didn't know you were this close to your uncle. He even came here himself just to ask about your wedding." Alexander was impressed by the visit. "Yeah, I'm quite close to my Uncle Edward. I heard he's 29 but he's still single, right?" Jennifer asked. "Well, he has no one around him, so, is he, okay? I mean physically?" Jennifer asked subtly. Everyone was interested in fourth Master Swan's private life, except for Jean and George, who were busy eating. Eden wore a smile and said, "I don't know anything about my Uncle Edward's private life either. He's 29 and single. He should have been married a while ago," Octavia said sentimentally as she felt bad for the man. Uncle Edward had always been an independent man with a mind of his own. No one knows what he's thinking. "If your Uncle Edward continues to be like himself, you'll have to bear the responsibility to take over in the future," Octavia said reverently. "You're right." Damien nodded in agreement. He took the glass of wine and proposed a toast to Alexander. "Alex, don't forget me when that day comes. You're too kind. Besides, my daughter is marrying your son. We're going to be one big family soon." Alexander was in a great mood. The dinner continued in flattery and laughter for the night. Jean ate quietly. It had been a long time since she ate in Southampton. The food here suited her taste. Dinner lasted a little longer than expected. The two families chatted a little more before they finally parted ways for the night. The Locke family was happy with the wedding with the Lawrence family. In high society, the bride and groom's status must be matched, but more importantly, the union between the two families must be able to create more profit for both sides. Before they parted, Damien said to Thetis, "This is your first date meeting Jean. Spend more time with her, take the initiative. When the time comes, the wedding will happen." "I understand," Thetis said reverently. Alexander told the same to Jean. "Go out with Thetis more, get to know each other." Jean simply nodded. She was not that stupid to disgrace her father in such an important meeting. The two families finally left for their respective homes. Jean and George were inside the same car. George asked, "Mom, are you going to marry Thetis Locke?" Jean looked at the boy. "What do you think?" "I don't think you will." Jean simply smiled quietly. The car finally reached the Lawrence family's manor. Jean came out with George. She saw Eden at the entrance with Jasmine nowhere to be found. He was waiting for her. Jean calmly walked over with George. Eden asked, "You saw Thetis Locke just now. How did you feel about him?" "Nothing in particular," Jean said. "Do you regret what happened 7 years ago?" Eden asked. He sounded like he wanted her to admit that she regretted losing him. "If I say no, will you be pissed?" "Stop acting. You know how important I am to my family and you saw how close I am with my Uncle Edward. If you don't like Thetis, beg me and I'll do something about it for the sake of our old relationship." "I'll help you," Eden said with delight. Jean simply grunted. She had no interest to spare another moment to look at the pretentious man. She said, "I think you better keep yourself controlled. Jasmine isn't someone you want to mess with. She can be quite scary when she's mad." Eden reacted bitterly. Ever since Jean came back, she had never properly looked into his eyes. However, it was the cold attitude that made her more charming. She had a sense of femme fatale that she lacked back then, which gave him the urge to conquer her. He did not get her 7 years ago and now, he ought to make her bow before him. Jean brought George into the living hall. Jasmine and Jennifer were chatting there. Jasmine was excited after what had happened. "Mom, Fourth Master Swan came to the dinner just to ask about my wedding. I've always regarded him as someone legendary." "You silly girl. No matter how legendary the man is, he's just a man. When you finally marry Eden, you'll be staying with him and the Swan family, and you'll be able to see him every day. Do you think what Aunt Octavia said is true, that Eden will eventually take over the Swan family?" Jean simply walked past them and she left a subtle scoff before she walked upstairs. Chapter 8. Stop belittling yourself. Jean walked upstairs silently. Jasmine and Jennifer stared at her as she brought George upstairs. The subtle scoff that she made when she walked past them entered their ears clearly. Vexed, Jasmine asked, "Did she just scoff at me?" Jennifer was not surprised. It's a tale of the fox and the grapes, and she's the fox. If it wasn't for you, she'd be the one enjoying all this. Jasmine felt better with her mother's consolation. Compared to her own wedding, Jean's wedding was the biggest joke in Southampton, and it was indeed the fact. On the second day, when the press released the news of Jean and Thetis' wedding, it stirred up a whirlwind of rumors in the city. The news surprised everyone because no one thought she would agree to marry Thetis. She was once the princess of the Lawrence family, and despite her decline, she was still a well-known name in the city. She was known as the most beautiful girl in high society back then, and her pursuers could surround the earth twice. Even if she had fallen off her throne, she should not have agreed to marry such a man. Jean was brushing her teeth when she received the news, and it was Monica who informed her. Monica sounded agitated on the other end of the phone. She shouted at Jean, "What are you thinking? How the hell did you agree to marry that B****starred Thetis? Don't you know he got into prison before?" The press didn't make him the headlines because the Locke family has spent a fortune to cover up the news, and they told the public it was an accident. That B****starred Thetis tortured that prostitute to death that night, and yet he's able to come out unscathed. He should thank his dear daddy and his family's wealth, or else he'd have been given the death sentence. Jean clamped the phone to her ear with her shoulder as she continued to brush her teeth. "And you're going to marry a murderer? Jean, you should have stayed away and not come back to belittle yourself like this," Monica said. There was an obvious sob in her tone. Jean wiped her face and said, "I'm fine, Monica." "Fine your **SS. You said you were fine when your father whipped you half to death. Can you love yourself more? Can you just walk away from all those **T from your family? Can you just not follow them for once? It's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth it, Jean said in agreement. Then? What's the meaning of all this? Don't worry. I'm not going to marry that guy. Jean believed no one else except Monica. Monica used her own life to threaten Alexander back then just so she could carry Jean away from this hellhole and deliver her to the hospital. How are you going to turn down the wedding now that the press got the news? If you don't marry that B***starred, your father will beat you to death again. The thought reminded Monica of that ominous night 7 years ago. Back when Jean and Eden were called the golden couple, everyone in high society was jealous of the lovebirds. Eden listened to everything Jean said and Monica strongly believed Jean was the last one Eden would cheat on. Unfortunately, Eden cheated on her with Jasmine, her stepsister 2 years younger than her. When the news got out, everyone put the blame on Eden and Jasmine. Jean's feisty temper drove her to the Swan family and asked Eden for an explanation in front of his family. She wanted Eden to acknowledge that he cheated on her with her sister. The Swan family could not afford her to embarrass them, so they tried to talk her out of it and told her to calm down. Jean, however, was not an easygoing person. The news snowballed into something huge that went out of control. In the end, Jasmine had to acknowledge her affair with Eden publicly. She said Eden and her were truly in love and they could not help but betray Jean. Eden also told the press that he could not tolerate Jean's temper and fell for the kinder Jasmine. He did not break up with Jean earlier because he cared about her feelings. Their fact-bending explanations turned the tip to Jean, making her the mistress in this relationship. She was labeled as a jealous vixen who ruined people's happiness. The Lawrence family was on the lower end of the deal in the wedding with the Swan family, so when they realized Jasmine was with Eden instead, they did not plan to ease Jean's grievance. Instead, they forced Jean to accept the fact and stay quiet. She was only 18 and yet she had to go through so much pain and grief because her family chose profit over her. In the end, Jean tried to fight back but ended up being beaten by her father. Not only that but her family also announced to the public that Jean's feisty temper was due to not having a mother by her side since she was young. So, it was understandable that Eden chose Jasmine over her. Jean was the one who should reflect on her actions and not complain. That move made Jean lose her reputation in high society and her image was ruined. She was cheated on, and hurt and accused by her own family. No one offered her a helping hand and instead, she was being stepped on during her darkest days. Fortunately, she was able to escape alive. It was her absence that put the case to rest. Now with her return, would everything repeat itself? The thought left Monica restless. She said, Jean, I'll buy you air tickets, please bring George and leave. Jean chuckled. She grew up with Monica and was only 3 months older than her friend, which made them peers. When Jean's mother passed away, they were both 8 years old. Monica promised that she would take care of Jean like a mother. She kept her promise and showed her friend a lot of warmth, despite her thoughts and actions being a lot more childish compared to Jean. Jean was grateful for Monica's warmth because it was the only thing that kept her hope for humanity alive. I won't get hurt anymore, Jean said. Not only that but she also swore that she would take revenge on those who tried to step on her during her darkest days. An eye for an eye. Don't lie to me, Monica said. I won't. Don't keep everything to yourself. I'm not. Okay, I believe you, but you don't push yourself too far. Monica compromised. Since they were young, she always followed Jean's opinion and was her friend's best supporter. Why don't? Monica suddenly sounded serious. Jean came out of the bathroom with her phone. Why don't you try to go for 4th Master Swan, like try to get in his pants? Chapter 9. Your 4th Master Swan's best match. Why don't you try to get into 4th Master Swan's pants? Monica sounded serious with her suggestion. Jean was watching George typing on his laptop. His tiny fingers were moving across the keyboard swiftly and there were a few lines of data on the screen that caught Jean's eyes. Jean, the silence left Monica agitated. Jean regained her composure and said, Yeah, you were saying? I'm saying, go after 4th Master Swan. Other than those folks from Creston City. Wait, I think even those folks from Creston are a little afraid of him. So, if you can get his attention, or get him to fall for you, not only the Lawrence family but even Eden will have to be scared of you then. You think too much of me. Jean chuckled. You're beautiful, like an angel. If I were a man, I'd fall for you too. I know that B***starred Eden cheated on you with Jasmine because he didn't get to sleep with you. That doesn't mean I have to sleep with 4th Master Swan. Why not? He's single now. Don't worry, I'll create a chance for you. I might not know the man but my husband is his personal doctor. I'll go ask my dumb hubby to maybe create a chance for you guys to meet. Jean strongly believed that Monica's joke would drive her crazy one day. Who would call their own husband dumb? Dr. Jones, or Monica's husband, would probably roll his eyes at his wife when he learned this. Have you forgotten that no one has ever seen a woman beside Fourth Master Swan? Jean asked. But it doesn't mean that he's gay, Monica argued. Fine, you win. Maybe he's waiting for his Mrs. Right and you might be his Mrs. Right. Monica was already high on her imagination. Jean wanted to pull her back to reality. This isn't some lame online novel. Monica, stop with your delusional thoughts. It's impossible between me and Fourth Master Swan. Why are you so stubborn? Because I don't need anyone.
Monica was worried that Jean might get bullied by the Lawrence family again. Monica grew up with love. Her parents loved her so much that they could give their lives for her.
Jean was the exact opposite. Jean's father taught her the meaning of cruelty. What happened that night shocked Monica a lot and it changed her world. Monica wanted to chat a little longer but Jean said, I have something to do, talk to you later. Jean already hung up the phone. She knew if she did not hang up, Monica could go on for the whole day. She had something to do. She put her phone down and walked to George. George was working on his laptop. His brows above his black-framed glasses furrowed and his lips protruded slightly. He looked like a serious man at work. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would never believe that a 6-year-old was adroit at using a computer. Jean asked, have you gotten the company status of the Locke family? Yeah, take a look, George said. Jean nodded and sat down beside her son. She had a look at the results. The Locke family was wealthy but their business line was limited. They had been trying to venture into a new business in the past 2 years but chickened out at the last moment. They were able to carry on through their traditional business but soon, in 3 years or so, their family's wealth would start to decline. She read through the data that George hacked out from the Locke family's website. The document showed that the Locke family planned to invest in e-commerce to save the precarious situation of their company. The Lawrence family also had the intention to venture into e-commerce, hence the union through marriage. Jean was thinking when George suddenly asked, Mom, why do you want me to check on the Locke family? Why do you think I want you to do this? To not marry Thetis Locke? Jean ruffled the boy's curly hair. Smart boy. George blushed when his mother praised him. Jean loved watching her son blush. Due to his high IQ, she was unable to treat him like a normal child, hence their conversation had always been about mature topics. Sometimes, she would mistake her son as a husband because he could do a lot. She had never experienced George asking to be pampered or tried to get her attention by jumping into her arms. It was the only regret she had. The phone rang. The ringtone pulled Jean out of her sadness, and she answered the phone. Hello. A familiar voice of a man came through the phone. How are you doing? Getting used to the place. It doesn't matter, Jean said. The man chuckled. Miss me? Never. You're as cold as ever. Jean was not moved. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived all those years. It sounds like you're not happy with me. No, you saved my life and I can never repay you enough. The man chuckled again. Call me when you need me. Bye. It was just a short chat and there were no feelings involved. Jean hung up the phone. George asked, was it Kingsley? Jean nodded. He missed us. George mumbled. Not really, Jean said. She then curled her lips into a cruel grin. What are we going to do next? George switched the topic. Wait for the fish to take the bait, Jean said. George frowned. Jean ruffled his curly hair again and said, let's go for breakfast. George followed silently. It was a Saturday, so Alexander was downstairs, with everyone else. Jean took George to the dining table and had breakfast. Jasmine's laughter could be heard from the living hall. The charity ball tonight will have an auction for a sapphire. I heard it's from a crown worn by the royal family in the last century. It's very expensive. Eden just called me and said he'll bid on the sapphire as a wedding gift for me. Look at you. Tisk tisk. Joshua shook his head. What? There's nothing wrong trying to show off the best man in the world, Jasmine said. The wedding is still weeks away and you're already talking about him. Are you asking for a beating? Jasmine and Joshua were talking on the couch. Alexander never liked people fooling around but he showed extreme tolerance to his son and daughter. Jean calmly had breakfast with her son and planned for a walk in the garden outside later. George was still growing. It was good for him to go out and enjoy the sun. Jean, you'll attend the charity ball tonight as well, Alexander said with a commanding tone. Jasmine heard it and reacted with a gloomy look. The Locke family will be there as well. Take it as a chance to get closer with Thetis, Alexander said. Jean simply hummed a reply. After breakfast, she brought George away from the dining table. Chapter 10, Charity Ball. Back at the living hall, Joshua glared at Jean as she walked away. Displeased, he said, "Where are her manners? Dad talked to her and she didn't even give a proper response." Jennifer had a glance at her son. "Shush. Your sister just came back. Just give her some time to fit in." "You're still defending her? She insulted you yesterday. Did you forget that?" Joshua's anger was obvious. "Enough." Jennifer stopped her son from talking. Alexander was also displeased by Jean's response. As if Jean no longer respected him as a father, but on second thought, Jean was just a tool to him, so he did not need to be angry with her either. He got up and said, "I'll go up to talk to father." "Sure." Jennifer nodded respectfully. She was the one who took good care of Alexander all these years and all men would like a woman like her. She was smart, obedient, and knew her place within the house. Right after Alexander went up, Jasmine reverted to her true form. "Mom, look at her. I don't like that arrogance of hers. Not only Joshua but even I also can't stand her anymore. Who does she think she is? The princess of the house? We threw her out 7 years ago. She's now just some woman with a child. Why tolerate her attitude? It's not that I want to tolerate her attitude but I don't have the time or the energy to be calculative with someone like her," Jennifer said with a vicious grin.
Once she married Thetis, that would be the end of her life. So, why do we have to waste our time on her? I let her be herself now because I don't want her to embarrass your father. You should know how far she can go if she's provoked. If we did something to her and caused her to ruin the marriage, we'll be held responsible by your father and your grandfather." Jasmine understood her mother's patience. Everyone tolerated Jean's attitude because they wanted her to marry Thetis. Jean must have known that everyone depended on her now, hence the arrogance. "It's okay, you guys don't have to be overly concerned. 7 years ago, I made her lose everything and now, I can do the same or even worse." Jennifer was never concerned about Jean's attitude or her presence. She looked at Jasmine and said, "You better prepare your wedding with Eden as well. Try to behave and don't cause any trouble." "Don't worry, Eden and I are stable now. Nothing will happen." Jasmine sounded confident. Jennifer nodded. She gave birth to Jasmine and brought her up with her own hands. She was certain that her daughter had inherited the ability to flatter all men on earth. She was not worried about her daughter at all. Later in the afternoon, Alexander brought his family to the mall for shopping. They were told to pick decent outfits for the charity ball later tonight. Jean tagged along. She chose herself a silver dress. It was not revealing at all but due to the fit, it complemented her body and made her look like an elf under the lights. She was born a beauty and she did not inherit it from her mother. She had a unique charm to her and she naturally felt like a vixen. The nonchalance on her could easily drive a man mad. Jasmine was the complete opposite of Jean. She was not exquisitely beautiful but she looked innocent and cute. She was the girl next door that all men would want to protect. The white dress that she chose made her stand out as well. However, when she saw Jean's alluring charms, she was still jealous. She should have disfigured Jean's face when she had the chance 7 years ago. The grudge on her face only lasted for a second before it was replaced by her usual innocence. It became a habit for Jasmine to look innocent in front of others. That was the reason why she was able to escape unscathed from the incident with Eden back then. Everyone bought her innocent look and diverted their criticism to Jean. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Lawrence family arrived at the venue for the charity ball. There were already a number of guests at the venue. Alexander was a veteran businessman in the field, so all his friends and partners came to him for a chat as soon as he arrived. The other family members followed him around to accentuate his status. It was until Eden arrived in his formal suit. No one could deny Eden's looks. His facial features were pronounced, he was tall, and there was always a bright smile on his face. His sunny image, his handsome looks, in addition to his prominent family background and his own capabilities made him stand out. Jasmine proudly showed off his fiancé to everyone. However, someone else caught Jean's attention. Despite being a shining star in the venue, Eden was pale in comparison to his uncle, Fourth Master Swan, or Edward Swan. It was like comparing a star to the sun. Maybe because of Fourth Master Swan's natural presence of a leader or that powerful aura that could keep people away from him, or even that unrivaled handsome look on his face, his presence alone was able to outshine all men in the venue.
At that moment, not only Jean but everyone else also noticed his presence. One thing worth noting was that not all were able to invite Fourth Master Swan to their event. A charity ball was not a place that he should be, so when he appeared, he caused everyone in the venue to gasp in shock. As his presence captured everyone's attention, Jean grabbed George's hand and left. Jean ought to keep George by her side at all times. Even though Alexander voiced his disagreement explicitly, he was unable to dissuade Jean. Jean knew her father dared not do anything to her now, so she did not have to lower herself to follow his commands. She was heading toward a secluded corner but before she arrived, she heard some women talking.
Octavia, I just saw your future daughter-in-law, one of the women said. I saw her too. What a vixen, every man here was eyeing on her.
I heard it's your second son's first marriage. I don't think you should get him someone with a child. Octavia said, I don't agree with this wedding either, but as a woman, my words have no weight and cannot affect the business side of things. I'm sure you know the Lawrence family is nothing now but the daughter, Jasmine. She's with Eden Swan, which means we're able to build a connection to the Swan family through this. I guess I have to sacrifice my son for the larger picture. I guess you're right. The Swan family is monopolizing everything now. No one dared to offend them. I heard Fourth Master Swan has some problems with his physical health, so it's up to Eden to extend the family lineage. If Jasmine is able to give birth to a son or a daughter, then the Lawrence family would ascend to a higher status. I know, right? I can see Eden and Jasmine are close. I'm sure their relationship is strong, Octavia said. Look at Jean. How many men has she slept with until now? There's a reason why Eden didn't choose her. Octavia, when she becomes your daughter-in-law, you have to keep your eyes open. Some women carved the word slut into their bones. Don't worry. A slut like her would have to learn the rules of the Locke family when she weds into the family. Octavia emphasized every word clearly. Chapter 11. Only Jean acknowledged it. Holding George's hand, Jean stood there and eavesdropped on the women's conversation. She was not concerned by what the ladies said. George looked up to his mother and asked, Are they talking about us? Jean shrugged. She had learned to tolerate trivial matters but be strong when it came to taking revenge. She used to care about what people said about her but she got smarter now. Come on, let's go get you some desserts, Jean said. George had a look at the chatty women. He had a youthful look of a 6-year-old but there was a hint of gloom in his eyes that did not match his age. They walked to the table with the desserts. Jean carefully picked her sweets. She had her eyes on a cream cheesecake and when she extended her hands to take it, a man came in and snatched the cake before her. She looked at the man and the man looked at her with a smile. Ms. Lawrence. Jean smiled politely at the man. My master is allergic to chocolate, so, Teddy sounded courteous. Jean nodded and was not concerned about the cake she lost. She held George's hand and went over to the other side. She chose all the cakes with cream on them and gave them to George. Don't choke yourself. You're not eating? The boy asked. I'm not hungry. George was still growing and he skipped dinner because they had to attend this charity ball. Therefore, Jean picked all the cakes with cream for him. George munched on the creamy cakes quietly as Jean accompanied him. Then, Thetis came to her with a vexed look. You came and you didn't come to me? My son is hungry. Thetis looked askance at George. Why did you bring him here? Know your place. Your son shouldn't be here to embarrass me. If you think I'm embarrassing you, you can just ignore me for the entire night, Mr. Locke. Jean, don't challenge my patience. Be grateful that I agreed to marry you, so stop trying to act innocent in front of me. Thetis reacted to her words bitterly. Really? Jean said softly, but there was a hint of gloom in between the lines. Come find me when you're done. And keep your arrogance away. Someone like you doesn't have the right to be arrogant. Thetis then left angrily. Jean barely reacted to it. George continued munching his cakes. Teddy, on the other hand, felt a little awkward because he saw the whole incident and heard things that he should not. It was then he accidentally locked eyes with Jean. Panicked, he quickly explained, my master hasn't had dinner. I'm here for more cakes. Jean simply nodded. She looked at George. Had enough? Yeah, I want to go to the washroom. I'll go with you. Jean held George's hand and headed to the washroom. Teddy watched as Jean walked away. As far as he remembered, Jean was never this calm or cold. Something must have happened that changed her from the inside. He picked several pastries and returned to Fourth Master Swan. On the way back, he just realized his master usually did not consume so much sweets. God damn, Jean held George's hand as they walked across the hall. The guests in the venue mostly knew Jean but none talked to her, as if talking to her would lower their status. Despite her status, her beauty still caught a lot of attention. The two of them walked to the garden, where the bathroom was. George went into the men's room and Jean waited for him outside. A while later, a few girls came out from the ladies' room. Did you see Fourth Master Swan? I did. I can't describe his handsomeness with words anymore. I've never thought a man could be as handsome as him. If I didn't see him with my own eyes, I won't even believe it. They were in awe of Fourth Master Swan's handsome look. One of them lowered her voice and said, "But have you heard about his physical condition? He's so handsome but there are no women around him." Really? Or did he hide his girl from the public? I heard it from Eden, Fourth Master Swan's nephew. He said his uncle doesn't have anyone. What a pity. All that handsomeness is going to waste. God is fair. He got everything but lacked the ability to become a real man. I wonder if it was Ed or something went wrong during his puberty. If it's Ed, then he can still get it treated, but if it's something wrong with his growth, then it's a pity. Can you imagine a handsome man having the junk of a kid? Jean did not want to be part of the gossip, but for whatever reason, she came out from the corner. Maybe it was the girl's annoying tone that vexed her. Fourth Master Swan's junk is just fine. There's nothing wrong with it, she said. The girls looked at her in confusion. I think it's around, here, to here, this big. Jean started to sign with her hands. The girls got even more confused. One of the girls looked at her in disbelief and asked, "How did you know?" Jean paused for a moment and answered, "Wild guess?" "Wild guess? I supposed a handsome man like him should be at least, workable?" Jean tried to make her words sound less ridiculous. The girls looked at her in disdain. However, before they could say a word, a voice came from the dark. "Is that so?" A cold voice of a man sounded and startled everyone. When the girls turned to the voice, they saw the handsome Fourth Master Swan. The girls were astonished and ran away in shock. Jean watched the girls run. She wanted to follow but George was still in the men's room. She was forced to stay back and locked eyes with Fourth Master Swan. Things started to get awkward. Fourth Master Swan suddenly said, "Ms. Lawrence, do you remember it?" There was no emotion on his face when he asked the question, but due to his prestigious status, his presence alone was pressuring and revered. Jean adjusted her breath and forced a smile on her face. "What do I remember? As far as I recall, Fourth Master Swan and I aren't even acquaintances. I just don't want you to be misunderstood by those girls." Fourth Master Swan did not answer, he simply stared at her. The air got quiet. Jean blinked nervously as he walked closer to her. She could even feel his breath that it felt pressuring. "Do you think I'm handsome?" he asked. His tone sounded softer. "I thought that's a widely acknowledged fact." Jean answered. Fourth Master Swan laughed. The way he laughed could capture the hearts of all the girls in the world, and yet it struck fear in Jean. She then heard his charming voice say, "No, only you acknowledge that fact." Chapter 12. Teach the B*TCH a lesson. The conversation in the garden got so awkward that it got silenced. It was then a sharp scream came from inside the hall. Jean turned around. She had a feeling that something had happened. She strode inside swiftly. Fourth Master Swan watched her strode in and decided to follow her inside. In the hall, Jean saw her son, George, standing in the middle and was surrounded by people. When Jean strode over, George looked at her with a grievance. Jean was already wondering what took George so long in the men's room, and now it seemed like he had already come out by himself. She looked around and saw Octavia, who also garnered quite the attention to herself. Octavia was hugging her falling dress and she was screaming in panic. Someone had stepped on her dress and caused it to slip off her. Even her nude color breast pads were exposed, embarrassing her in front of everyone. "What's wrong?" Damien came over in a hurry. "This rascal stepped on my dress on purpose. He did it on purpose." Octavia was driven mad by the embarrassment that she could barely keep herself calm. Damien threw a glance at Thetis. Thetis quickly took his jacket off and covered his mother's embarrassment. "No, I didn't do it on purpose. I came out of the men's room and wanted to look for my mom. I accidentally ran into Grandma," George explained with teary eyes and an innocent look. "Grandma, I really didn't mean it. I'm sorry." He even politely bowed to express his apology. Octavia would never let the boy off with just an apology. She pointed at George and screamed, "You ill-educated B*****! Someone send him out immediately." Monica had also just arrived at the charity ball. She was late because her husband, Finn, got delayed by an operation. The scene of her godson being bullied fueled her anger. She wanted to jump in and reason with Octavia, but before she could, Jean had stepped up. I wonder who's the ill-educated one, Madame Locke or my son? Jean said. The emotion in her voice was flat, but it was deterring. Monica was shocked at her friend's reaction. The others were too. Jean stepped up boldly and confronted Octavia. My son said he didn't do it on purpose and he had already apologized. As an elder, must you be this calculative with a boy? Besides, this is a ball for high society and all ladies here know how to maintain their temperament and etiquette. As an elder, Madame Locke shouldn't have allowed a young boy to step on your dress. Are you being careless or was my son being naughty? Jean, Octavia screamed. You're not even married to my son and you're this arrogant already? Do you mean when I married your son, I could be even more arrogant, like you? Let's take one step back and look at things. I'm your son's fiancée and as my son's future grandmother, you should have been tolerant with a boy and not insult him in public. Madame Locke, if you reacted this way, can I say that you never planned to accept me and my son into your family? Jean asked. She sounded flat throughout the confrontation and yet her words were pressuring. Octavia was silenced and Damien was shamed in public. Octavia's condition was already an embarrassment and yet Jean criticized his wife in public for overreacting. His wife's silent grievance brought shame to his entire family. Damien reacted bitterly to the criticism. He shouted at Thetis, "Stop embarrassing yourself here, bring your mother away." Thetis glared at Jean before he helped his mother away. Aggrieved, Octavia's eyes got teary but she could not do anything. She simply followed her son away from the crowd. Damien glared at Jean but she barely reacted. Alexander quickly stepped up and said, Damien, it's just a misunderstanding. He's a kid and a kid tends to be clumsy. Let's calm down and try not to make things worse for both families. Countless eyes were looking at Damien and he was forced to put his grievance and embarrassment aside. Indeed, it's a misunderstanding. We're almost half a century old and we're being calculative with a 6-year-old. It'll be a joke if this gets out. The crowd nodded in agreement. High society was a place of hypocrisy. Deep down, the crowd was just there to watch and take pleasure in people's misfortune, but they had to make themselves look as if they were there to ease the situation or solve the problem. The little commotion faded after a while. Jean brought George to the side. Monica strode over and called her loudly, Jean. Jean saw her friend in a black tube dress that showed off her sexiness. Monica was quite pretty. She was skilled in makeup, always energetic and fashionable. Her slender arms were curled around a man's arm, who was in a gray suit. The man had a pair of glasses that accentuated his politeness. He's my husband, Finn Jones. Monica introduced her husband to Jean when she noticed her friend was looking at him. Finn blinked and extended his hand for a shake. Hi. Monica always talks about you. You're more beautiful than rumored. Nice to meet you, Jean said and shook his hand but kept her distance from the man. Finn pulled his hand back and said politely, Excuse me. I think I saw my friend there. Monica let go of her husband and watched him walk away. Jean had a glance at him and noticed that he was walking toward Fourth Master Swan. Monica was less perceptive. After her husband left, she said, Jean, my goodness, I thought your sharp edges were ground blunt over the years. I thought you've become a tamed pet, but when you lashed out at that old lady, you got me, girl. I was so excited. That woman is foul-mouthed. I met her a few times during other events and I heard her gossiping about other girls. Yet she acted like she's Saint Mary in front of people. How disgusting. I've always wanted to teach her a lesson but you did that for me tonight. Monica was excited. Jean simply smiled. She had a look at George. George got nervous and averted her gaze but he accidentally locked eyes with that handsome man with a sharp gaze. George frowned. He disliked the man. He disliked Fourth Master Swan. Chapter 13. Raising the bid. As the little incident settled down, it was time to move into the main event. The lights in the hall dimmed and a man got up onto the stage with a spotlight on him. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Southampton's charity organizations, I hereby thank you and welcome you to the annual charity ball. All the guests automatically gathered around the stage when the event started. After a quick introduction, the MC cum auctioneer started the main event of the night, the auction. The guests at the event were all wealthy and famous, so regardless of the items or their value, every item up for bidding would find its new owner tonight. In name, it was an auction for charity but frankly speaking, everyone knew it was a forceful donation. Item after item was being bid and won. As the event reached the climax, the MC said, Lastly, let's welcome our prized item for the night. The sapphire from Queen Elizabeth's crown. It has been around for 80 years and it's still shining brightly today. It has appeared in many auctions abroad and after many turns of events, it ended here in Southampton. A kind gentleman, who wished to remain anonymous, donated this sapphire to us and the starting price is $500,000, and each call is $20,000. The man hit the gavel. $600,000, $620,000. $640,000, $700,000. A voice from the dark raised the price all of a sudden. Jean did not care but Monica was curious. She turned to the voice and said, "I think it's Eden." Jean remained quiet. Monica added, "I heard that Lil B** starred as trying to get this piece of rock for Jasmine as a wedding gift." Jean was surprised. "How did you know?" Monica clicked her tongue in disdain. "You have no idea how arrogant your stepsister was. Ever since they fixed their wedding date, she has been showing off to whoever she meets. Everything that Eden did for her was a story that she can boast to her friends. The high society of Southampton isn't large, of course, everyone heard about it." Jean chuckled. She then raised her hand and called, $900,000. Monica was shocked. In fact, not only her but everyone else in the venue turned to Jean in disbelief. The hall's lighting was dimmed, not completely dark. They could see Jean calling the price with her hand raised. Eden reacted bitterly to her call. Jasmine even wore a gloomy look on her face. What's that woman doing? She thought Jean had learned to be smart, so it surprised her when Jean embarrassed Octavia in front of everyone. Was Jean not afraid of Octavia's retaliation after the wedding? HMPH, she's as stupid as ever. With that in mind, Eden's voice sounded in her ears. 1 million. 1.2 million. Jean continued to raise the price. 1.4 million. 1.6 million. The gloom on Eden's face was obvious. He turned to Jean and glared at her. Jean received multiple questioning gazes but she was not concerned. Monica, on the other hand, got nervous. The Jean she knew was as feisty as ever. The almighty queen could never be brought down that easily. She even started to consider throwing all her money in to support Jean if Jean really ran out of money. The thought of Eden losing the bid and the grumpy look on Jasmine gave Monica an adrenaline rush. 1.8 million. Eden squeezed the price out of his clenched teeth. 2.4 million. Jean said. Oh my God. Monica started to count how much money she had in her purse. She did not put any hope in her husband, who was just a poor doctor. How much would a surgeon earn annually? Besides, based on her understanding, Finn would never lend her the money. The man was stingy and calculative and they could barely agree on the same thing. Monica thought of her father. She even started to think of ways to persuade her father to lend her the money. If she acted hard enough or shed a couple of tears, she could get a few $100,000, probably. She inhaled deeply. The hall went quiet. No one raised the price after Jean's 2.4 million. Monica whispered in Jean's ears, "How much money do you have?" "Not a single penny." Monica widened her eyes in shock. She started to rub her hands anxiously. 2.4 million was an astronomical figure even to her. She started to wonder if her father would beat her to death after asking for the money. 2.4 calling once. 2.4 calling twice. 3 million. Eden shouted his last offer. Monica's heart was pounding furiously. She had a glance at Jean and she strongly believed Jean would raise the price again. Jean, however, remained calm and there was not a hint of emotion on her face. Monica cautiously asked, "Are you going to raise the price again?" "Nope. I don't have the money," Jean said. Monica sighed a breath of relief. "Geez, if you don't have the money, why are you raising the price?" The MC on the stage started counting down after Eden's call. 3 million calling once. The hall went quiet. Eden glared at Jean as if he was waiting for a challenge. Jean felt it too but she was not concerned. She did not raise the price because she wanted the piece of rock. She simply wanted to waste people's money. 3 million calling twice. The hall remained silent. 4.5 million. Just when everyone thought Eden was going to win the bid, a strong voice came from the dark. The charming voice caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. At the moment, everyone turned their attention to Fourth Master Swan. The man wore a cold look for the entire night and it was at this moment, he became the highlight of the event. Eden looked at his uncle in disbelief. Fourth Master Swan did not look at anyone but the stone on the stage. The MC was stunned for a while before he regained his composure. 4.5 million. Is there another offer? Eden dared not go against his uncle, and 4.5 million had far exceeded his limit. His limit was actually below 3 million. 4.5 million calling once, 4.5 million calling twice. Sold to fourth Master Swan. Congratulations. The MC hit the gavel excitedly. The staff took the stone and delivered it to fourth Master Swan. The man had a glance at the stone before Teddy accepted it. He looked at the stone in his hand and then his master. Since when did the master he served become so unusual? Chapter 14. Jean broke fourth Master Swan's ordinance? The charity ball ended with the last item in its new owner's hands. Everyone started to leave the venue. Jean held George's hand as they walked toward the Lawrence family's car. Before she could get into the car, she was forced to a stop. Fourth Master Swan was standing in front of her, with his attendant, Teddy. Ms. Lawrence, fourth Master Swan called her. His action caught a lot of attention. The line of cars coming to the entrance to pick up the guests was already long enough, and with fourth Master Swan standing in front, the line got longer. Yes, fourth Master Swan, is there anything? Jean asked calmly. Fourth Master Swan moved his fingers and Teddy presented a box to Jean. Jean knew that inside the box was the sapphire that fourth Master Swan had bid with 4.5 million. She looked at him and asked, "What's the meaning of this, fourth Master Swan?" "For you," the man said with a serious temperament. He was not joking. Jean tightened her lips. The eyes on them increased by the second. "I don't deserve this. I did nothing," she said. Back at the garden, "Thank you for your praise, Ms. Lawrence." Fourth Master Swan curled his lips into a perfect smile. Jean was astonished and could barely react to the situation. Fourth Master Swan thanked her because she had defended his private parts in front of those girls. It seemed like this man was unlike any other. She smiled and said, "I simply stated the truth. You're too kind." Fourth Master Swan stared at her. The man was not much of a talker. When he stared at someone with full concentration, the person would certainly develop chills. "You don't like it?" he asked with raised brows. "I don't," she said frankly. "You don't?" If she did not like it, why did she raise the price so high earlier? Confused, everyone looked at her, expecting an answer. "I'm just bored and just wanted to test my voice," Jean said nonchalantly. Fourth Master Swan continued to stare at her. He was speechless at her answer. Teddy noticed something strange with his master and believed that his master was already regretting his decision to get the sapphire. A long while later, fourth Master Swan said, "That's a good voice, Ms. Lawrence." He then turned away and walked off swiftly. Jean saw him off before she went into the car with George. Slowly but certainly, the guests all left the venue. Jasmine got into her car and she was not in a good mood. Everyone saw the interaction between Jean and fourth Master Swan and she wished she could strangle Jean on the spot. She was already pissed when Jean purposely raised the price just to waste Eden's money. She was okay to lose the sapphire to fourth Master Swan, but to her surprise, fourth Master Swan wanted to give it to Jean as a gift. If this got out, she would definitely be embarrassed. Her body was shaking due to anger, but she had to force herself to calm down beside Eden. Eden was not in a good mood either. He had no idea when Jean started to contact his uncle. He believed the two only knew each other just recently. Since Jean just came back to the city 3 days ago, it was almost impossible for her to go after his uncle this quickly. In addition, it was well known that his uncle had no women by his side. It was also impossible that his uncle suddenly fell for Jean. Something must have happened without his knowledge. Eden clenched his fists. "I cannot let Jean go after Uncle Edward. I must make her succumb to me and only to me. I want her to understand that it's suicide to disobey me." Fourth Master Swan was quiet in his car. Teddy had the $4.5 million stone in his hands. It felt heavier than its actual weight. Usually, when his master remained quiet, Teddy would too. The car arrived at the Swan family's residence. The Swan family's residence was a spacious villa equipped with a jungle-like garden. The garden was segregated into different sections and each section had its independent villa. Fourth Master Swan's villa was named Bamboo Garden. The car stopped in front of the villa and Teddy opened the door for his master. Fourth Master Swan came down from the car and strode into his villa. Every segregated garden was luxurious and grand. A single villa in the residence was over 4,000 square feet, let alone the greens and lush that surrounded the building. Teddy had no idea what his master was feeling today. It was strange and he had never encountered a situation like this before. He wisely put the sapphire in his master's room and left. Fourth Master Swan came out from the shower with a loose bathrobe hanging over his shoulders. His fit physique and pronounced abs made him the sexiest man in the city. He had a glance at the sapphire before he went to bed. He laid down and stared at the ceiling. His mind was replaying the scene with that voluptuous body in the silver dress, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get rid of it. The temperature in the room got higher all of a sudden. Teddy knocked on the door before he came in, and he saw his master coming out of the showers again. He really had the feeling that his master had lost his mind. When he saw his master's body, even his eyes gleamed. The charms of his master could even enchant a straight man. "Sir, Master Winter is here for you." Fourth Master Swan hummed a reply, and Teddy left reverently. A moment later, a frivolous man came into the room. Fourth Master Swan was drying his hair. Knox came in and smelled something unusual in the air. He had a glance at the trash can and spotted used tissue. "Did you play with yourself?" Fourth Master Swan's hand froze for a moment. He tossed the towel aside and said, "I'm a man too." "I thought you didn't know that. Sometimes, I don't even know if you're human." Knox was a little carried away. Fourth Master Swan turned a blind eye at Knox's excitement. "I heard Teddy say you tried to stop Ms. Lawrence in the garden earlier." "Stop listening to gossip about me," Fourth Master Swan said. Knox rolled his eyes and switched the topic. "Here's the information you want on the Locke family." Fourth Master Swan had a glance at the document. "Put it there, I'll have a look later." "What are you trying to do to the Locke family?" "It's none of your business." "Come on, Edward, you haven't been this normal for a long time," Knox said. "That's Uncle Edward to you." Fourth Master Swan had a glance at Knox. He wore a cold look and said, "That's just you. I've always been normal." "If you're normal, you'll at least have a woman in your room." "Go home. I'm tired." Fourth Master Swan wanted Knox out. "Do you want me to get you a girl or something? It's different from playing with yourself." "You can go play on my behalf." Knox was speechless at the man's reply. He turned around and left. He started to wonder who exactly was Jean Lawrence. What did she do to break Fourth Master Swan's ordinance? Chapter 15. A powerful comeback. Jean brought George back to the Lawrence family's manor. Alexander arrived home first. Instead of going back to his room, he sat down in the living hall. Jennifer, Jasmine, and Joshua were there too. Jasmine's eyes were red and puffy as if she had just cried a river. Jean ignored everyone and wanted to go upstairs with George. "Hold up!" Alexander bellowed. He was so loud that it felt like even the manor trembled. Jean turned around calmly as if she was not startled at all. She asked, "Yes?" Alexander was furious. "Do you have any idea what you did earlier? Have you not learned your lesson? Many years have passed but you still never change. You're still reckless. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Jean stared straight into Alexander's eyes. Alexander bolted up and walked toward his daughter. He lifted his hand into the air and wanted to slap Jean on the face. Nervous, George tightened his grip on his mother's hand. Jean barely reacted as she said, "Slap me and the wedding with the Locke family is over." Alexander's hand froze in midair because he was threatened by Jean's words. He had been in the business world for many years and not many things or people were able to provoke him, let alone threats. He glared at Jean and he saw the look on her face, unwilling to back down. With gnashing teeth, Alexander put his hand down and said, "You just embarrassed the Locke family in public and you're still thinking about the wedding? The most important thing about business-related weddings is profit. As long as the wedding can bring both families enough value and profit, there's nothing that can't be fixed. Besides, you never asked me if I'm willing to marry Thetis either," Jean said with a scoff. Alexander was silenced by Jean's argument. He did not expect her to understand the meaning of the wedding to this extent. "There are a few reasons why I did that to Octavia. First, it's not George's fault and I'm standing up for my son. Second, if I choose to accept her attitude tonight, given Octavia's character, she'll put me in a difficult position when I move in after the wedding. I did what I did because I want the Locke family to know that I'm not someone they can take advantage of. So, why do you think I did something wrong tonight?" Jean asked as she stared at her father. "Regardless, you shouldn't have embarrassed them in front of the crowd." "I didn't start it. She was the one who forced me to do it. Do you think I should just take it silently?" Jean raised a brow and she added, "Or do you think standing up for myself is something wrong? Like what happened 7 years ago?" Alexander bellowed, "Enough. Stop talking about 7 years ago, you deserved it." Jean smirked coldly. "Okay. Aside from the Locke family, why did you raise the price during the auction?" Alexander continued to interrogate his daughter. Are you trying to tell the public that there's dissension in the family? Are you trying to start a fight with your brother-in-law? If I didn't raise the price, do you think the outsiders will think that our family is loving and peaceful? Everyone knew the real situation when Jasmine barged into my relationship and got me thrown out of the manor. Do you think the masses are stupid? We act in front of others and they'll think that our family is loving and peaceful? Jean. Besides, I did it because I'm trying to give Eden a chance to show how much he loves Jasmine. I simply raised the price but he still did his best to get the sapphire for Jasmine. People will only regard him as a loving fiancé. Jean suddenly chuckled. Though no one expects Fourth Master Swan to interrupt. Fourth Master Swan's interruption amused her a lot. Sis, what you did tonight affected my relationship with Eden, and yet you're still mocking me. Jasmine grumbled with teary eyes. Jean stared at Jasmine. Please don't call me sis. I don't want to have nightmares later. Jasmine was shocked by the answer. Jean added, if a little auction was enough to affect your relationship with Eden, then the vicious vows and oaths that you took in front of the media will come true. Am I right? Jean, Jasmine shouted. Jennifer pulled her daughter back. That's enough, stop it. Jasmine wanted to strangle Jean. Jean's beautiful smile remained on her face. It's getting late. I'm going to bed. Good night. She held George's hand and went upstairs while the others looked at her. Jasmine was frustrated and embarrassed. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she grumbled, Dad, Mom, Jean came back to embarrass us all. She's trying to cause trouble, she must be. Alexander was not in a good mood. Enough. She's valuable to us now, so just let her be for the time being. After the wedding, I'll make her pay for what she did. Jasmine turned to Jennifer. Jennifer showed her a profound gaze and it calmed her down. Jasmine switched back to her obedient and soft side and said with a pampering tone, Dad, Jean looks nothing like a Lawrence. She's never a Lawrence, Alexander bellowed. Jasmine was delighted. Now that Jean had returned, Jasmine ought to give her a difficult time. She would never be as merciful as 7 years ago. She swore she would make Jean wish that she was dead. Jean returned to her room with George. She got George his pajamas and told him to prepare for bed. George took his pajamas and said, Mom, you did good tonight, Jean praised. George blinked out of confusion. If you're kind, people will take advantage of you. If you can't tolerate anymore, just retaliate. Jean ruffled the boy's curly hair. George smiled with his mother's assuring support. He never liked to smile but when he did, he became the cutest boy on earth. Jean wanted to kiss the boy's puffy cheeks, but she pinched them instead. It felt as soft as a baby's bottom. She stared into George's big googly eyes and said, George, We're going to have some rough days ahead of us, Jean said nonchalantly but the look on her face was serious. George said steadfastly, I'm not afraid. No one can take advantage of you or bully you, not even my dead father. Jean hugged the boy in her arms. The little boy was the reason that she made it through her toughest times. He was the one who gave her hope in her darkest days. There were only a few important people left in her life, George, Monica, and Kingsley. The others could die 1,000 times and she would not even blink. Chapter 16. Jasmine, embarrassed. The next morning, while Jean was still sitting on the toilet bowl, she received Monica's call. She answered, Monica, Jean. I'm losing my mind. Oh my God. Monica's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. She sounded like she was suffering a meltdown and was screaming crazily. Dr. Jones made you mad? Jean was rather calm. What? Don't even bring that man into this. He has nothing to do with this. Then, what's wrong? Jasmine, your little B*TCHY stepsister. Did you know what she posted online? What? Jean furrowed her brows. She posted, and I quote, Thank you, Uncle Edward. With a picture of that sapphire from last night. Oh my God. Is Edward Swan out of his mind? He outbid Eden just to get the sapphire for Jasmine? Ridiculous. Jean remained quiet. Something felt strange and it was not a comfortable feeling. I know I left earlier than you yesterday but I heard Edward, Fourth Master Swan wanted to give you the sapphire. I didn't even get to ask you about that and it ended up in Jasmine's hand? I said no to the gift. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Monica screamed. I thought it was a rumor, that Edward Swan doesn't react to women? Jean had to move the phone away from the deafening scream. Now that Jasmine has that piece of stone, she'll show it off. She's already aggrandizing what Eden did for her before this and now with the stone from Fourth Master Swan, it'll only get worse. Just let her do what she wants, Jean said without being concerned. Have you forgotten how that B*TCH snatched your man? How did your father beat you up and toss you out of the house? If I were you, I would F*C King kill that B*TCH. Okay, calm down. I'm in the toilet. I'll talk to you later. Jean did not want to talk about Jasmine with Monica while sitting on the toilet bowl. Dealing with Jasmine was only a matter of time. You're still taking a SH*T? I'm dying because of this. I even feel like I'm having a period cramp. Jean could feel Monica's anger through the phone. By the way, Jean had a bad feeling rising from her heart. Do you want me to leak the news about the stone? I'll tell people that Fourth Master Swan gave you the stone but you don't want it, so he gave it to Jasmine. I'm sure Jasmine will surely be pissed and embarrassed by it. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Are you trying to go up against Fourth Master Swan? Jean stopped her friend's ridiculous thought. Monica clenched her teeth tightly. If it could embarrass Jasmine, she would take the risk. There was a crowd when Fourth Master Swan wanted to give me the stone yesterday, and who do you think is audacious enough to deny it today? Jean reminded her friend. Monica was unhappy with her friend dissuading her, but her friend was right. If Monica offended Fourth Master Swan, her family business might go out of business overnight. Jean said, it's not news that Jasmine is a B*TCH, so let her have her way for a few more days. Don't worry, she won't end well and she'll get what she deserves. Jeannie, you have no idea how much I hate her. The thought of what she did to you back then gives me the urge to strangle her alive, Monica said with gnashing teeth. I know, I have to go now. George is calling me. Jean then hung up the phone. The moment she tapped on the screen, her lips curled into a smirk. It was impossible for Jean to turn a deaf ear at what she heard from Monica. She did not expect Fourth Master Swan to give the sapphire to Jasmine. She inhaled deeply and told herself not to care. Those who were irrelevant could do whatever they wanted and she would not care. She got up from the toilet bowl and started to wash her face. When she came out of the bathroom, her phone rang again. The caller ID showed Monica's name again and it made her frown. She answered the phone. What's wrong with you, Monica? Who made you mad again? Jeannie, ha ha ha, I'm laughing my *SS off now, ha 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 ha. Monica was laughing maniacally on the other end of the phone. Jean rolled her eyes. It had only been a few minutes and Monica's personality went through a drastic change. Didn't you warn me about offending Fourth Master Swan? I just saw someone posted the news online and it was trending. Someone said that Fourth Master Swan originally wanted to give you the sapphire and you declined it, so it's practically saying Jasmine is taking something that you don't want. I can only imagine the look on her face. It's like a huge slap in her face. Monica was laughing out of control. Jean frowned. Who posted the news? How do I know? But this person must be bold. Monica was not overly concerned about who posted the news. I'm sure I'm not the only one who dislikes Jasmine. Half of the high society despises her. If it wasn't for Eden, no one would even talk to her. Jean had a feeling that something else was happening. Aside from the audacious person who leaked the news, there were many media companies in Southampton, but which one was bold enough to post the news about Fourth Master Swan? Hey, what's wrong? Aren't you happy about this? Monica grumbled because she did not get a response from Jean. No, I'm trying to contain my excitement, Jean said with a smile. She did not care who did it either, as long as it could embarrass Jasmine, it was enough. I'll talk to you later. I have to go follow the news. Monica suddenly hung up the phone. Jean was left speechless while staring at the silent phone. Mom, why are you smiling? George stared at her with his googly eyes. Jean blinked and regained her composure. It's nothing. Go wash up. Okay. George was not someone curious, so he went into the bathroom as told. Meanwhile on the streets of Southampton, the morning sun shed its warmth and light on the trees by the sideway and cast shadows on the ground. A black car was moving on the busiest street of the city. Teddy was in the passenger seat, checking the messages on his phone. He saw the trends on social media and it made him gasp. He turned around and said, Sir, someone is talking about you on the internet. Edward looked at his attendant. They say the sapphire that you gave Jasmine is the one Jean declined. Teddy carefully sized up his master's reaction when he informed the news. I'll send someone to deal with it immediately. It's okay, Edward Said. Teddy frowned. His master hated being on the trends or headlines and this was gossip instead of something commemorable. Are you sure you don't want to take any action? Teddy asked cautiously. If we let this culprit go, he or she might get worse next time. Knox can only be that annoying. Master Winter leaked the news. Teddy was in awe. I told him to, Edward Said. Teddy was baffled by the answer. He started to believe that his master had lost his mind. Chapter 17. Negotiating with the Lawrence family. When Jean brought George downstairs, she saw Jasmine in the living hall with a gloomy look. Her feelings went through a roller coaster ride in just one morning. She received the sapphire from Fourth Master Swan earlier and she was over the moon. She posted on her social media to thank her, Uncle Edward, to show that she was a polite and grateful girl. She also used the chance to show off to her friends. Instead of Eden, the sapphire was worth a lot more when it was from Fourth Master Swan. It was a sign that she was accepted by the Swan family and it would boost her status in high society from now on. To her surprise, while she was replying to all the praises and jealous comments, she suddenly saw something trending. Someone revealed that the sapphire was originally a gift for Jean from Fourth Master Swan. Jean declined it, so Fourth Master Swan gave it to her. In other words, she was picking up Jean's trash. What was worse was that she was flaunting the shiny stone a moment ago and now, the stone became her embarrassment. She had never experienced such a turn of events before. The moment she looked up from her phone, she saw Jean. Her embarrassment made her think that Jean was mocking her with a faint smirk. However, Jean did not even spare a glance at her. She was just walking with George. Nonetheless, Jean knew what happened and realized that Jasmine was embarrassed online due to her own stupidity, which made her feel great. Jean! Stop right there, Jasmine shouted. Jean stopped and looked at Jasmine. Are you not embarrassed enough? Do you want me to add fuel to the fire? Who do you think you are, Jean? Jasmine lost control of her patience. Jean's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. Jasmine vented her anger out by shouting, Dad threw you out of this house 7 years ago. You're no longer a Lawrence. Do you think you're still the princess of the house? Do you think you're here because Dad wants you to come back? You're here because we're using you as a tool to exchange for more profits for the family. What exactly are you so proud of? Jean stared at Jasmine blankly. Even George was staring at Jasmine with a less friendly gaze. The boy thought, as expected, everyone in the Lawrence family isn't a good person. Is that so? Jean barely reacted and did not want to care. The nonchalance on Jean's face fueled Jasmine's rage. She shouted at Jean, You're back because Dad wants you to marry that prick from the Locke family, Thetis Locke. Everyone in the high society knows that he's a piece of sh*t. He's a playboy and he never does anything good. No girl will ever marry him. The reason why Dad agreed to this proposal is because the wedding will bring us a huge sum of funding. You're saying the wedding between Thetis and I is happening because our family is getting funds from the Locke family? It's for $30 million. Do you really think Dad cares about you or your happiness? What a big fat joke, Jasmine cackled. Jean curled her lips into a mocking smirk. She lifted her brows slightly and waited. At the next moment, a deafening shout echoed in the living hall. Jasmine, what nonsense are you talking about? It was Jonathan, the head of the family. Jasmine was deeply shaken by the shout. She turned around and saw her grandfather descending an escalator. While Jonathan was too ill to move around the house frequently, Alexander usually went out for a morning jog around this hour with Jennifer. That was why Jasmine lashed out at Jean without holding back. She was shaking as she stared at her grandfather. Jonathan wore a gloomy look. He never liked to smile, so when he got angry or serious, the look on his face was scarier than usual. Jasmine's legs turned to jelly. Before Jasmine could say a word, Jean's eyes suddenly got teary and she said, Grandfather, I always thought you and Father summoned me back because you guys missed me. The wedding is happening because you want me to live the rest of my life without any worries and concerns. I was deeply grateful for that because I know I'm in no position to negotiate since I have a child. I really thank you and Father for arranging this for me. But now, I really didn't, I don't know. Her eyes got red and teary. She, too, knew how to act. Jean's sobbing and innocent look left Jasmine speechless. Jasmine stuttered, and no, Grandfather, it's not like that, it's not what she said. Jean argued with Dad last night and she knew this was a business marriage, a marriage to bridge two companies together.
Enough, Jonathan bellowed. Jasmine was on the brink of breaking into tears. What has your mother taught you all these years? Where are your manners and temperament? Jonathan scolded her. Jasmine was under Jennifer's protection since she was young and as a mother, Jennifer protected her from all the scoldings. This was her first time being scolded and it broke her into tears. Go back to your room. I don't want to see you out here in the next few days, Jonathan said with a commanding tone.
Jasmine pursed her lips and tears rolled down her cheeks. She glared at Jean before she ran upstairs. Jean was left alone with Jonathan in the living hall. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a few moments. Jonathan then said, "Put your sobs away. I know what you're thinking." Jean put her pretentious look away and grinned. "Grandfather, you still favor Jasmine, I see." Jonathan wore a cold look. "If I'm the one who talked to you like that, you'd have slapped me." "What's wrong with you? Trying to be vengeful, are you?" Jonathan bellowed. Jean chuckled. 7 years ago, when she came back from the Swan family after causing a scene, it was Jonathan's slap that welcomed her home. The slap was so strong that it almost made her deaf. It was impossible for her to forget that slap, even up until today. How could she not be vengeful, or hold a grudge at her grandfather? She said, "You want me to come back, here I am. You want me to marry Thetis?" I said yes. "But, if you want me to marry with such insults..." Jonathan glared at Jean. "Then no, I'm not going to accept the insults." Jean emphasized word by word. "What do you want?" The union between the Lawrence family and the Locke family is considered the union of two biggest families in Southampton. The profits for both sides are immeasurable. I'm thinking once I marry Thetis, both companies' share prices would surely go up by at least 5%. Besides, Jasmine said the Locke family will give us 30 million, Jean said nonchalantly. The look on Jonathan's face became more bitter. "We all know if Jasmine was telling the truth. I myself won't get anything, but I'm bringing a huge profit to the family," Jean said as she stared at Jonathan. She did not sound like she was begging the man to negotiate, but she sounded like she was stating a solid fact. "I'm not asking for much, I just want 5% of the company's shares." "Outrageous, you can continue dreaming about that." Jonathan declined without a second thought. "Then, tell Jasmine to prepare for the wedding instead." "Jean, have you learned your lesson from 7 years ago?" Jonathan bellowed again. "I actually did, that's why I know I can't rely on anyone other than myself. Think about it. If I don't get an answer from you tomorrow, I'll bring George out of this house, again." Jean then left with George without giving the man a chance to speak. Before she stepped out the door, she paused and turned around. "And I mean it." Chapter 18. Shaming Jasmine in public. Jonathan was furious. To anyone in the Lawrence family, the company's shares were much more important than life itself. How could he possibly give the share to an outsider? Later that day, Jonathan called Alexander to his study. The two of them stayed inside for a long time. No one knew what they were talking about. When Alexander came out of the study, the gloom on his face was as dark as the stormy clouds. Jennifer went up to him and asked, "Alex, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? You better ask your dear daughter and ask yourself how you taught her over the years." Alexander was angry. "Your daughter lashed out at Jean earlier and even said that the wedding with the Locke family is happening because we're getting 30 million from them. Now, Jean is using it against us and she wants father to give her 5% of the company's shares. Jean is full of herself. How could we possibly give her our company's shares? Not even Joshua had any." Jennifer was shocked. "I only have 10%, let alone the boy," Alexander said. "What did father say?" Jennifer asked out of concern. "What else? The wedding is around the corner. We can't turn down the deal now," Alexander said with gnashing teeth. He wished he could strangle Jean with his bare hands. "Father said yes? How could he say yes? If we agree to give Jean the shares this time, she'll ask for more." Jennifer was in disbelief. "Or else you'll have to tell Jasmine to marry Thetis instead," Alexander said. Jennifer was silenced. "That girl, what's wrong with her? She's always so tender and kind. Why must she lash out at Jean like that?" Alexander could barely contain his anger. "It must be Jean who made her angry. Jasmine has always been a kind girl, but Jean has been too much lately. You better watch Jasmine. Don't let her cause any more trouble before the wedding happens. I'll let her off this time, but there won't be a next time. Once Jean's wedding is over, I'll make her give us back the shares that she asked for," Alexander said angrily. Jennifer remained quiet. Alexander was already furious. Talking more would only make him angrier. Jennifer squinted her eyes. She thought she could let Jean be arrogant for a while since the wedding would mark the end of her life, but now, things had changed. She could no longer let Jean have it her way. On the same night, Jean received 5% of the company's shares from Jonathan. Everyone else was in the house. When she received the agreement from Jonathan, Jean's smile became as bright as the sun. The brighter her smile, the angrier Jasmine became. She wanted to rip those lips off Jean's face. She strongly believed it was all Jean's evil plans. Jean agreed to come back to marry Thetis just so she could erect an image of an obedient girl, but she was planning something in the dark. Jasmine suspected that Jean was using her in the dark and lured her to reveal the truth. With that, Jean would have the leverage to negotiate with Jonathan. Jasmine pressed her lips tightly. Jean, I want you to know the shares aren't given to you without a cost. Jonathan voiced his threats. Don't worry, I know what to do now that I have the shares. Good. Grandfather, Jean said. Speak. I thank you for the shares, but as far as I remember, you're not the one who insulted me today, she said. Jean, don't you push it. Don't get over yourself. Jonathan showed an inconceivable look. I just want Jasmine to apologize to me, Jean said frankly. Jasmine was already feeling aggrieved after what had happened, and now, Jean wanted her to apologize. What Jasmine said hurt me, Jean said. Jonathan wore a cold look. Or, do you think Jasmine has the right to simply insult me? Jasmine, apologize to your sister, Jonathan commanded. Jasmine was going crazy. She did not know why she must apologize to Jean. Apologize, Jonathan bellowed. Jasmine was shaken once again. Even Jennifer tossed a meaningful gaze at her, signaling her to obey her grandfather. Jasmine wanted to kill Jean if she could. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she muttered, I'm sorry. Jean raised a brow. What did you say? I didn't hear you. You're too soft. Jasmine glared at Jean, but Jean simply smiled at her. Jasmine clenched her teeth and shouted, I'm sorry. Jean widened her smile. It's okay. Jasmine continued to glare at Jean. She had never felt so aggrieved in her life before. A little advice, Jasmine. As someone from a wealthy family, you must know what you should say and what you shouldn't. Try to understand that, or else when you go out, people will think that you lack the education, though it's true. Jean paused for a moment. She then added, on second thought, you're not exactly a princess, at most a peasant who has gotten power. I guess the high society is a little more tolerant to peasants. Jean, Jasmine could barely control her anger. It was her mother who held her back. Shut it, Jennifer said. Mom, Jasmine stared at her mother. She could no longer endure the insults from Jean. Jennifer held Jasmine back and showed a smile at Jonathan. Dad, I'll take Jasmine back to her room. Jonathan nodded with a bitter look. Jean watched as Jennifer took Jasmine away. She then said, Grandfather, Father, I'll be going as well. Jonathan hummed a reply. Jean left the study and returned to her room. George was playing on his computer. His fingers were moving across the keyboard nimbly and swiftly. Jean did not disturb her son's work. She sat on the armchair in a delighted mood and pulled out her phone to scroll through the news of Southampton. Fourth Master Swan's news was still trending since morning. It seemed like the people of this city were very interested in the man. She had a few scrolls before her phone rang. She had no idea how many times Monica had to call her in a day. Monica. It was a little noisy on the other side of the phone. Monica said, Jean, holy sh*t. Monica was never a lady. She practiced high society etiquette but never used them. Guess who I just saw in the club? Dr. Jones? Why are you talking about him? Monica was vexed. Jean chuckled. I saw Thetis, that prick. What the hell, man? You guys are engaged and he's still hugging two girls in his arms and dancing on the floor. What the f***ck? Are you coming down here to catch him in the act? Monica questioned her friend. I'll pass. Jean rejected the thought. She had nothing to do with Thetis anyway. Why would she want to waste her time on someone irrelevant to her plan? Chapter 19. Monica's complex feeling. No? You guys are going to be husband and wife soon and you're not even angry that he's clubbing with other girls? I mean, I won't marry him, Jean said. But, no buts. Jean did not want to dwell on the topic. She switched the topic and said, by the way, why are you in a club? You're married. Shouldn't you be a good wife and be with your husband at this hour? A good wife? The marriage between me and Finn is just on paper. We have our own lives, don't tell me to be a good lady. Besides, he's having more fun than me. What happened between you two? Jean raised a brow. Jean knew nothing about Monica's marriage. What? Monica patronized her. I clearly remember when you were in college, you called me and told me you've fallen for someone at first sight. Finn ticked every box of your ideal man and you loved him with your heart. Everyone in Southampton knows you're the one who chases after him instead of the other way around. I was naive back then. So, you just broke up with him? Monica simply hummed a reply. So, what happened? Why did you break up with him? There's nothing I can say about it, Monica stammered. Monica, come on. It's almost the same with you and Eden back then. You cheated on him. Jean blurted. Come on. What the hell, Jean? Do I look like a horny slut to you? Am I that cheap in your eyes? Monica was agitated. Then why did you marry him in the end? Jean asked. It's anything but love reignited. Monica, okay, stop it. Finn and I are just husband and wife on the paper. We're going to have a divorce sooner or later, Monica said, but unwilling to reveal the details. I think Finn is quite okay. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. You saw him a few times and you think he's quite okay. Don't let that handsome face lie to you. I was deceived by his polite looks. I thought he was timid and loyal, but he's a piece of sh*t. A prick. I'd rather fall in love with any other man in the world than loving him again. Jean wanted to console her friend, but Monica lost the interest to continue. Fine. If you don't want to come, I'll go have a drink myself. Try to control yourself, okay? I'm not 3. Go to sleep. Tell my godson I'll bring him to a theme park when I'm free. The call then ended abruptly. Jean stared at her darkened phone with deep thoughts. It was her first meeting with Finn during the charity ball last night. However, a few years ago, she received a call from an unregistered number and it turned out to be the man. During that call, Finn was quiet for a while before he said he got her phone number from Monica's phone. He even said that he did not want to call her or trouble her since she was abroad at that time. Jean could tell from Finn's tone that the man went through a lot of struggles to have the resolution to call her. He should not be a man who preferred to trouble people with his personal matters. She's avoiding me. I don't know what to do, so I decided to call you. Can you please tell Monica that I'm waiting for her in front of her house? I really love her. Jean had no idea what happened back then. All she knew was that Finn was telling her with a sobbing tone, so she agreed to help. She called Monica after that, but Monica did not pick up. She tried calling for a whole day, but it was still fruitless. Due to the time difference, she decided to call Monica on the second day, but before she could, she received another call from Finn again. Thank you, but you don't have to call her anymore. And please don't tell her that I called you before. It was just a night, but his tone had changed drastically as if he regarded Monica as a stranger. What happened next was that Monica announced their breakup, but then they ended up married. Jean clearly remembered that Monica had a few boyfriends after the breakup, but she did not have the time to spare her energy to follow up on the matter back then. Now, she had no idea what she missed. The problem with Monica's love life was not that complicated either. The woman was sitting at the bar, drinking her cocktail. She broke up with her ex-boyfriend and got married to her ex-boyfriend again. As for her ex-boyfriend, Monica chugged down the entire glass of cocktail. She paid and left the club. It was rare for her to go home this early. She did not want to go back to that man. The man's disciplined lifestyle and boring approach to things drove her crazy. She did not want to live like a machine. Fortunately, a few years ago, Finn cheated on her. She wandered her way to the taxi and a while later, she returned to Finn's mansion. Monica's father bought the mansion, but the place was under Finn's name. She had no idea why her old man wanted to do that in the first place. How could he treat his son-in-law better than his own daughter? She put her finger on the fingerprint lock, and when she opened the door, she knew the man was already asleep. It was not even 11 o'clock at night. Slightly tipsy, she wandered her way to the bedroom. When she went in, she saw a naked man before her. She stared at him and he looked at her. A few seconds later, Finn, casually and boldly, tied the towel over his waist. Have you seen enough? Monica regained her composure and her face blushed. There's nothing for me to see, she said in disdain. Your room is next door. Don't always barge into my room when you're drunk, Finn said coldly. Monica rolled her eyes. She did not walk into the wrong room on purpose. When are we going to get a divorce? She asked. When do you want to get a divorce? He asked. What? You think I'm too afraid to get a divorce? No, what are you even afraid of? You're fearless. You kissed another man right after a breakup. What else can you possibly be afraid of? Yeah, at least it's after a breakup. It's better than some prick who cheated during a relationship. Finn glared at her. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I saw that girl here sleeping with you. What's wrong? Fed up with her already? Monica teased. Get out. Finn suddenly got angry. Monica wore a bitter look. She turned around and slammed the door to a close. She returned to her own room and collapsed on her spacious bed. That prick. I'll divorce him sooner or later, she squinted her eyes. Her phone suddenly buzzed. She had a glance at the notification. Monica, did you know that Michael is coming back next week? Michael? Michael Ross? Michael was none other than her ex-boyfriend. Chapter 20. Fourth Master Swan, My Mother and I Don't Like You. Back at the Lawrence family's manor, Jean made another call after Monica hung up on her. What a surprise that you called me. A teasing and sly voice came from the other end of the call. I want some eyes on Thetis Locke and I need some pictures of him, Jean said. Sure, the voice answered, and I want you to hasten the transfer to Southampton. How fast are we talking about? A week. You overestimated me. I just received the Lawrence family's company shares of 5% just now. Jean was not in a negotiating mood. Great. Good job. The man was not stingy with his praise. Keep in touch. Wait. Before Jean hung up the phone, the man held back. Jean hummed. I heard that you met Fourth Master Swan during last night's charity ball. You got the news already? Jean ridiculed. Stay away from him, the man said seriously. I know, he's not a good man, neither are you. The man on the other end of the phone was silenced. At least I'm good to you. That's why I'm still working for you. Jean, the man sounded moved. That's it. I know what you want to say. Jean stopped the man immediately. The man chuckled. Hee hee, good girl. The seemingly meaningless call then ended. George was done with his work. He had a look at his mother and asked, Kingsley? Jean smiled. I need a little favor from him. George nodded with a hum. Are you going to take a bath? Yeah. Jean then got up and picked some fresh clothes for George. George obediently waddled to the bathroom alone. Jean smiled at the body's cute figure. She really hoped that George could have a normal and fulfilling life. The upcoming week was a peaceful one for the Lawrence family. Jasmine might hate Jean, but because Alexander warned her not to do something rash, the girl did not cross the line. All she wished for was Jean to marry the prick, Thetis, and get the money from the Locke family. After that, she could come up with 1,000 ways to torture Jean. She strongly believed she could make Jean wish that she was dead instead. Moreover, her wedding with Eden was also around the corner. They were already preparing for the event, so she forced herself to forget Jean for the time being and focus on the preparation. During Jonathan's 78th birthday, some guests were invited to the manor for dinner. It originally started as a small gathering but ended up with all the nobles and blue bloods at their door. The guests claimed that they were there to celebrate Old Master Lawrence's birthday, but they were actually there to win favors because the Lawrence family would soon be in-laws with the Swan family. The birthday even attracted a huge crowd to the manor. Fortunately, the place was big enough to house 100+ guests, and it made the spacious manor a little more lively than usual. When Jean brought George downstairs, there was already a crowd in the living hall.
Everyone in the Lawrence family was talking to the guests, welcoming them, except for Jean.
She was not fond of socializing or mingling either, so she brought George out to the garden. There were also guests in the garden but none talked to her, so she simply ignored them. She brought George to a quiet corner. Jean, an angry voice of a man sounded behind her. Jean turned around and saw Thetis. He bellowed, I came all the way here and you didn't even come to invite me into the house? Jean smirked. I didn't even hold you responsible for what happened to my mother the other day. Try to behave yourself today. Thetis threatened her. How do you want me to behave, Second Master Locke? Jean asked. Be attentive, listen to what I say and don't embarrass me. Jean remained silent. The anger on Thetis' face grew. Did you hear me? Jean nodded softly. Yes. Now, come with me to go greet your grandfather. A slight pause later, Jean looked at George and said, Take a walk. I'll be right back. George nodded. Jean followed Thetis away. George saw them off before he wanted to take a stroll around the garden. Before he could take his first step, a familiar voice of a man came from behind. Your name is George. George turned around and found Fourth Master Swan standing at the pavilion behind him. He had no idea when the man appeared. He stared at the man with puffy cheeks. I'm Edward Swan, the man introduced himself. Teddy, who was just beside Edward, believed that his master had been acting strange lately. By right, Old Master Lawrence's birthday should be attended by Eden's father. Why would Fourth Master Swan attend instead? Even after he arrived at the manor, he did not talk to anyone and came straight to the pavilion. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Could it be that Fourth Master Swan is waiting for this kid? It was Teddy's first time listening to his master introducing himself this solemnly, and yet the kid barely reacted. You want candy? Edward pulled out a lollipop from his jacket pocket. Teddy was baffled by his master's action. Is he trying to bribe the kid? As far as he knew, his master hated children. Even third Master Swan's children dared not approach their uncle. My teeth are growing. My mom said having too much candy will give me cavities. George declined the offer. Is that so? Edward curled his lips into a grin. He put the lollipop back into his pocket and said, "This is my first time at your house. Can you please give me a tour around?" "This isn't my house," George said. Edward looked rather surprised. "My mom said this isn't our house. This is just where we're staying temporarily," the boy explained. Edward nodded. "Still, you know the place better than me. This place is so big, I'm afraid that I might get lost." "If you get lost, you can ask the servants for directions." "You don't seem to like me," Edward sighed with a raised brow. George nodded. "I really don't like you." Edward was a little stunned. Teddy was sweating nervously. "This brat is really bold." "Not only me. My mom doesn't like you either," George added. Edward stared at the boy blankly. He saw the seriousness on the boy's face when he expressed his hatred. For a moment there, it felt like the world went silent around Edward. A while later, Edward smiled, but it was more of a complicated smile than a bright one. Teddy had been by his master's side for many years and even he had no idea what the smile meant. "Well then, excuse me, Edward sighed." He then turned around and left, just like that. Teddy was stunned on the spot for a few seconds before he nervously caught up to his master. "What's wrong with fourth Master Swan lately?" Chapter 21. George stunned everyone. In the Lawrence family's courtyard. The courtyard was still bustling with activity. Jean accompanied Thetis to see old Master Lawrence. At that time, all the members of the Locks were there. Octavia was very good at adapting to the situation. When she saw Jean and Thetis, she took the initiative to say with enthusiasm, "Jeannie, our misunderstanding turned into a joke last time. I apologize. You didn't take it to heart, did you?" Jean naturally knew how to act too. She quickly said, "You overstated it, Auntie. These few days, I've also been reflecting on myself. I shouldn't have argued with you like that in public. It was my fault." "Don't say that. I was too emotional at that time. We're all family. The past is in the past." Jennifer played the role of a good person. "In the future, once Jeannie gets married, please take good care of her." "Of course. I'll definitely treat her like my own daughter." Jennifer and Octavia flattered each other very well.
The atmosphere in the room was unusually harmonious because of them. After staying in old Master Lawrence's room for a while, everyone returned to the living room and greeted the guests who came and went.
At this moment, George also walked into the living room from the outside and walked to Jean's side. Thetis hated George. When he saw George walking over, he did not look too good. Nonetheless, he knew he could not show it at such an occasion. He simply did not take the initiative to pay attention to George. At this moment, in the large living room, a melodious song came from the piano. Everyone looked over. They saw a child sitting playing the grand piano in the hall of the Lawrence family's manor smoothly. That child was none other than Jeremiah, the son of Thetis's brother, Hugh. For a 6-year-old child, Jeremiah was not bad to be able to play at this level. Obviously, everyone in the hall seemed to be amazed by him. The song ended. Jeremiah left the piano and bowed politely. Everyone in the hall applauded. Octavia stood beside Jeremiah and said hurriedly, "My grandson said that he wanted to play a song to wish old Master Lawrence a happy birthday." "Thank you." Alexander quickly went forward and said, "Jeremiah is so thoughtful." Damien also echoed from the side. The others also complimented him. "Damien, your grandson is really capable." "He was just making a fool of himself. You're too humble." "If my grandson was as capable as yours, I wouldn't have to worry so much." The others kept praising him. Jeremiah was also very proud. At this moment, he was being led by Octavia to Thetis's side. The smug look on his face made his nostrils turn up. Thetis carried his nephew and sneered at Jean. "Your son can never be compared to him. I'd be embarrassed to bring your son out in the future." Jean gave Thetis a sidelong glance. Originally, Jean did not care about these things at all. Seeing Octavia deliberately showing off in front of her, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She knew very well that Octavia was doing this to take revenge by showing her magnanimity as George stepped on her gown the last time. Octavia was quite sinister to have schemed this. Jean held George's little hand and walked toward the grand piano. At this moment, Alexander and Damien were still there. Seeing Jean bring George over, Alexander's expression changed slightly. Those who were clever knew that given the relationship between the Lawrences and the Locks at the moment, Everyone wanted to compare Jeremiah and George. Jean did not care about Alexander's expression at that moment. She carried George and sat him down on the piano.
Jean. Alexander went forward and stopped her abruptly. Don't humiliate yourself.
Even so, Jean still ignored him. She bent down and whispered into George's ear, 80% will do. George nodded. In the hall, many people looked due to Jean's actions. Many people thought that Jean's illegitimate child was unremarkable and looked silly. They thought that she did not know what was good for her for wanting to compete with the grandson of the Locks. Did this ex-princess think that she had not made enough of a fool out of herself? However, at that moment, when a melodious song came from the piano again, everyone was stunned. George was moving his little fingers on the piano skillfully. Every note seemed to be transformed from his fingertips. Even a layman could tell that the melody was much better than Jeremiah's. It was almost as good as a professional performance. Furthermore, the tune that George played was not on the same level as Jeremiah's. George was completely superior to Jeremiah at this time. Everyone was ready to laugh at George, but they were suddenly stunned. The whole venue was extremely quiet. This went on until the song ended. When the song ended, there was no applause. Perhaps it was because everyone was shocked, or perhaps it was because they were unwilling to admit that this illegitimate child who was looked down upon by everyone was so capable. It was until an applaud was slowly heard coming from the main hall's entrance. The person clapping was the famous fourth Master Swan of Southampton City. Teddy felt the gazes of everyone in the hall, and he was on the verge of collapse. He was on the verge of collapse because of his master. They had just left the Lawrence family's courtyard, yet he was suddenly told to return the way they came. Has master been possessed? When everyone saw fourth Master Swan clapping his hands, they hurriedly clapped as well. Alexander came back to his senses at that moment. He glanced at George, then went to the entrance of the hall to welcome fourth Master Swan. Jean carried George down from the stool. She smiled and said, I should have just asked you to show half of your skill instead. George raised his head and smiled slightly. Thetis strode to Jean's side. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on fourth Master Swan, he said fiercely to Jean, Why are you doing this? You're deliberately making my nephew look bad, aren't you? Jean calmly held George's hand. I just didn't want you to lose face, second young Master Locke. Thetis was at a loss for words after hearing what Jean said. Second young Master Locke, please help yourself. I'll bring George over now. As Jean spoke, she held George's hand and left. She was extremely cold. Thetis's expression was unsightly. This woman, Jean, was married once. What right does she have to act so lofty in front of me? Right at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Thetis took a glance, and his eyes flickered. He picked up the phone and quickly walked to the side. I told you not to call me. Have you gone mad? I miss you. I have something serious to do now. Second young master, every cell in my body misses you. I can't control myself. It was an incredibly coquettish voice. Thetis's heart itched when he heard it. When he thought of being treated like this by Jean, he suddenly sneered. Who does Jean think she is? Do I, the second young master of the Locks, lack women? Chapter 22. Eldest young Lady Lawrence has quite a personality. The Lawrence family's manor. Alexander personally went over to welcome fourth Master Swan. The rest of the people also rushed over. In an instant, fourth Master Swan became the center of attention. Jean held on to her son's hand and directly walked to the side. Fourth Master Swan seemed to have taken a glance in that direction, but it also seemed to be an illusion. In another corner of the hall, a few women were muttering softly. Octavia, Jean was deliberately making you and your grandson look bad, a woman gossiped. I've never seen someone who embarrasses her future mother-in-law. I'm afraid she'll step on your head after she gets married to your son in the future. That's right. Jean is too much. She didn't give you any face at all. Octavia was already displeased, to begin with. She looked grimmer after hearing what those women said. She had deliberately let her grandson perform on such an occasion to compare him with George. She wanted to make George appear useless and to vent her anger at the party last time. It never occurred to her that George, that unremarkable illegitimate child, was a piano genius. The thought of her grandson being outclassed by an illegitimate child made her even angrier. That said, I really didn't expect that son of Jean to be so capable. I thought he was just a good-for-nothing, a woman added. Yeah, I was also stunned. Oh right, did you see? Even fourth Master Swan gave him a round of applause just now. I saw. Fourth Master Swan is such a cold and aloof person, yet he applauded for a child. I'm afraid that eldest young lady Lawrence will become more arrogant. When Octavia heard their conversation, she almost flew into a rage. She looked fierce. No matter what, I'll teach Jean a lesson. In a corner of the hall, Monica quickly rushed to Jean from the entrance. Jeannie. Jeannie could not stand Monica's enthusiasm, so did George. Monica tried her best to pick up George and said excitedly, "Godson, you made me so excited just now. How can you be so amazing? How can your fingers be so flexible?" Jean looked at Monica speechlessly. She looked at her lifeless son. "Godmother, put me down." George was very cold. Monica also found it hard to carry George. She put him down and turned her head to look at Jean seriously. "I think I misunderstood you before." Jean frowned. Was Monica always incoherent when she spoke? "You didn't come back to be trampled on. You came back to shine," Monica said confidently. Jean smiled faintly. "Whatever you say." Her voice became softer. Monica followed Jean's gaze and turned around. She saw Fourth Master Swan. He was walking over with Teddy. Apart from Teddy, there was also Finn and Knox. Fourth Master Swan suddenly said. Jean frowned. "I didn't say anything. Can he read minds? You called for me?" Knox, who was next to Fourth Master Swan, was confused. "He came here with Finn and the others. When he arrived, he saw a child playing the piano. He was shocked and felt that the child looked familiar." Fourth Master Swan ignored Knox and said to Jean, "Eldest young lady Lawrence, please take us to Old Master Lawrence so that we can give him our wishes." Jean glanced at Fourth Master Swan and turned around. "Julie." A servant quickly came over. "Take Fourth Master Swan and his friends to Old Master's room." "Yes, eldest young lady Lawrence." After giving her instruction, Jean smiled politely at the others. Then, she turned around and left. Everyone just looked at her. Even Monica was a little stunned at that moment and could not react in time. Knox could not help but say, "Eldest young lady Lawrence has quite a personality. Every woman would be attracted to you, Fourth Master," yet she did not even lift her eyelids. Monica came back to her senses. Jeannie is just unordinary. How can she be compared to those women you're talking about? "Hey, Monica, no one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. You too. Back then, I must have been out of my mind to help you go after Finn. Back then, I must have also been out of my mind to ask you to help me go after Finn." Finn pursed her lips and turned to look at Edward. "Fourth Master Swan, the luncheon is about to start." What he meant was it was their time to go pay their respects. Fourth Master Swan looked away from Jean and nodded slightly. With that, the group went upstairs and went to Old Master Lawrence's room. Downstairs, Jasmine looked at their backs and turned to face Eden. "Your fourth uncle." "Yeah," Eden nodded. He naturally saw his fourth uncle when he came. In the past, his fourth uncle would not attend such banquets. "Was your fourth uncle talking to my sister just now?" Jasmine asked, looking very innocent. Eden's expression darkened slightly. "The last time, he also took the initiative to give my sister the sapphire. Could it be that your fourth uncle—" "Impossible." Eden denied it immediately. "My fourth uncle couldn't have been seduced by Jean. She's not so capable." Jasmine did not speak. She could not let Jean seduce Fourth Master Swan as well. If that were to happen, would she be able to live well in the future? Jean's best friend, Monica. Her husband is my fourth uncle's personal doctor. They just happened to meet, Eden said with certainty. Jasmine smiled. "I guessed as much. How could someone like your fourth uncle fall for a woman who gave birth to a child? Speaking of which, I didn't expect George to play the piano so well when he looks dumb and stupid. It surprised me." That said, Jean doesn't know how to restrain herself. She's deliberately trying to compare her son with that child from the Locks. Isn't she afraid that the Locks will deliberately make things difficult for her once she becomes a part of their family? It has been so many years, but she still doesn't know how to conduct herself. She's still so arrogant. "She'll have a hard time in the future," Eden said coldly. Jasmine laughed internally. She was just testing Eden's feelings for Jean. Back then, they broke up because she interfered. She was afraid that Eden would be seduced by Jean again. Now, it seemed that Eden was still disgusted with Jean. To Jasmine, the most important thing for her at the moment was to successfully become a swan. Once that happened, she would no longer have to bear the title of an illegitimate daughter. In the future, everyone would have to suck up to her. When she thought of the days to come, her mood instantly improved. As for Eden, who was beside her, he did not look any better. Jean's return this time did not seem to be as simple as they thought. Chapter 23. The fish has taken the bait. The Lawrence family's manner was still as lively as ever. After the luncheon ended, most of the people stayed for entertainment. The Lawrence residence also had a large and luxurious entertainment venue. Monica liked to play mahjong. After lunch, she called Knox and Jean to play mahjong with her. Of course, she did not dare to invite fourth Master Swan. It just so happened that she was short of one, and Eden suddenly volunteered to join them. Monica thought about how she could not get revenge on Eden when he cheated on Jean previously. Today, she had to make that B***starred lose terribly. Jean did not want to join in the fun, but she could not resist Monica's hospitality. She let George go back to his room and followed her to the mahjong room. The Lawrence family's mahjong room was also a private room. When they walked in, the maid immediately went forward and asked respectfully, "What would you like to drink?" "I'll have black tea," Monica said. "Jeannie likes lemon juice, right?" "Yes." Jean nodded. "I'll have coffee," Knox said. "Coffee boosts my energy. Given your mahjong skills, it's useless even if you take stimulants." "Monica, do you have poison in your mouth?" Knox was displeased. "I abandoned fourth Master Swan to play mahjong with you, yet you're being ungrateful? You're more addicted to mahjong than I am. We met at the mahjong table back then. Don't give me that crap." Monica did not appreciate his kindness at all. She looked very serious as she asked, "Tell me honestly, are you and fourth Master Swan a couple?" Knox rolled his eyes. Jean was also speechless. The waiter asked at the right time, "What would you like to have, eldest young Master Swan and second young lady?" "Milk," Monica answered for them. "Since he likes a cow, of course, he'll have milk." Knox could not help but laugh. He was quick to realize what Monica was implying. At that moment, Jasmine's expression changed. In order to show her upbringing, she forcefully swallowed her anger. Jean also could not stop laughing. It was worth noting that Monica was truly astonishing sometimes. Eden pretended not to hear it and said to the waiter, "Jasmine and I will have coffee. She'll have a cappuccino with more sugar, and I'll have a latte with less sugar." "Okay." The waiter left respectfully. Monica clicked her tongue. It was obvious that she was sneering at Eden's deliberate thoughtfulness and gentleness. Once they were done ordering their drinks, the game began. Everyone became serious right away. Jean had not played mahjong for a long time. Her skills were not good, to begin with, and her luck seemed to be very bad today. She had two crucial tiles at the moment. Just as she was trying to figure out which tile to play, a phone suddenly rang. Knox stopped her for a moment and picked it up. "Fourth Master Swan." "Where?" "Playing mahjong. Didn't I tell you just now? Monica asked me to play mahjong with her." "I asked where." The voice from the other end of the call seemed to have turned a little colder. "Do you want to come?" Knox raised his eyebrow. "Yes. F***ck. Since when was he interested in playing mahjong?" "Where are you?" "I'll go get you." "The main hall." "Okay." Knox hung up the phone and said to the others, "Wait for me for a while. Fourth Master Swan is coming. I'll go get him." "Hurry up," Monica urged. Knox nodded and left quickly. The other three people laid down their mahjong tiles. Jean said, "I'm going to the washroom." Go, go, go. Remember to wash your hands to get rid of bad luck." "Your luck is too bad today," Monica urged. Jean also wanted to get rid of bad luck. She would be unhappy if she kept losing. She got up and walked out of the mahjong room and into the public washroom outside. As the washroom was shared, she heard two familiar voices from outside. "Mom, it's boring for me to watch you play mahjong here. I don't want to play mahjong either. Just let me leave. I'll be back before dinner." It was Thetis's voice. "Brat, it's old Master Lawrence's birthday banquet today. How can you leave? If your dad finds out, he'll beat you to death," Octavia said fiercely. "Isn't he discussing business financing with Uncle Lawrence? Why would he care about me? Just let me leave. I'm so annoyed whenever I see that woman, Jean." "I'm also annoyed whenever I see that woman." Octavia's face was unsightly. "Just thinking about how she embarrassed us in public today makes me want to strangle her to death. That's why I want to take revenge on her," Thetis said in a softer voice. "I'm going to go meet another woman," Thetis responded. "Are you crazy?" Octavia still had a sense of propriety. She knew she could not do anything out of the ordinary at this time. "That woman doesn't know what's good for her. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be careful." Octavia still wanted to say something else. Thetis said, "Don't tell me you really want your son to fall in love with that woman, Jean." All right. Don't cause any trouble for me. I know you treat me the best. Don't worry, once Jean marries me, I'll surely take it out on her for you, Thea said with a fawning look on his face. Octavia grinned. The two of them left. Jean walked out of the bathroom emotionlessly. She took out her phone and typed a message. Help me keep an eye on Thetis. Got it. Jean put her phone into her pocket, washed her hands, and wiped them. The moment she walked toward the private room, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and walked through a corridor into an elegant tea room at the innermost part of the room. She hid behind a pillar and heard the conversation inside. Alex, I heard that Asia's largest e-commerce company, Muck Group, is preparing to enter Harkin's market. They're currently looking for our local companies to finance an e-commerce project. Instead of us doing e-commerce ourselves, we might as well use this platform. Muck. It's naturally a good thing to be able to cooperate with them. Alexander was a little excited. That said, how can you guarantee that they'll choose us? Once everyone knows they're going to enter the market here, the local companies will rack their brains to compete with each other, right? That's why we have to take advantage of the fact that the news has yet to be released. We have to be one step ahead of them. I have an old friend who has a good relationship with the person in charge of MUK's project. As long as their conditions are met, they'll consider cooperating with us. Don't worry, I have all those conditions. Once I meet them, I'll take the initiative to discuss the collaboration with them. By then, the other companies won't stand a chance. It's just that. What's the matter? Didn't we agree to give your family $300 million to develop an e-commerce project? Now, in order to meet MUK's conditions, I won't have enough funds, so the financing will be slightly delayed. Don't worry, as long as the collaboration with Muck is settled, it'll be a piece of cake to get funding from the bank. Alexander thought for a moment and said, working with Muck is the priority, of course. In any case, it's all for working on an e-commerce enterprise together. Isn't there a platform that suits our needs now? By then, we'll have both your collaboration with Muck and the Lawrence enterprise. Don't worry, as long as the collaboration is successful, I'll let you work on a $300 million project for free. That'll be great. We'll be a family in the future. But your daughter, Jean, really needs to be taught a good lesson. It's true that I didn't educate her enough. Don't worry, before she gets married, I'll make her apologize to the Locks properly. Jean turned around and left. She did not want to waste any more time on unimportant matters. The corner of her mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. The fish had taken the bait. It was that simple. Chapter 24. Fourth Master Swan naturally brings good luck to his wife. Jean returned to the private room. She stopped in her tracks. The man sitting in her seat was Fourth Master Swan. He was playing mahjong with the others with her tiles at the moment. Jean wondered if she should leave directly. At that moment, she heard Monica's voice. Jeannie, I thought you had fallen into the toilet bowl. Fourth Master Swan happened to be here to help you change your luck. Your luck was too bad. Ah, score. Monica suddenly shouted excitedly. Pure suit. Monica waved her tiles. Fourth Master Swan, it seems that your luck isn't much better. Edward took a look. He lowered his head to take Jean's bargaining chips. There were only a few left. Jean walked over. I'll do it myself. Fourth Master Swan took a look at Jean and stood up from his seat. At this moment, Eden also stood up very politely. Fourth uncle, come and take my spot. That's not necessary. Knox. Fourth Master Swan called out to Knox, who was clearly in high spirits beside him. Knox stood up speechlessly and made way for him. Just like that, Edward sat on Knox's seat calmly. Another round began. Knox stared at Edward's tiles and smiled very brightly. It looked like he was going to get a pure suit and defeat the three other players. Who said that Fourth Master Swan's luck was bad? Knox was very interested in watching the game. 4 bamboo. Jean discarded her tile. Fourth Master Swan was the next player after Jean. Just as Knox was about to call for a score, he saw Fourth Master Swan drawing a tile. Knox held it back. It was still early. Edward could draw the winning tile himself. After a few rounds, Eden drew a tile himself and discarded one. Monica had also taken the tile Fourth Master Swan discarded. When Jean discarded another 4 bamboo, Fourth Master Swan reached out to draw a tile again. Knox could not help but ask, Fourth Master Swan, did you see your tiles wrongly? A true gentleman doesn't speak when spectating a mahjong game, Edward said in a low voice. Knox tried his best to hold back. 4 bamboo. Jean discarded again. The last 2 tiles, Knox mumbled. Edward continued to draw a tile. At the moment when Knox broke down, He almost jumped up in excitement when he saw that Edward had drawn a 4 bamboo himself. Who knew? Edward kept it and discarded an 8 bamboo. Score. Jean flipped her tiled and said with a smile, golden hook with 2 kongs and full tiles. Fourth Master Swan laid his tiles down and calmly took out some chips for Jean. Knox's eyes were wide open. The next round. The round after that. Many rounds after that. Knox finally understood. Fourth Master Swan was not here to play cards. He was here to go after the woman. Monica also could not help but tease. Once Fourth Master came, Jeannie's luck became good. Jean did win back quite a lot. In the beginning, Knox won, but he seemed to have almost lost everything at this moment. Score. Jean happily took the tile discarded by Fourth Master Swan. Knox turned to look at Jean's hand. He had a ghastly look on his face. It was another pure suit. Monica could tell from Knox's expression that Jean's hand was not small. She said, Fourth Master, you're Jeannie's lucky charm. Fourth Master Swan's eyes moved slightly. Monica sat opposite Fourth Master Swan. She was captivated by the man's casual gaze. How could such a high-quality man be given to someone else? It was right to leave him to Jean. Her thoughts were overflowing. Is that so? At that moment, Fourth Master Swan seemed to glance at Jean. Jean did not look back. Knox added, he probably has the legendary ability to bring good luck to his wife. Jean pursed her lips. Monica could not help but laugh out loud. This was the first time she felt that Knox had said something that made sense. Knox, don't make fun of my fourth uncle. Eden did not look too good. Jasmine, who was next to him, was also very unhappy. Your fourth uncle doesn't mind. Why do you mind? Monica chided Eden. Could it be that you're jealous? Monica, watch the occasion. Say, Eden. Monica, it's your turn, Jean called out to her. Monica glanced at Eden and drew a tile. She was suddenly excited. Score. Today, Monica's luck was really good. Naturally, she was in a good mood as well. She smiled and said, Fourth Master, I've let you spend a lot of money today. Fourth Master Swan said indifferently, as an elder, it's okay to occasionally lose some money to the younger generation. You're domineering indeed, Monica flattered him. Knox, Edward called out to Edward Swan. I don't have any chips left. Should I buy them? Knox pointed at his nose. You lose the money to your wife, yourself. Why should I pay for it? If not. Fourth Master Swan raised his eyebrow. Knox accepted his fate and grumbled, I'm from the younger generation too. So I should show respect to an elder. F***ck. Knox could not help but blurt out, you have double standards. Fourth Master Swan pretended not to hear it. In the end, Knox still used his money to buy new chips. The mahjong game was nearing its end. Jean had won quite a lot. To be more precise, other than Fourth Master Swan, everyone else won. At that moment, there was a sudden clamor outside the private room. Immediately after, a servant knocked on the door and entered. She looked a little nervous. Eldest young lady, something bad has happened. Little Master and the Lock's Little Master are fighting. Jean's expression changed immediately. She put down her tile and said, I'm sorry, I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. Young Master Winter, please take my spot. After saying that, she turned around and left. Knox sat excitedly. He thought that he could finally play. At that moment, he saw that Edward had laid down his tiles. Monica could not sit still either. She ran out with Jean valiantly. She was ready to fight with whoever dared to bully her godson. With that, the mahjong game naturally ended. In order to show her concern for Jean, Jasmine quickly followed her. Everyone also followed her. The Lawrence residence's main hall was on the second floor. There were many people watching from the corridor. Jean walked over. George stood in the crowd with his head lowered. At this moment, Jeremiah was in Octavia's embrace. He cried and shouted, George hit me. Just now, he pushed me to the ground and scratched my face. Grandma, you have to help me take revenge. Octavia looked at the wound on her precious grandson's face and felt her heart ache. Ever since Jeremiah was young, he had been pampered by them. He had never been wronged. The fire in his heart was also rising. Just as Octavia was about to speak, Alexander was heard yelling at George, what's going on? He was obviously furious. Chapter 25. The Locks humiliated themselves. Jean quickly walked to George's side. George looked at Jean. George! Alexander's voice grew louder. He was obviously furious. Jean pursed her lips and said, George, apologize. Alexander paused. At that moment, he did not expect Jean to suddenly compromise. He was prepared for Jean to go against him to protect her son. George bit his lip. Apologize. Jean looked serious. George felt a little wronged, but at that moment, he still walked in front of Jeremiah obediently and said, I'm sorry. I don't want an apology, I want to scratch your face, Jeremiah said arrogantly. Jeremiah. Damien called out to his grandson. I don't care, I don't care. I just want to scratch his face. I just want to. Jeremiah played a fool, crying and making a scene. But you also bit me. George seemed to have mustered a lot of courage to say that out loud. I didn't, Jeremiah denied it. You said that I embarrassed you, so you bit me. I only pushed you to break free, which was why I accidentally scratched your face, George retorted loudly. Nonsense. I didn't bite you at all. I didn't. George rolled up his sleeves, revealing a row of teeth marks. Everyone watched. You bit yourself. It was you. Jeremiah pointed at George's nose and cried. How could I bite myself? It was you. It was you. Jeremiah said fiercely, looking like he was quibbling. Obviously, no one believed him. Octavia, who was hugging Jeremiah, felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, everyone felt that it was Jeremiah who bit George first before George resisted. On the other hand, Jeremiah was the one who complained first. Jeremiah. Damien's expression also changed. Originally, Jeremiah was going to attend another banquet with his parents today. They only let him come here just to show off. In the end, not only did he not show off, but he also embarrassed them. Grandpa, George is lying. I really didn't bite him. Enough. Damien was enraged. Octavia also said sternly in a low voice, Jeremiah, stop talking. Why don't you believe me? Jeremiah burst into tears again. At that moment, he even broke free from Octavia's embrace and rolled on the ground. That illegitimate child, George, has been lying all along. He has been lying all along. Jeremiah, shut up. Damien looked grimmer. He did not expect his grandson to be so uneducated today. It was simply too embarrassing. I'm not an illegitimate child, George suddenly said as he was aggrieved. You are. Only an illegitimate child wouldn't have a father. My grandmother said that your mother only gave birth to you because she was fooling around with some man. Now that your mother is going to marry my second uncle will suffer a huge loss. Ah! Octavia suddenly covered her grandson's mouth. She did not expect her grandson to remember what she said about Jean at home. Jeremiah. Damien was infuriated at that moment. At that moment, Octavia hurriedly picked up Jeremiah, who was on the ground, and explained to the others, this child doesn't know anything and spoke nonsense. We spoiled him too much. I'll bring him back now and teach him a good lesson. Damien's face turned red with anger. Octavia quickly carried Jeremiah, who was still throwing a tantrum, and left. She was afraid that he would say something else, causing the Locks to be completely humiliated. Once they left, the corridor became quiet. Damien immediately smiled apologetically. Well, my grandson might have been too spoiled indeed. George, I'll apologize to you on his behalf. It's okay. George appeared to be very polite. It was a stark contrast to Jeremiah's arrogance just now. He said, in the future, once my mom marries Uncle Wu, Jeremiah and I will be brothers. I'll get along well with him. You're so well behaved. Damien's acting was on point. I'll ask Jeremiah to apologize to you properly later. George smiled obediently. The others were also touched by George's obedience. They felt that he was too sensible. Compared to Jeremiah, who only knew how to behave atrociously, they were like heaven and earth. Alexander also tried to mediate the situation. Isn't it normal for children to quarrel? If there's no discord, there's no concord. Yes, we'll be brothers from now on, Damien instantly said. Alexander called for everyone to leave. Fourth Master Swan stood not far away and watched the whole process. He turned around and left. When he left, there was an obvious smile at the corner of his mouth. Teddy had goosebumps all over his body. Are you leaving? Teddy could not help but ask. Dinner is about to start, and yet he's leaving? Fourth Master Swan nodded. At this moment, Knox also left with him out of habit. Knox was 4 years younger than Fourth Master Swan and had been growing up with him. Knox's grandfather, Will Winter, was once the adjutant of Edward's father, Zachary Swan. Zachary was once a general of Harkin. Later on, due to the change in state power, he abandoned politics and went into business. Will naturally followed Zachary in business, and he vowed to help the Swans manage their business for generations. As such, Knox was taught from a young age to be loyal to the Swans. In Knox's understanding, he was born to be a member of the Swans and would die a ghost of theirs. Now that the head of the Swans was Edward, Knox worked for him. In the quiet car, Knox could not help but say, "That little brat isn't simple." Fourth Master Swan's eyes moved. Teddy sat in the passenger seat. He turned his head and asked, "Young Master Winter, are you talking about eldest young Lady Lawrence's son?" "If not, he's pretty good to be able to play such a good tune at such a young age," Teddy agreed. Teddy was an orphan adopted by the Swans. He was only responsible for taking care of Fourth Master Swan's daily life. He had not received any special education from the Swans, so he was relatively simple-minded. Knox smiled faintly. He was not talking about George's piano skills. "That said, I'm a little puzzled. Eldest young Lady Lawrence is so good-looking. Why is her son so ordinary?" Teddy muttered, "I'm sure her son is like his father. His father probably isn't good-looking. What a pity for eldest young Lady Lawrence's good genes." Knox could not help but laugh. He smiled as he looked at the man whose expression was clearly unsightly. "Teddy." Fourth Master Swan's voice was a little cold. "Fourth Master." Teddy appeared very respectful. "You haven't exercised for a long time, right?" Fourth Master Swan asked. Knox was stunned. "Stop the car," Fourth Master Swan said to the driver. The driver immediately pulled over. "Get out of the car," Fourth Master Swan ordered. "Me?" Teddy pointed at himself. "Leave your cell phone and wallet here," Fourth Master Swan sneered. Teddy wanted to cry but had no tears. How did he offend his master? Chapter 26. Fourth Master Swan looks like a stud. Teddy was kicked out of the car. Knox could not bear to see Teddy's disheveled and confused look with a hint of pity on his face. He turned around and looked at Edward, muttering to himself, "I really can't provoke this tiger at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died." Knox took a deep breath and became a little more serious. "It seems that someone has tampered with the locks." Edward turned to look. "Didn't you ask me to bring down the locks? I originally prepared a project to make the locks empty their assets. I didn't expect that someone would be a step ahead of me. At this moment, the locks is diverting a large number of funds to do an e-commerce project. As far as I know, the repayment date of their loan from the bank is these few days. If this project is void, the bank is very likely going to stop lending them money and will even pursue them for repayment. Once the chain of their funds is broken, the locks will go bankrupt in no time." Edward frowned slightly. Knox asked, "Do I still need to continue?" "Not for the time being, Edward Said. Find out who's making a move on the locks." "Okay, don't let anyone find out." "Okay," Knox nodded. Knox might seem careless, but when he was seriously doing something, he was more reliable than anyone else. In the Lawrence family's courtyard, Jean brought George back to his room. Monica followed them. She was so excited that she almost jumped. She said, "Godson, how could you perform so well just now? You were so obedient and sensible and made the locks humiliate themselves. I just heard someone secretly scolding the locks, saying that they're lacking in manners. They also said that that darn woman, Octavia, is a blabbermouth who always says bad things about others." Monica was incredibly excited and kept on blabbering non-stop. Jean could not stand it anymore and interrupted her. "I haven't seen Dr. Jones around." "Dr. Jones?" Monica was stunned. "Oh, he had surgery in the afternoon, so he left after lunch. Speaking of which, Jean, don't tell me that you've fallen for him. I'm telling you, don't do it. He's a scum." Jean was speechless. Monica's way of thinking was too novel. "If you're thinking of dating someone and getting married, I think Fourth Master Swan is not bad," Monica suggested. "I'm not interested," Jean directly rejected. "Fourth Master Swan has everything he wants. What are your complaints?" Monica asked. "I have no complaints, I just don't want to." "You don't really think that Fourth Master Swan is bad in that aspect, do you?" Monica raised her eyebrow. Jean was speechless. She did not think of that at all. "I've asked Finn. There's no problem with Fourth Master Swan." Monica gave a positive answer. "He just has a cold personality and doesn't like women. Besides, don't you think that Fourth Master Swan looks like a stud?" Jean reminded, "George is still underage." Monica stuck out her tongue and smiled. "In short, Fourth Master Swan can give you absolute sexual happiness." Jean did not want to continue this topic. She changed the topic and asked, "I heard that Finn is an orphan? Why are you so interested in him?" Monica frowned. "Finn isn't as handsome as Fourth Master Swan." Finn was not as good looking as Fourth Master Swan indeed. Fourth Master Swan was the kind of man who could stun women with a glance such that they would not be able to shift their gaze away. He was so handsome that he could be considered the best in the world. Even so, it was also because he was too handsome that people did not dare to approach him easily. On the other hand, Finn was different. He was refined and gentle. He was the kind of man who was not very eye-catching at first glance. After looking at him for a while, one would feel that he was all right. After looking at him for a while, one might then fall for him. Nevertheless, Monica was different from ordinary people. She fell in love with Finn at first sight, but she was also heartless when she wanted to break it off with him. I'm very curious. Why did he become Fourth Master Swan's personal doctor? Jean was surprised. Logically speaking, given Fourth Master Swan's status, it would be very difficult for someone like Finn, who had no background, to get close to. I've asked him before, Monica responded. For someone like Finn who has nothing, what kind of shish asterisk tty luck did he have to get close to Fourth Master Swan? Finn said that it was because of his clean background that he gained Fourth Master Swan's trust. I thought about it. Although I really hate Finn, I heard that his medical skills are great. He's 29 years old this year, right? Yeah, he's 4 years older than me and seems to be the same age as Fourth Master Swan. It was probably difficult for someone his age to become the chief surgeon of Southampton City's Central Hospital. It was indeed not easy. Monica had heard that Finn had performed several world-famous heart surgeries. His medical skills had a certain degree of influence internationally. All right, can we not talk about him anymore? No matter how good his medical skills are, it can't hide his scumbag nature, Monica said impatiently. I'm going to the washroom. As she said that, she rushed into Jean's washroom. She probably did not want to talk about Finn anymore. Jean looked at Monica's back. She turned her head and looked at George. George lowered his head. Jean asked, "Did you bite yourself?" Given her son's abilities, he would not be bullied by people his age. George did not say anything. Jean lifted George's sleeve and looked at the row of teeth marks. She said, "Next time, don't bite so hard. Doesn't it hurt?" George looked at Jean, thinking that he would be scolded. Jean said, "If Jeremiah hadn't come to find trouble with you, you wouldn't have treated him that way." George nodded. "He called me an illegitimate child." "Do you mind?" Jean asked. "I don't mind." George looked helpless. "My father is dead, and there's nothing I can do." Jean suddenly smiled. It was because, it was funny. George added, "As long as you don't die." Jean patted George's little head. "I won't die." She had survived so many near-death experiences, so how could she die so easily? Moreover, she also wanted those people with ill intentions to die. Apart from the unpleasant incident that happened in the afternoon, Old Master Lawrence's birthday banquet was successful overall. While the Lawrence family was not considered one of the top families in Southampton City, they were still very considerate in terms of etiquette. They sent off all the guests that night. Jean was called to Old Master Lawrence's study. Alexander, Jennifer, Jasmine, and Joshua were all there. Jonathan said sternly to Jean, "Jean, I don't care if you did it intentionally or not, or if you've been wronged or not. I'm telling you clearly now that you must go and apologize to the Locks." Jean sneered and did not say anything. Jonathan continued, "During this period, the Locks has been embarrassed many times because of you. Whether it's the charity banquet last time, intentionally letting George steal the limelight this afternoon, or causing that little grandson of the Locks to be humiliated today. In short, you must apologize tomorrow and bring your son, George, along with you." Jean looked at Jonathan and said indifferently, "In any case, it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. Nothing in this world is absolute. Whether it's right or wrong, it'll be completely different if you change your point of view. At the end of the day, isn't profit the most important thing?" Jean raised her eyebrow. Jonathan's face darkened. "You took 5% of the Lawrence family's shares. Therefore, you must sell your dignity to the Lawrences." Chapter 27. The Locks who are looking for trouble. Okay, Jean agreed immediately. She was so straightforward that it was hard to believe. Alexander had been a little afraid of Jean's straightforwardness these past few days. He always felt that the more she was like this, the more something bad would happen. "Don't play any tricks," Jonathan threatened. "I don't want what happened 7 years ago to be repeated." "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid anymore. Alexander, prepare some gifts tomorrow morning and bring Jean and George to apologize. You absolutely can't let there be any conflicts between our families," Jonathan instructed. Jean was very clear that the reason Jonathan did this was that he was worried that the Locks would be so angry that they would break off the engagement. He must have thought that if the Locks managed to work on MUK's project but if the marriage fell apart, it would be a huge loss for the Lawrences. Therefore, Jonathan cleverly made his stance clear in advance by giving the Locks an explanation. Yes, Alexander responded respectfully. Jonathan lectured everyone before letting everyone leave.
Jean returned to her room. George had showered and was lying on the bed to sleep.
Jean sat on the sofa in her room and looked at the indescribable pictures on her phone. She asked, George, are you asleep? No, can you use the computer with your eyes closed? Forget it, I'll ask Kingsley to help me, Jean said to herself. After all, it was inappropriate to let George see the pictures that were unsuitable for children. The next day, Jean was woken up by a servant early in the morning. After getting dressed, she left the Lawrences' manor at 10 a.m. Only Alexander, Jennifer, Jean, and George were in the car. Jasmine and Joshua did not join them. It was said that the Swans would come to discuss the details of Eden and Jasmine's wedding in the afternoon. According to the etiquette of Harkin, the male party would take the initiative to go to the female party's house to discuss matters. Naturally, the Swans went to the Lawrences' manor. Therefore, Alexander had Jasmine and Joshua get ready at home. They would return after having lunch with the Locks. The car arrived at the Locks' manor. It was also extremely luxurious. The prestigious families in Southampton City were passed down from generation to generation. Most of them were relatives of the previous royal families. They branched out, developed, and the fittest survived. Up until now, there were only 12 families in Southampton City that could truly be considered prestigious families. The Lawrences and the Locks were among them, but their rankings were relatively lower. The Swans was naturally the leader of the 12 families. They were the dominant family. In addition, Zachary from the Swans had contributed greatly to the establishment of the country in the past. Even the current royal family would be courteous to the Swans, so they were even more prominent. At the entrance of the Lock residence, the servants were already waiting for the Lawrences hurriedly welcomed them respectfully. In the main hall, everyone from the Locks was present. This included Damien and his wife, Hugh's family, and Thetis. At this moment, they were putting on airs. Jeremiah seemed to have forgotten the scene of him being so ill-mannered yesterday. At this moment, it was all the fault of the Lawrences. Alexander was quite enthusiastic and proactive. Naturally, Jennifer said, our old master had insomnia last night. He said that our family has caused yours to suffer grievance these past few days. He asked us to bring Jean and George over to apologize early this morning. How can that be? How could it be Ms. Lawrence's fault? It was all my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper at George at the charity banquet. At the old master's birthday banquet yesterday, Jeremiah shouldn't have had a conflict with George either. It was all our family's fault. How could eldest young lady Lawrence be at fault? Octavia had a sarcastic look on her face. The corners of Jean's mouth curled up into a smile. She's really changing faces with ease. Jean, hurry up and apologize to Auntie, Alexander reminded. Jean walked forward. Octavia did not even look at her. When she thought of how Jean had made her suffer so much in just a few days, she wished she could strangle her to death. Once she heard that the Lawrences was going to come and apologize, she had thought of how to deal with Jean and make her submit to her in the future.
Jean stepped forward. Auntie, I didn't know how to behave. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me.
You acted tough then talk softly to me after that. Are you playing tricks with me? Octavia interrupted Jean's words. She did not appreciate her kindness at all. What do you want me to do then? Jean asked. How would I dare to ask you to do anything? If I do that, you'll say that I'm arrogant, Octavia mocked. Octavia, look, we'll be a family in the future. Jeannie is sincerely apologizing to you this time. Just tell her what to do so that you'll forgive her. Jennifer hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere. She looked like a peacemaker. Jennifer's ability was that she would make everyone think that she was a good person. She was a good person, who truly thought of others. Octavia's eyes moved. She uncrossed legs and said, since you've spoken, Jennifer, I don't want to make things difficult for Jean. You should know that Jean humiliated the Locks with what she did. I definitely wouldn't mind if she only embarrassed me, but it's no longer a private matter if it concerned the image of the Locks. We understand, Jennifer said in a good tone, just tell her what to do. Then I won't beat around the bush, Octavia said fiercely to Jean, since Jean came to apologize sincerely, and since she'll be my daughter-in-law in the future, I don't want to prolong this conflict between us. I'll just state my conditions. Go ahead. Jennifer agreed. Octavia spoke with a cold expression. Firstly, Jean certainly has to apologize for what she did to our family, but a simple apology won't be sincere enough. So, she has to serve tea and kneel on the ground to apologize to me. George also has to sincerely apologize to Jeremiah. Jean's eyes moved slightly. Alexander agreed without thinking. No problem. Secondly, Octavia said coldly, Jean has brought shame to the Locks in front of so many noble families. She must make a post on Facebook to explain the conflict between her and our family during this period. The main point is that she must state that she was in the wrong and deeply regrets her actions. Don't worry, as long as Jean posts it, I'll respond right away. I won't embarrass your family. The purpose of that is just to let others know that our relationship is harmonious. Sure. Alexander continued to agree to her conditions. After Jean has finished drafting the posting, I'll show it to you before she posts it. Octavia nodded. Following that, she said, thirdly, and most importantly, it's about Jean and Thetis getting married. Everyone knows Jean's character. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to subdue her. Thetis' character is weak. In order for our families not to have any conflicts after the marriage, I think Jean should sign a premarital agreement. I've asked Thetis to print out the contents of the agreement. Thetis, read it out. Jean simply watched the show of the Locks indifferently. She wondered, aren't the Locks afraid of being struck by lightning? Chapter 28. The cat is out of the bag. In the main hall of the Lock residence, Thetis held a piece of agreement paper and read it out loud. First, after Jean becomes a Lock, she must follow the arrangements of the Locks. Don't put on the airs of a young lady. She must be obedient, assist her husband, and educate her children. Secondly, after Jean becomes a Lock, she must immediately give birth to a child. Although the Locks already have a grandson, as the saying goes, children have many blessings. Therefore, Jean must give birth again until she gives birth to a boy. Thirdly, after Jean becomes a Lock, she's not allowed to interfere with all the businesses of the Locks. The Locks are capable and don't need a woman to show her face in public. Fourthly, after Jean becomes a Lock, George had to change his family name to Lock. In the future, he'll be a member of the Locks. Of course, he has to respect and be filial to the Locks. That's all. Thetis looked at Jean and asked, can you do it? Jean's eyes flickered. The terms and conditions stated clearly that she had to be obedient and give birth to a son. She would not be allowed to pry the Locks' assets, and George would be a grandson of the Locks. There was a long silence in the hall. Just as Alexander was about to speak, Jean answered, sure. Thetis smiled sarcastically. He knew that Jean was just pretending to be aloof. She was a divorced woman. She should be grateful about being able to get married again and be a part of his prestigious family. How could she still dare to flaunt her power? Then let's begin. Do everything one by one, Octavia said. I want to sign this agreement first, Jean suggested. Signing the agreement is the only way to explain my relationship with the Locks. Octavia sneered. This woman was more tactful than she thought. She agreed. Okay. A servant respectfully handed over a pen to Jean. Jean took the contract and looked at it again. She signed her name on the contract. After signing it, Damien's phone suddenly rang. He lowered his head to take a look and picked it up. The others also quietly waited for him to finish the call. Damien's expression became more and more unsightly. In the end, he almost threw his phone away. He hung up the phone and fiercely glared at Thetis. Thetis, what good deed have you done? Didn't you learn your lesson the last time you went to jail? I'll beat you to death, you son of a b*tch. As he spoke, he was about to make his move. Everyone in the hall was shocked. All of them stepped forward to stop him. Octavia was also very agitated. She hurriedly protected her son. Why are you suddenly throwing such a tantrum? Damien took out his phone. He was so angry that he was trembling. Take a look for yourself. Look at the good son you raised. Octavia hurriedly took the phone. Unsightly pictures could be seen on the phone. Although the key parts were censored, they were still indescribable. Damien was furious. Everyone on the internet is posting news about you now, Thetis, saying that you've never changed. They even said that our family will be ruined by you sooner or later. Octavia was also enraged when she saw the news. She turned to Thetis and slapped him. You useless thing. Mom. Thetis covered his face. I didn't know that the paparazzi would take pictures of me. I was very careful. Which news agency reported it? I'll kill them. Enough. Damien interrupted him. You son of a b*tch, I shouldn't have bailed you out of prison in the first place. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death, you b*starred. As he said that, he became infuriated and went forward to beat Thetis. Octavia tried to pull him away but failed. Damien punched and kicked Thetis, but Thetis did not dare to fight back. Alexander hurriedly went forward to pull Damien away. Damien, don't be so mad. Think about how to solve the matter first. Damien still had to give Alexander some face, so he endured it. Thetis was hit a few times, so he was very upset. He said angrily, you can't blame me for all this. I told Mom, and she didn't object to me going out to find another woman. Thetis, Octavia was so angry that she almost fainted. None of you liked Jean, so I could only keep a mistress. Thetis, shut up. Octavia shouted with a hoarse voice. Octavia. Damien heard Thetis's words and went mad again. Your son isn't sensible, but what about you? Dear, it's not like what Thetis said. Octavia's eyes reddened, looking very pitiful. Don't call me. From now on, take Thetis along and get lost. Dear, listen to me. I really didn't. Octavia went forward to tug at Damien. Damien pushed her away coldly. Octavia's life was ruined by her son this time. Her eyes were completely red, and tears immediately fell from her eyes. Jean had always wondered if it was the standard of noble ladies to be able to cry so easily. She looked at the farce of this family with a cold and detached expression. At this moment, Alexander could not persuade Damien any further. No matter what, Thetis' behavior of womanizing had also damaged the Lawrence's image. If he appeared to not care about it at all, it would drag down his family's status. In the main hall, Octavia was bawling. At that moment, Damien's mood became even worse. He said angrily, you only know how to cry. Can crying solve the problem? Pack your things immediately and get out. Octavia cried even more sorrowfully. Hugh hurriedly said, Dad, this matter has happened. Think about how to solve it. Just kicking Mom and Thetis out of the house won't solve the problem. How else can we solve it? Damien roared. Kick Thetis out of the house and cut off all ties with him from now on. His scandals will follow him out of our family. Dad! Thetis heard Damien's determined tone and was shocked at that moment. He gave in right away. Dad, don't kick me out. I won't do it again. I swear I won't do it again. Get lost, Dad. Get lost. Mom, Mom. Thetis quickly went to beg Octavia. Octavia also knew that this was a serious matter. If Damien wanted to kick them out for the sake of the Locke's reputation. She had a sudden idea, so she said, I have a way to redeem Thetis' image and save the Locke's reputation. Damien looked at Octavia coldly. Octavia said, as the saying goes, a prodigal son returned home is worth more than gold. We just need to tell the media that the other party used seduced Thetis and that he's very regretful now. Do you think the media are all fools? Damien could not bear to hear it anymore. I know that the media won't believe me when I say this, but Jean can help Thetis put in a good word in front of the media. If even his fiancée can forgive him, what reason does anyone else have to blame him? When the time comes, we'll bribe some of the media, internet celebrities, professional ghostwriters, and so on. Public opinion will soon pass. Damien was silent for a moment as if he had been persuaded. Octavia said agitatedly, I can accept you kicking us out for the sake of the Locke's reputation, but will it really solve the problem? Thetis is still a Locke, after all. The Lockes will still be disgraced if something like this happened, not to mention that we're currently discussing a collaboration with Muck. If the collaboration fails because of this negative news, our loss will outweigh our gain. When Damien heard Muck being mentioned, his expression turned ugly again. It seemed like the only way to solve this problem was to do as Octavia had said. Chapter 29. The Lockes knelt and apologized, in the main hall. Octavia's suggestion had clearly moved Damien. He turned his head to look at Alexander. At this moment, Alexander was putting on airs. He snorted coldly. Damien, I wholeheartedly wanted my daughter to marry your son. During this period, we've been worried that your family has been wronged. I never expected Thetis to fool around with women outside. Damien, your son's behavior has indeed disappointed me and my family. It's our family's fault, it's our fault. Damien hurriedly smiled apologetically. I also wish that I could beat that son of mine to death. However, will that solve the problem? After all, he's a Locke. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to cut off ties with him. I want to kick him out too, but when I think about how we still have to cooperate with Muck, I can't possibly ruin our plan, right? That's enough. Alexander didn't seem to care. Alexander, can't betray my daughter and let her marry someone like your son for such a small benefit. We're both parents, so I know how you feel. That said, now that the marriage between our families has been announced and the collaboration with Muck has been discussed, isn't it a pity to suddenly break it off? Even if it's a pity, I can't just watch my daughter go down with you. Alex, my family has let you down. Damien was full of sincerity. Indeed, there's nothing I can do to make up for it. The only thing I can do now is that I'm willing to discuss the collaboration with Muck with the Lawrence enterprise. We'll split the agreed project equally. Alexander was instantly moved. He looked at Damien. Damien also felt like his heart was being cut. He said, during this period, in order to work with Muck, I've invested over $2 billion to build our e-commerce platform. I've bought over a dozen e-commerce companies, and the bank's mortgage has been overdrawn. I won't let you pay the cost. Once the contract is signed, you can work on half of the project. Alexander looked at Damien in disbelief. Everyone knew that the e-commerce platform was the hottest project at the moment. With the arrival of Muck Group, which was the largest group in all of Asia, the e-commerce transaction that could win over Harkin was just around the corner. Damien, will do as I say. Damien affirmed once again. Alexander secretly adjusted his emotions. He looked like he did not care and said, this isn't up to me to decide. Octavia immediately understood. She hurriedly said to Jean, Jeannie, Thetis was muddle-headed for a moment. I guarantee that he won't do anything to let you down in the future. Can you forgive him just this once? Jean's eyes moved slightly. That arrogant woman just now had suddenly become humble. Jean did not say anything. Octavia quickly added, there's no need for you to apologize anymore. I was only trying to scare you just now. How could I really let you do that? Once you become a lock, I'll dote on you more than I can. How could I let you feel wronged? Auntie. Jean interrupted her. Octavia smiled with a kind face. Yes, Jeannie? Do you not mind what happened before this? What are you talking about? When have I ever mind? I was just joking just now. All right then. Let's forget about what happened before. Yes. Octavia nodded vigorously. But I need you to explain what happened now. Jean raised her eyebrow. Octavia paused for a moment. She did not expect that Jean would ask for more. Jean said unhurriedly, Auntie, you said that Thetis will never do anything to let me down in the future. I don't know what will happen in the future, but this time, he really did something immoral. Not only did he ruin my reputation, but he also ruined the reputation of my family. Octavia did not look too good. After all, she was being taught a lesson by a little girl. She did not feel good about this. Nonetheless, she could only listen because she was unreasonable. The marriage between the Lawrences and the Locks is based on the principle of mutual benefit. If we break off the marriage, it won't benefit either of our families. I'm willing to accept your suggestion to help save Thetis' image. I knew that you're a good girl, Jeannie. I'll surely treat you well in the future. But, Jean said to Octavia, I need Thetis to kneel and apologize to me. He must promise that he'll never do it again. Octavia's expression changed slightly. Before she could speak, Jean added, if I remember correctly, Thetis said that you acquiesced to what he did, so I think. Octavia looked at Jean. You should also apologize to me, Auntie, Jean said firmly. Everyone looked at Jean. For a second, they were stunned by her imposing manner. At the next second, it seemed like it was just an illusion. In any case, Jean was being reasonable. If the Locks were sincere, there was no reason for them to refuse. Damien did not even think twice. He said to Octavia and Thetis, didn't you hear what she says? Hurry up and apologize. Thetis was displeased. What right did he have to apologize to Jean, who was a married woman? Why should he even kneel and guarantee that he would not repeat his mistake? What right did the woman have? Thetis. Damien's face darkened. Octavia pulled her son over. Kneel and apologize. Thetis looked at Octavia. Octavia winked at him. Thetis held back his anger. He knelt in front of Jean unhappily. I'm sorry. And? Jean asked. I promise that I'll never do anything to let you down again. What if you do? Thetis glared fiercely at Jean. What if you do? Jean continued to ask while smiling. Her aloof and indifferent look could infuriate one to one's death. I'll be struck by lightning, Thetis roared loudly. Jean smiled. It'll be realized very soon. She said, all right, I forgive you. Thetis stood up from the ground in a very unhappy manner. There would be a day when he would take revenge. Jean turned her head to look at Octavia. Given her age, Octavia still had to apologize to a little girl. If word got out, how would she, the wife of a prestigious family, face the outside world? She secretly gritted her teeth and said, "It was my fault. It was my lack of discipline that caused Thetis to do something that wronged you. I'll apologize to you. I'm sorry." "It's all right," Jean smiled. "It's fine as long as you know your mistake." It seemed like a simple statement, but Octavia was completely humiliated. Octavia was so old, yet she still needed a little girl to teach her a lesson. She would remember this account. Jean completely ignored the thoughts of the mother and the son. She said to Alexander, "Dad, I don't want to affect the interests of our families just because of this. I'm willing to face the reporters together with Thetis." Chapter 30, Press Conference. Jean's words moved Alexander a little. He did not expect Jean to be so broad-minded at such a critical moment. Alexander let Jean make her choice because he wanted to give himself a way out. Nonetheless, no matter her choice, in the end, she would have to follow his way and face the reporters together with Thetis to resolve this matter. Jean is much more mature than before, Alexander thought. At that moment, Jennifer was also deep in thought about Jean's actions today. Jean was not as simple as she thought. Originally, Jennifer had also come to see Jean make a fool out of herself and to see how she would be humiliated by the Locks. Who knew, the plot was reversed. The Locks knelt and apologized to Jean instead, and Jean even brought a huge amount of benefits to the Lawrences. As such, would Alexander and Jonathan have no choice but to change their opinion of Jean? Jennifer secretly clenched her teeth. She could not allow Jean to continue to act like this. This woman is going to be a disaster, she thought. "Alex, since Jean has agreed." Damien opened his mouth and asked. Alexander came back to his senses and said, "Since Jean has agreed, I believe that Thetis has also learned his lesson. This matter will be done according to Jean's instructions." What he said was rather grandiose, but in reality, it was only because of benefits. "Since that's the case, let's take advantage of the fact that the matter hasn't escalated. Let's resolve it as soon as possible," Damien said. "I want to convene a press conference in the afternoon." "That urgent?" Alexander asked. "We can't delay this matter. If it drags on for too long, I don't know how the news will spread. Moreover, the collaboration with Muck is imminent, so I want to settle this as soon as possible. I don't want other matters to affect the progress of my negotiations. It's just that I have something to do in the afternoon. To tell you the truth, the Swans are coming to talk about Jasmine and Eden's marriage in the afternoon. I have to be there." "That's fine. Jean and Thetis will go to meet the reporters in the afternoon. We don't need to accompany them. The young ones can settle their matters by themselves. We shouldn't get involved." "That's true. Once we get involved, things will change. Perhaps the media will insist that we're doing it for profit or something." "You don't have to worry about other things. Just leave it to me," Damien said. "You should prepare for your daughter's wedding with the Swans. That's the most important matter for you. Once you become in-laws of the Swans, the Locks will also benefit from it." "Look what you're saying," Alexander said humbly but looked proud. The two of them complimented each other again. Alexander and Jennifer had lunch at the Locke family's residence and left in a hurry. Jean and George stayed. The Locks hired a public relations team to prepare a response plan for them. At 4 p.m., Jean brought George along with Thetis and went to a private banquet hall of the Locks for the press conference. Before the press conference began, Jean gave Monica a call. The moment the call was connected, a loud voice came from the other end. "Jean, why didn't you pick up my call?" Jean rubbed her ear. It was deafening. Jean knew Monica too well. She did not even need to think to know what Monica was going to say. Besides, it was not suitable for her to talk to Monica at the Locke family's residence, so she put her phone on vibration and let her call her as much as she wanted. At this moment, Jean was only calling Monica because she went to the toilet. She said, "It wasn't convenient for me." "Why? Are the Lawrences threatening you?" "No. Tell me honestly, are you currently under house arrest by the Lawrences?" "Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm fine. I'm going to face the reporters together with Thetis now." "What did you say?" Monica shouted at the top of her lungs. "Don't be agitated. It's not what you think." Jean did not explain because she could not explain it. She said, "Just drive to the entrance of the address I sent you and wait for me. I'm afraid that I won't have a car to leave later." "What?" Monica was confused. She felt as if her heart and lungs were exploding. When she saw the news of Thetis fooling around with some other woman outside, she fumed with rage. How could Jean be so indifferent? Jean did not say anything more and hung up the phone. She quickly sent the address to Monica and wrote a text message. "Wait for me here." Following that, she turned off her phone and walked out of the bathroom. When she walked out, Thetis was already waiting for her outside. His expression was extremely ugly. Due to the situation, he endured and did not throw a tantrum. "It's about time," Thetis said coldly. "Okay." Jean held George's hand and followed Thetis to the venue. George stayed at the entrance and waited for her. Jean and Thetis went in. Clicking sounds could be heard continuously. Thetis and Jean sat in the middle. Thetis said, "I'm very grateful to the media for attending this press conference. First of all, I would like to express my deep apology for my personal misconduct that caused a negative impact on the public." As he spoke, Thetis stood up and bowed. He would first apologize to gain sympathy. Everything was arranged according to what the crisis public relations had arranged. Thetis sat down and continued, "Everything reported on the news is true. I've indeed done something to let Jean down. Although I was framed and drugged, what happened happened. A mistake is a mistake. I'll bear the responsibility for this mistake. All." Thetis secretly pinched his thigh, so his eyes turned red. He looked like he was very regretful. "I only hope that Jean can give me a chance. I really love Jean. The first time I saw her, I fell in love with her. I've been looking forward to our wedding, and I also treat George as my own son. I never thought that I would make such a mistake. I really wanted to kill myself for a second." Thetis was trying to gain sympathy. The reporters looked at him. They did not sympathize with him, but they were not very harsh with him either. There was even a few seconds of awkwardness at the scene. A paid reporter hurriedly asked, "Second young Master Locke, did you cheat this time because you were drugged by the other party?" "Yes, I didn't expect her to treat me like that. She has always liked me, but I've told her clearly that I like Jean. I'm getting married, so I asked her not to pester me. Who knew, she threatened me by saying that she'd commit suicide. I didn't expect her to drug me when I went to find her. Right now, I regret that I was too kind toward her. I even suspect that all the bad things I did with her were her schemes to destroy the relationship between me and Jean." Thetis looked like he was in pain. "Ms. Lawrence, will you forgive Thetis?" The reporter looked at Jean. According to the script, she would forgive Thetis and even say many good things about him. However, she said, "I won't forgive him." She uttered those words strongly. Chapter 31. Break off the engagement domineeringly. "I won't forgive him." Jean's voice was clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. Thetis thought he had heard wrongly. He hurriedly turned his head. "Jean, what did you say just now?" Jean glanced at Thetis. Facing the reporters, she said once again, "I won't forgive him." "Jean." Thetis suppressed his voice and sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The reporters at the scene were also in an uproar. According to the usual practice, a party would hold a press conference on their own initiative to settle their scandal. If nothing went wrong, it would be successful. However, the reporters who were initially a little disinterested suddenly became excited. A reporter hurriedly asked, "Ms. Lawrence, did you say that you won't forgive second young Master Locke? He said that he was just drugged. Why won't you forgive him?" "Ms. Lawrence, are you planning to break off your marriage with second young Master Locke then? It is said that the marriage between the Lawrences and the Lockes is due to a huge benefit. Ms. Lawrence, you're not going to think twice?" "Ms. Lawrence, why should I forgive a man who can't control his lower body?" Amidst the noise, Jean opened her mouth and said, "I hate cheating men the most in my life." "Ms. Lawrence, is there a hidden meaning behind this?" Reporters were never afraid of making a big deal out of things. "A few years ago, Eden and your sister, Jasmine, cheated on you. Are you still holding a grudge now? Does this have anything to do with the news today? It's just that you said you hate men who cheat. Do you like them?" Jean raised her eyebrow. The reporter was a woman, and at this moment, she was suddenly speechless. Jean did not give her a way out. She continued, "Everyone has their principles and bottom line. I won't allow my partner to cheat, regardless of body or mind." Clearly, second young Master Locke failed to not do that. "Jean, didn't I just say that I was drugged?" Thetis quickly said and kept giving her a look. "Don't you already know?" "I don't know," Jean said bluntly. "Jean." Thetis gritted his teeth. "Don't give me a hard time." Jean ignored him. At this moment, the reporter who was arranged by the crisis public relations immediately said, "Ms. Lawrence, don't you think that you're being a bit too much now? Second young Master Locke was framed by someone, which led to the occurrence of the affair. He's now suffering from the abuse of society, and he's bearing the guilt in his heart. As his fiancé, not only do you not care about him and accompany him through this difficult time, but you're even adding insult to injury. Shouldn't you reflect on your character? How can you be so sure that second young Master Locke was drugged? Jean asked. The reporter paused for a moment before saying, I believe in second young Master Locke. You believe in a convict, Ms. Lawrence, who says that a person who has been to prison can't change? Besides, second young Master Locke only committed manslaughter back then. Your actions have made me suspect that you don't want to marry second young Master Locke at all and had no choice but to obey your parents. Now, taking advantage of second young Master Locke's mistake, you want to destroy this engagement, the reporter said indignantly. At this moment, I actually feel that second young Master Locke is the victim. Thetis quickly echoed. Jean, I didn't think that you don't like me at all. To think that I was so good to you and your son. He looked very aggrieved. Nevertheless, what he was thinking was that he would definitely kill Jean after this. The reporter followed Thetis' words and said loudly again, second young Master Locke, I feel that it's not worth it for you. Although you were wrong in this matter, there's no need for you to be hurt by Ms. Lawrence like this. As long as Jean is willing to forgive me and give me another chance to be together with me again, I don't care if I'm hurt or not. Thetis looked at Jean with a face full of affection. The corner of Jean's mouth curved into a smile. She asked, Are you done acting? Thetis's face stiffened. Jean slowly took out her phone and turned it on. Ignoring the numerous missed calls from Monica, she played a recording and turned the volume up to the maximum. I'm annoyed whenever I see that woman, Jean. I'm annoyed whenever I see that woman. Just thinking about how she embarrassed us in public today makes me want to strangle her to death. That's why I want to take revenge on her. I'm going to go meet another woman. That day in the Lawrence residence's public restroom, Jean recorded the conversation between Octavio and Thetis. Once the conversation was revealed, everyone at the scene clamored. When Thetis came to his senses, he suddenly grabbed Jean's cell phone and fiercely threw it on the ground. The scene started to become a little chaotic. Thetis said, Jean, you schemed against me. With his true colors exposed, Thetis could no longer hide it. A reporter asked excitedly, Ms. Lawrence, is that recording a conversation between second young Master Locke and his mother? So, second young Master Locke's infidelity was intentional, and he even got the tacit approval of the Lockes? Mr. Lawrence, the Lockes don't like you at all, and they even hate you very much, so they let second young Master Locke go out and mess around. Enough. Thetis was very agitated. What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense are you spouting? Compared to Thetis, Jean appeared very calm. She stood up, took out a folded A4 paper from inside her clothes, and unfolded it. Thetis looked angrily at Jean's actions. Jean showed the agreement paper to the media and said, This is the prenuptial agreement that the Lockes gave me. After today's signing, when everyone was focused on Thetis' news, she cleverly kept it. She said, I'll read it for everyone to hear. First, after Jean becomes a Locke. Jean read the agreement word by word. Halfway through, Thetis snatched it away and tore it into pieces. He roared furiously, Didn't you F***C King forgive me? You tricked me? Jean sneered, Aren't you being forgiven now? You. Jean did not give him a chance to speak and mocked, Second young Master Locke, if you have the guts to go out and cheat, you should have to have the guts to accept all the insults. If you can't accept them, you should at least be smarter. For example, like how Eden was back then. Thetis was so angry that he slapped Jean's face. Jean caught his hand in an instant. She caught it so steadily that Thetis could not even move. Thetis frowned. Jean shook off his hand. Thetis took 2 steps back. Jean said, Our engagement ends here. Now, please excuse me. After saying this, she left. Everyone present was even shocked by Jean's aura at this moment. 7 years ago and 7 years later, Ms. Lawrence had the same temperament, but at this moment, the feeling was completely different. Was it her age that made her more domineering? Jean walked out of the venue. She held George's hand and left. At the entrance of the clubhouse, Monica's car was already parked there. Without thinking, Jean opened the backseat door and went in. Once inside, she was stunned. This was because she saw Fourth Master Swan beside her. Chapter 31. Break off the engagement domineeringly. I won't forgive him. Jean's voice was clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. Thetis thought he had heard wrongly. He hurriedly turned his head. Jean, what did you say just now? Jean glanced at Thetis. Facing the reporters, she said once again, I won't forgive him. Jean. Thetis suppressed his voice and sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The reporters at the scene were also in an uproar. According to the usual practice, A party would hold a press conference on their own initiative to settle their scandal. If nothing went wrong, it would be successful. However, the reporters who were initially a little disinterested suddenly became excited. A reporter hurriedly asked, "Ms. Lawrence, did you say that you won't forgive second young Master Locke? He said that he was just drugged. Why won't you forgive him? Ms. Lawrence, are you planning to break off your marriage with second young Master Locke then? It is said that the marriage between the Lawrences and the Lockes is due to a huge benefit. Ms. Lawrence, you're not going to think twice? Ms. Lawrence, why should I forgive a man who can't control his lower body?" Amidst the noise, Jean opened her mouth and said, "I hate cheating men the most in my life." Ms. Lawrence, is there a hidden meaning behind this? Reporters were never afraid of making a big deal out of things. A few years ago, Eden and your sister, Jasmine, cheated on you. Are you still holding a grudge now? Does this have anything to do with the news today? It's just that you said you hate men who cheat. Do you like them? Jean raised her eyebrow. The reporter was a woman, and at this moment, she was suddenly speechless. Jean did not give her a way out. She continued, "Everyone has their principles and bottom line. I won't allow my partner to cheat, regardless of body or mind." Clearly, second young Master Locke failed to not do that. "Jean, didn't I just say that I was drugged?" Thetis quickly said and kept giving her a look. "Don't you already know?" "I don't know," Jean said bluntly. "Jean." Thetis gritted his teeth. "Don't give me a hard time." Jean ignored him. At this moment, the reporter who was arranged by the Crisis Public Relations immediately said, "Ms. Lawrence, don't you think that you're being a bit too much now? Second young Master Locke was framed by someone, which led to the occurrence of the affair. He's now suffering from the abuse of society, and he's bearing the guilt in his heart. As his fiancé, not only do you not care about him and accompany him through this difficult time, but you're even adding insult to injury. Shouldn't you reflect on your character? How can you be so sure that second young Master Locke was drugged?" Jean asked. The reporter paused for a moment before saying, "I believe in second young Master Locke." "You believe in a convict? Ms. Lawrence, who says that a person who has been to prison can't change? Besides, second young Master Locke only committed manslaughter back then. Your actions have made me suspect that you don't want to marry second young Master Locke at all and had no choice but to obey your parents. Now, taking advantage of second young Master Locke's mistake, you want to destroy this engagement," the reporter said indignantly. "At this moment, I actually feel that second young Master Locke is the victim." Thetis quickly echoed. "Jean, I didn't think that you don't like me at all. To think that I was so good to you and your son." He looked very aggrieved. Nevertheless, what he was thinking was that he would definitely kill Jean after this. The reporter followed Thetis' words and said loudly again, "Second young Master Locke, I feel that it's not worth it for you. Although you were wrong in this matter, there's no need for you to be hurt by Ms. Lawrence like this. As long as Jean is willing to forgive me and give me another chance to be together with me again, I don't care if I'm hurt or not." Thetis looked at Jean with a face full of affection. The corner of Jean's mouth curved into a smile. She asked, "Are you done acting?" Thetis's face stiffened. Jean slowly took out her phone and turned it on. Ignoring the numerous missed calls from Monica, she played a recording and turned the volume up to the maximum. "I'm annoyed whenever I see that woman, Jean. I'm annoyed whenever I see that woman. Just thinking about how she embarrassed us in public today makes me want to strangle her to death. That's why I want to take revenge on her. I'm going to go meet another woman." That day in the Lawrence residence's public restroom, Jean recorded the conversation between Octavio and Thetis. Once the conversation was revealed, everyone at the scene clamored. When Thetis came to his senses, he suddenly grabbed Jean's cell phone and fiercely threw it on the ground. The scene started to become a little chaotic. Thetis said, "Jean, you schemed against me." With his true colors exposed, Thetis could no longer hide it. A reporter asked excitedly, "Ms. Lawrence, is that recording a conversation between second young Master Locke and his mother?" So, second young Master Locke's infidelity was intentional, and he even got the tacit approval of the Lockes? "Mr. Lawrence, the Lockes don't like you at all, and they even hate you very much, so they let second young Master Locke go out and mess around." "Enough." Thetis was very agitated. "What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense are you spouting?" Compared to Thetis, Jean appeared very calm. She stood up, took out a folded A4 paper from inside her clothes, and unfolded it. Thetis looked angrily at Jean's actions. Jean showed the agreement paper to the media and said, "This is the prenuptial agreement that the Lockes gave me." After today's signing, when everyone was focused on Thetis news, she cleverly kept it. She said, I'll read it for everyone to hear. First, after Jean becomes a lock. Jean read the agreement word by word. Halfway through, Thetis snatched it away and tore it into pieces. He roared furiously, didn't you see King forgive me? You tricked me? Jean sneered, aren't you being forgiven now? You. Jean did not give him a chance to speak and mocked, second young Master Locke, if you have the guts to go out and cheat, you should have to have the guts to accept all the insults. If you can't accept them, you should at least be smarter. For example, like how Eden was back then. Thetis was so angry that he slapped Jean's face. Jean caught his hand in an instant. She caught it so steadily that Thetis could not even move. Thetis frowned. Jean shook off his hand. Thetis took 2 steps back. Jean said, our engagement ends here. Now, please excuse me. After saying this, she left. Everyone present was even shocked by Jean's aura at this moment. 7 years ago and 7 years later, Ms. Lawrence had the same temperament, but at this moment, the feeling was completely different. Was it her age that made her more domineering? Jean walked out of the venue. She held George's hand and left. At the entrance of the clubhouse, Monica's car was already parked there. Without thinking, Jean opened the backseat door and went in. Once inside, she was stunned. This was because she saw Fourth Master Swan beside her. Chapter 33. Fourth Master Swan spoke up for Jean. Jean ended the video call with Kingsley. She turned her head to look at George, who was sitting in front of the computer and seemed to be doing something very seriously. Jean stood up and walked toward him. George stopped typing on the keyboard. Jean said, George, I'm not afraid of anyone. It's just that I need to endure it sometimes. George bit his lip. I don't want to see you get hurt. That was why he had complained to Kingsley. Jean patted George's little head. When the time is right, I'll take even more drastic measures to get it back. Okay. George nodded hard. Jean did not say anything more. She did not want to waste time on unnecessary things. She looked at George's computer screen. How long will the Locke's loan be due? Tomorrow. Okay. The corners of Jean's mouth curled up. It was time for the Locks to end. Jean turned around and was about to take out her phone when she realized that her phone had been smashed by Thetis. She was not used to not having a phone. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Eldest young lady. Jean opened the door. Eldest young lady, Master wants you and Little Master to go downstairs for dinner, the servant said respectfully. Okay. Jean nodded. The servant left. Jean returned to her room. As she changed, she said to George, let's go downstairs for dinner. But George looked at her. He was probably worried that what happened just now would happen again. Don't worry. With the swans around, nothing will happen. Jean knew it too well. If it was not for the swans, Alexander would never have asked the servant to call her for dinner. Therefore, tonight's dinner would be very peaceful. She changed into a set of clothes and went downstairs with George. In the hall downstairs, she could hear Alexander and Eden's father, Henry, talking and laughing from afar. They seemed unusually harmonious. Jean held George's hand and went over. At this moment, Alexander also called out to the swans, in-laws, Fourth Master Swan, let's have a casual meal together. Jean was not quite sure why Fourth Master Swan was still here. In fact, it had nothing to do with her. She was just a little surprised. It was rumored that Fourth Master Swan hated social events the most. Even so, in the past few days, Fourth Master Swan seemed to be very free. Everyone walked into the luxurious hall of the Lawrence residence. The seats of honor were naturally for Henry and Alexander. Edward sat next to his big brother. Eden sat next to Edward. Beside Edward was Jasmine, followed by Joshua, Jean, and George. Beside Alexander sat Jennifer, followed by Henry's wife, Belle. As it was a round table, Belle was next to George. During the meal, Alexander and Henry were still chatting and laughing. Occasionally, Alexander would deliberately find a topic to chat with Edward. Naturally, the others did not say much. Eden and the others would occasionally chime in at the right time. Only Jean and George were eating dinner seriously. Oh right, the matter between Jean and the Locks today. Henry suddenly took the initiative to bring it up. Alexander's expression turned a little unsightly at that moment. He forced a smile and said, Thetis did such an outrageous thing. I can't possibly let Jean marry him. That's true. Henry agreed. We watched Jeannie grow up as well. She should find a good man. I originally thought that the second son of the Locks would be disciplined after a lesson. I didn't expect him to still be like that. I also didn't expect Thetis to be so unrepentant, Alexander said with some anger. This marriage was supposedly good. It's a pity that it has become like this, Henry said. I heard that the Locks and Muck have been talking about collaborating recently. If the deal is successful, the Lawrences and the Locks together can seize Harkin's e-commerce market in just a matter of time. Alexander was a little embarrassed at this moment. The people at the table were all business savvy, so how could they not tell what Henry was trying to say? He was obviously unhappy with the fact that the marriage between the Lawrences and the Locks was broken off. To the Swans, the Lawrences were already of a lower class than them. If the Lawrences could reach a higher class, it would be even better. Moreover, if the Lawrences and the Locks cooperated with the Muck this time, the Swans could help them and also gain benefits in the e-commerce market. I know too, it's just that things are unpredictable, Alexander tried to explain. Fourth Master Swan suddenly said, the Locks won't be successful. If the Lawrences were to cooperate with them, it would be the Lawrences' loss. Henry turned his head and looked at his fourth brother. Edward was 20 years younger than him. He was born when Old Master Swan was 45 years old while Old Madam Swan was 43 years old. Due to his outstanding IQ, Old Master Swan valued Edward very much. It was worth noting that Edward had been groomed differently from other people since he was young. Given his high IQ, he was naturally much more outstanding than the average person. Once he reached adulthood, Old Master Swan entrusted all the matters of the Swans to him to take care of. Of course, this caused the other brothers to be dissatisfied, but because of Edward's ability, they had no choice but to accept it. In these years, although he was the youngest, he was the one who had the most say in the family apart from Old Master Swan. No matter how capable Damien is, his thoughts are stubborn and old-fashioned. He can't keep up with the development of the current market. Of his two sons, his eldest son is mediocre and only muddles along. His second son is a scumbag. He knows nothing but how to play with women. Sooner or later, something will happen to the Locks. If the Lawrences and the Locks become in-laws, once something happens, the Lawrences will be implicated. Edward's tone was neither slow nor hurried. There was a kind of majesty that could not be refuted. Jean made the right move by taking advantage of this incident to reasonably break off the engagement with the Locks. I think so too. Alexander quickly followed Edward's words and gave himself a way out. He was also afraid that any disturbance would affect the marriage between Jasmine and Eden. To the Lawrences, the most important thing at this moment was this marriage with the Swans. He did not dare to make any mistakes at all. Seeing that Edward had said so, Henry did not bring it up again. In any case, if the old master were to ask, it would be Edward who would explain the matter. The others did not have much of a say, to begin with. Since that's the case, don't think too much about it. That said, Jeannie isn't young anymore. It's better to find someone to marry her as soon as possible, Henry remarked. Jeannie has a child with her, so her situation is quite special. As her father, of course, I'll try my best to find a good man for her. Parents tend to worry about their children indeed, Henry echoed. The meal was rather enjoyable. After dinner, the Swans were not in a hurry to leave. They drank some wine during dinner, so Alexander served them some tea after that. Jean took George for a walk in the back garden. Usually, George spent too much time in the room. When he had the time, she would drag him out to exercise more, even if he did not like it. They walked a few rounds in the small garden that was a little dim. Their footsteps suddenly stopped. Jean looked at the man in front of her who deliberately blocked her path. Chapter 34. It doesn't stop you from seducing me. Jean looked at Eden standing in front of her. It was obvious that he was doing it on purpose. To be honest, she did not have any interest in this man at the moment. She did not even know why she loved him so wholeheartedly back then. After thinking about it, it was probably because she was young and did not know any better. After all, any teenage girl would not be able to reject a good-looking and well-educated young man with good grades, a good personality, and good family background. It was just that those labels could not compare to a dirty heart. The corners of Jean's mouth curled up slightly. Young Master Swan, is there something you need from me? Eden glanced at Jean and lowered his head to look at George. George did not want to be outdone and looked back at him. Eden said, I want to talk to you alone. Jean lowered her head and looked at George. Go back to your room first. She just did not want this man to waste too much of her time, so she did not want to be tangled with him. George had always been obedient. Even though he was a little displeased, he still left obediently. Jean looked at Eden and said coldly, Young Master Swan, if you have something to say, Just say it. I haven't thought of how to help you reject your marriage with the locks, yet you broke it off so easily. Eden stared at Jean. You're much smarter than before. Jean smiled. One learns from one's mistakes. I can't be ignorant like how I was 7 years ago. Are you still brooding over what happened 7 years ago? Young Master Swan, you're worrying too much. I only learned a lesson from what happened 7 years ago. Jean, why do you have to talk to me like that? We were in love for a while, so I'm not so indifferent to you. As long as you take the initiative, I can help you with many things. Eden seemed to be expressing his attitude. Jean smiled again. She said, it's better for you to be indifferent toward me, young Master Swan. I don't dare to ask for your help, and I don't dare to go against Jasmine now. I'm afraid I won't even know how she'll kill me if it happens. Eden's face darkened slightly. Jean seemed to dislike him from the bottom of her heart. Eden had put down his airs, but she still maintained her posture. He said, if I can guarantee that Jasmine won't dare to do anything to you, will you? The corners of Eden's mouth curled up into a smile. He reached out his hand and moved his fingers toward Jean's cheek. Jean took a step back and dodged it perfectly. Eden's fingers stiffened. He clenched his fist tightly and put it down. It was not difficult to see his emotions. Jean said, young Master Swan, unrighteous deeds will lead to your own death. After saying this, Jean walked past him and prepared to leave. Eden grabbed her arm. Jean's eyes narrowed. Eden pulled her to his side with a ferocious expression. Didn't you dress like this on purpose to seduce me tonight? Like this? What about this? Jean lowered her head and looked at her outfit of a virtuous woman. She was only wearing a black tight-fitting t-shirt and a pair of skinny jeans. Who did she seduce with such an ordinary outfit? It would be fine for an ordinary person to wear this outfit, but due to her seductive figure, she looked erotic? Jean moved her arm and gestured for Eden to let go. At this moment, Eden did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary in the Lawrence residence. After a few moments of stalemate, he still let go of her. Jean said, young Master Swan, you'd better not be so narcissistic. Who says that I'm not trying to seduce, your fourth uncle? Jean, Eden was furious. She probably triggered him, so his expression changed completely. Jean smiled faintly and continued, no matter I look at it, your fourth uncle is stronger than you. Stop dreaming. Eden was incomparably enraged, and at this moment, he no longer put on an act. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can seduce my fourth uncle just because he spoke for you? Don't you know what kind of person you are? How dare you think about getting married into a prestigious family when you have a burden with you? Marrying a scumbag like Thetis would have been the most you can do. If you're more obedient, I can still make you my mistress and guarantee that you'll have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. How dare you boast shamelessly about wanting to seduce my fourth uncle? Do you even have any self-awareness? Toward Eden's insults, Jean did not react at all. All of her love for this man ended the moment he announced to the media that he loved Jasmine. She said indifferently, in any case, I'm not a good person anymore and am hopeless, if I'm lucky. Enough. Eden interrupted her directly. Of course, Jean knew the reason Eden was so angry. It was not because he could not forget her, but because he was afraid that she would really seduce fourth Master Swan. If that happened, what would become of him and Jasmine's images? Everything Jean said tonight was to deliberately anger Eden. Of course, she did not think that she could seduce fourth Master Swan, but it was still great to anger Eden. Eden wanted to say something more, but he heard Jasmine's voice behind him. Eden, are you outside? He held back. Eden gave Jean a fierce look, and with a threatening look, he turned around and left. Jean sneered and got up to leave. Ms. Lawrence. Behind her, a male voice was suddenly heard. It was a creepy feeling. Jean turned her head and watched fourth Master Swan walk out from the dark. His tall physique and strong aura were hard to ignore. Jean suppressed her shock and asked, Fourth Master Swan, are you used to appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? Do you think that I should come out and embarrass my nephew then? Fourth Master Swan asked. Jean was speechless. The swans would naturally side with the swans. Jean smiled politely. You're right. Edward looked at her. Her smile was beautiful, but it was as cold as ice. She was strongly distancing herself from him. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you from enjoying the night. Am I hopeless? Edward suddenly spoke. Jean was stunned. Then she explained, Fourth Master, you misunderstood. I was talking about myself. You're not. Edward gave an affirmative answer. At that moment, Jean was speechless. She smiled embarrassedly and forced herself to respond. Thank you, fourth master, for not minding me. Edward did not reply and just looked at her. Jean felt that the rumor that fourth master Swan was a man of few words was true. At this moment, they were in such an awkward situation. Time ticked by. Jean felt that if she did not take the initiative, fourth master Swan would not say anything. She said, "It's getting late, I'll go back to my room first." Without further delay, she turned around and left. "Ms. Lawrence, you're more suitable for loose clothing." Edward's deep and magnetic voice came from behind. Jean pursed her lips. In the end, she was still a little unhappy. Were her normal clothes so unbearable in the eyes of others? Was it her fault that she was in such good shape? She gritted her teeth and forced herself not to care. The next moment, the person behind her added, "It doesn't stop you from seducing me." Chapter 35. Something must be wrong with fourth master Swan. At night, it was so quiet. Jean lay on the bed and slept just fine. The sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly came from outside the room. "Miss, someone is looking for you." The servant was a little annoyed. Jean could understand that no one would be in a good mood if they were woken up in the middle of the night. At this moment, she was not in a good mood either. Who was looking for her at this time of night? Monica? She was always like this from time to time. "It's a man called Teddy," the servant said, clearly impatient. If it was not because the madam reminded the servants to respect the eldest young lady, who had been kicked out, they would not be so respectful to her. "What?" Jean frowned slightly. "He's waiting for you in the main hall now. He said he has something to hand over to you personally." After the servant finished, she turned around and left. Jean glanced at the servant's back and pursed her lips. She also walked out of the room and went downstairs. She really did see Teddy downstairs. Teddy saw Jean appear and hurriedly went forward. "Ms. Lawrence. You're looking for me. This is what fourth master wanted me to hand over to you." Teddy took out a cell phone and a SIM card. "The SIM card is still your original number, and the cell phone is new." Jean looked at Teddy and did not say anything. Teddy did not find this awkward. He took out another ointment and continued, "This ointment can reduce the swelling on your face. Fourth master asked me to remind you to apply it before you go to bed. It'll reduce the swelling tomorrow." Jean still looked at Teddy without saying anything. There were a few seconds of awkwardness in the hall. After a long while, Jean could not help but ask, "Is something wrong with your fourth master?" Teddy was stunned and nodded. "He has been a little abnormal lately." Fourth master Swan somehow did not want Teddy to follow him today and only returned to the manor at 9 p.m. He did not say anything when he returned. Half an hour ago, when it was midnight, he asked Teddy to send a SIM card, a cell phone, and a tube of ointment to Jean. Teddy suspected that his master had been terminally ill recently and became mentally disordered. Teddy said, "Please accept them, Ms. Lawrence. I shouldn't take something undeserved. Mr. Doolittle, please. My master said that if you don't accept them, I don't have to go back either. Please, Ms. Lawrence, be magnanimous and let me go back to report the matter." Since Teddy had said this much, Jean did not want to make things difficult for him. She took all the things in his hands and said, "Help me thank fourth master Swan." "Okay." Jean took the things in Teddy's hands. Teddy politely bowed and turned around to leave. Jean looked at the things in her hands. It was a little baffling. She did not have anything to do with fourth master Swan tonight. After fourth master Swan said those words, Jean pretended not to hear them and left immediately. Fourth master Swan did not say anything more. She thought that was it, but she did not think that he would send someone to deliver things to her. What was more, it was in the middle of the night. Jean lowered her head and looked at the phone, the SIM card, and the ointment. She was not a child. As such, she would not smile if she was given candy. She conveniently threw the ointment into the trash can. When she was about to throw away the phone and the SIM card, she hesitated for a moment. It was just that she was not used to not having a phone. In the Swan family's bamboo garden, in a black and white, minimalistic, and high-class room, Edward was lying on a large black leather bed. He was wearing a white bathrobe and holding a phone in his hand. He was staring at the screen as if he was attracted by something. The moment Teddy knocked on the door and entered, Edward's eyes moved. Teddy said respectfully, "Master, I gave all the things to Ms. Lawrence." "Did she say anything?" Edward asked. "She asked me to thank you." "What else?" Teddy looked at his master. "What else could there be?" Edward turned to look at him. Teddy tried hard to recall. "Oh right." Edward's eyes were clear, and they flickered for a moment. Teddy said, "Ms. Lawrence asked if something is wrong with you." Edward's face darkened. Teddy did not dare to speak. Teddy. Edward looked back at his phone and asked in a neutral tone, "How's the night view in Bamboo Garden tonight?" "The moon is bright, and the stars are twinkling. It's extremely beautiful." "I'll reward you with a night view in Bamboo Garden. You're not allowed to return to the house before the sun comes out." Was it so difficult to tell the truth? Teddy left with tears in his eyes. Edward's expression did not change as he looked at the screen again. A message from Knox popped up on the screen. "Fourth Master Swan, did you see that? I sent you a short video." Edward replied slowly. "Yes." Grabbing an adult man's arm with her bare hand and making him unable to move. It's obvious that she was trained. "I'm afraid that Ms. Lawrence isn't simple." Edward completely ignored Knox's words and typed a few words. "Let's see what happens to the locks tomorrow." Then, he placed his phone on the side. He lay on the big bed and looked at the ceiling above him. Looking at the faint light emitted by the black downlight, he was a little lost in thought. It seemed that he would not be able to fall asleep tonight. The next day, the sky had just turned bright. Jean was woken up by the maid again. She looked at the time. It was 7 a.m. Jean did not disturb George's sleep and went to Jonathan's study. At that time, Alexander and Jennifer, as well as Jasmine and Joshua, were all there. Jean sometimes admired the dignity of the head of the Lawrences. She looked at Jonathan. Last night, the Swans were present. Jonathan had always gone to bed early, so he did not have time to teach her a lesson. This morning, he started to question her. "Jean, before going to the locks, do you still remember what I said?" Jonathan asked sternly. The anger in his voice could not be concealed, causing the others present to not dare to even breathe loudly. "What are you referring to, Grandpa?" Jean asked calmly. Jonathan's expression became even more unsightly. He suddenly slammed the table. It was very loud, scaring the others so much that their bodies trembled. Jean straightened her back and remained unmoved. "I don't want what happened 7 years ago to happen again." Jonathan gritted his teeth. "Grandpa, are you referring to when I was beaten half to death by my father's whip and that I wasn't allowed to be sent to the hospital? Or are you referring to when you chased me out of the Lawrences and sent me out of the country?" "Jean, you're challenging my limits." Jonathan was furious. "Grandpa." Jean interrupted him directly, and her aura was very strong. "Am I a Lawrence?" Jonathan was stunned. Jean sneered. "I once suspected that I'm not actually a Lawrence, that my father isn't my biological father, and that you're not my biological grandfather. Otherwise, how cruel must you guys be to be so harsh on your biological daughter and granddaughter?" "Jean, that's enough. For someone like you who doesn't know what's good for you, I'm already being merciful by treating you this way. The moment your mother died, I shouldn't have cared about you." Alexander said fiercely. "I raised you for so many years in vain." "How did my mother die?" Jean suddenly asked Alexander. Alexander's expression instantly turned ugly. "Didn't my mother treat you well enough by letting you have a mistress? If it wasn't for my mother, the Lawrences would have long become the next family to be eliminated." "Enough." Alexander raised his hand. Jean's gaze hardened. She looked coldly at Alexander in front of her. Chapter 36. Jean's imposing manner. Alexander raised his hand and wanted to slap Jean's face. Jean did not move. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. That gaze caused Alexander to suddenly stop his hand in midair. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to see a glimpse of Jean's mother in her. It made him feel terrified. Jean asked, "Do you want to completely ruin the little affection left between us?" Alexander's expression was ugly. He put down his hand fiercely and said, "Jean, you only care about yourself regardless of the reputation of our family. Don't think that I have any feelings for you. So, you're saying that I'm just a tool for profit. Not only me, but Jasmine and Joshua as well." "Jean." Alexander was furious. Jasmine quickly said, "Sister, how can you say that about Dad? A family wouldn't talk about being a tool for profit. A family needs to help each other. Take me for example. If I can contribute to the Lawrences, I'd be very satisfied and proud. At least I'm not a useless person in the family." "That's why you seduced Eden and exchanged yourself for benefits," Jean mocked. "Eden and I are truly in love. How can you speak so harshly?" Jasmine said angrily. At that moment, her eyes were red. Alexander looked at Jean's aggressive manner and said coldly, "Jean, look at the gap between you and Jasmine. Jasmine always sided with the Lawrences, whereas you only sided with yourself. You're so selfish, so what right do you have to question my feelings for you? When you were 18 years old, you were still young and impulsive. Now that you're 25 years old, you're still like this. How do you think I should treat you? For the so-called interests of the family, I should sacrifice myself? Jean laughed sarcastically. When I was 18 years old, Eden and Jasmine cheated on me. When I was seeking justice for myself, you forced me to admit that my relationship with Eden was broken in order to continue the marriage with the Swans. You even asked me to give them my generous blessings. I went to the Swan family's residence to ask Eden for an explanation. When I came back, I was beaten half to death by you with a whip. I was even chased out of the Lawrence family's manor. I was cheated on, but because I didn't accept it generously, I became a heinous criminal? Alexander was rendered speechless by Jean's words. Jonathan said coldly, the interests of the family can't be violated. No matter what grievances you suffered, you must put the family first. You didn't stand on the side of our family, so it was a heinous crime to us. Jean smiled again. She said, appearing unusually calm, so, you don't have the slightest bit of guilt for what happened 7 years ago. It was all my fault. 7 years later, the same thing happened to me, and it's still my fault. I thought you understood 7 years ago. Jonathan was indifferent. Does that mean that as long as it's beneficial to the family, I can do anything? Jean raised her eyebrow. Jonathan affirmed, yes. That means that if Eden and I can get back together, I can also become a Swan and bring benefits to the family. Sister, are you crazy? Jasmine interrupted Jean and could not help but say, Eden and I are about to get married soon, and you're saying such a thing now. Shut up. Jean faced Jasmine in an imposing manner. When your oldest sister speaks, do you have the right to interrupt? Jasmine's face turned red from Jean's words. Jean did not even look at Jasmine. Her contempt for her was so obvious. At that moment, Jasmine wanted to strangle Jean to death. What right did Jean have to act like the eldest daughter of the Lawrences? Who did she think she was? Jennifer was such a scheming and shrewd person. At that moment, she almost could not hold herself back. She forced herself to calm down. Jean continued, Grandpa, is that what you mean? As long as you can do it, Jonathan said coldly. Okay, I understand, Jean said, as long as I can bring benefits to the Lawrences, I can do whatever I want. The thing now is that you've caused the Lawrences to lose a huge sum. Jonathan's expression was ugly. What you have caused us to lose isn't the $300 million financing project, but the market space of billions of dollars in the future. How do you think I should settle this debt with you? In the study, Jasmine was so angry that he was about to explode. When she heard that Jonathan was going to settle the debt with Jean, her mood instantly improved. At the age of 18, even though the Lawrences were cruel, Jean did not lose an arm or a leg. One had to know that back then, the Lawrences' business continued to fall because of Jean's troubles, and the Swans almost broke off the engagement with the Lawrences. Jean had to thank Jasmine for not being beaten to death by Alexander. She had to thank Jasmine for finally being together with Eden as she did not let the marriage between the Lawrences and the Swans fall apart. This time, Jasmine sneered to herself. This time, Jean had forced the Lawrences to suffer such a big loss. Jasmine did not believe that the Lawrences would let her off so easily. Jasmine was even thinking about how to torture this woman to release the hatred in her heart during this period. Jean faced the furious Jonathan. She said calmly, the reason I refused to help Thetis and broke off the engagement with the Locks was for the Lawrences. Jean, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Jonathan interrupted her. Didn't Dad tell you what Fourth Master Swan said to him last night? Jean was unwilling to show weakness. Jonathan frowned. Alexander said, Fourth Master Swan made a passing remark. Since when did you think Fourth Master Swan talks nonsense? Fourth Master Swan and Eden have a competitive relationship. Fourth Master Swan is afraid that Eden's development will affect his position in the Swans, so he can't wait for Eden's power to weaken. Naturally, he doesn't want the Lawrences to prosper. I'm afraid you think too highly of Eden. Jean was sarcastic. Alexander was angered by Jean's disdainful tone. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Jean said bluntly, the Locks are facing bankruptcy. The moment she said that, everyone looked at her. They did not believe her at all. Don't spout nonsense here. Alexander said to Jean, the Locks have a lot of money. Although the market hasn't developed very well these few years, it doesn't mean that they're facing bankruptcy. How long are you going to spout nonsense? Jean felt tired talking to the Lawrences. She took out her phone. Luckily, she did not throw it away last night. She tapped on the news and looked at the financial news headline. Afterward, she placed her phone directly in front of Alexander. On the screen, there was a piece of breaking news that said, the Locke enterprise has failed in their investment and is unable to repay their bank loan. They might face bankruptcy. In actuality, saying that they might face bankruptcy was just a euphemism. Chapter 37. The Wu family goes bankrupt. Jonathan stared at the news in a daze. After a long while, he raised his head. The older, the wise. Jonathan's expression did not change. He looked at Alexander and said, "Ask the Lockes what's going on with them now." After receiving the order, Alexander quickly turned around to walk to the balcony to make a call. The people in the room, especially Jennifer, Jasmine, and Joshua, looked at each other. They were probably plotting something. Jean was relatively calm. Jonathan was also expressionless. After a while, Alexander returned to the study and said respectfully to Jonathan, "Dad, something has indeed happened to the Lockes." Jonathan's expression changed slightly. When Muck moved in, they didn't think of working with any other companies. They have long gotten independent rights in Harkin and were building their own e-commerce platform. As a result, all the investment of the Lockes has been wasted. Coincidentally, today is the maturity date of the Lockes loan. The Lockes intend to mortgage the e-commerce companies they acquired to the bank, but the bank won't accept it. At the end of the day, once Muck enters, how can small e-commerce companies have the chance to survive? The Lockes have lost a lot this time, Alexander said with some fear. Fortunately, they did not impulsively take out funds for the collaboration back then, or they would have suffered too. Can the Lockes still delay the bank's loan? Jonathan asked. It's very difficult. Not only did the Lockes face the inability to repay the bank's loan, but their business also has a broken capital chain now. If they still want to get up, they'll have to continue the loan. However, the Lockes' traditional business no longer has prospects for development, and there's no market for the e-commerce companies they invested in. The bank can't continue lending them money without an end. According to what banks usually do, they'll probably recover all of the Lockes' mortgaged assets and auction them off to cut their losses. Jonathan nodded as if he was clear about this matter. At the same time, a phone rang in the study. Alexander took a glance at the caller. He hurriedly said, "It's Damien. He's going to borrow money from you." Jonathan went straight to the point. You should reject him, of course," Jonathan said. "Give me the phone." Alexander gave the phone to Jonathan. Jonathan picked it up. "Damien, it's me. Uncle Jonathan, it's best that you answer my call." "I was just about to look for you," the other party said anxiously. "You know that I've been investing in e-commerce platforms during this period. E-commerce is the trend in the future, where a lot of money can be made. That said, at this juncture, I've invested too much money in this, so I don't have enough funds at the moment. Yesterday, I also told Alex that as long as the e-commerce platform is built, we'll split it 50-50. So, Uncle Jonathan, can the Lawrences finance a portion of the money first? I'll return twice the amount to you including interest." "Damien," Jonathan said unhurriedly, "in the past, I would have helped you even if you went bankrupt, let alone for the sake of investing. The Lawrences have always been loyal. However, while I wholeheartedly let my granddaughter be married to your son did such a thing to let her down. What's more, your family acquiesced to it. I can't swallow this grievance. Since our families have fallen out, there's no possibility of further cooperation between us. Uncle Jonathan." Jonathan immediately hung up. He did not listen to Damien's explanation at all. He handed the phone to Alexander. "Whether it's the Lockes or the media, you're going to give the same answer. It's not that the Lawrences are heartless, it's just that the Lockes' actions were too disappointing." "I understand." Alexander hurriedly nodded. Fortunately, the engagement with the Lockes was broken off yesterday, and it was still the Lockes' fault. Otherwise, if something happened to the Lockes at this time, the prospective in-laws would be considered ungrateful for not helping them, and the Lawrences' reputation would then be tarnished. It was good that the Lawrences had sufficient reasons to reasonably reject the Lockes' request for help at this moment. "So," Jean asked coldly in the room, "am I still in the wrong?" Everyone instantly looked at her. Jonathan said coldly, "Do you think you're right for breaking off the engagement without discussing it with your elders? You should be thankful that you're lucky. Something happened to the person you broke off the engagement with. Otherwise, think about the consequences you'll face." "Luck?" Jean sneered and did not say a word. Jonathan continued, "For the sake of not causing a huge disaster in the end, I can let bygones be bygones but..." Jean's eyes moved slightly. "Return the 5% of the shares that you previously took." Jean asked sarcastically, "Do you want to take back what you gave me?" "I gave them to you because I wanted you to marry Thetis Locke. Now that you're not marrying him, shouldn't you return them?" Jonathan made it sound like it was a matter of fact. Grandpa, I don't want to reason with you. At your age, you should know more about reason than I do. Even so, I feel that you're too overbearing now. Jean, how can you talk to your grandpa like that? Alexander's face darkened. Speak, Jonathan said sternly. Alexander paused. Jean looked straight at Jonathan. When you gave me the shares back then, you didn't say that you'll take them back if I end up not getting married to Thetis. I gave you the shares on the premise of becoming a Locke. Compared to the benefits of a joint marriage with the Lockes, breaking off the marriage has also brought benefits to the Lawrences. Not only did we not lose out on our investments, but we also kept our reputation. One thing is not another. I gave you the shares back then just to make up for you. Now, you don't have to marry Thetis, so we no longer have to make up for it. No, you just said that as long as I can bring benefits to the family, I can do whatever I want. Jean looked at Jonathan. I've never thought of doing whatever I want. All I want is 5% of the shares. Grandpa, are you planning to slap your own face? Jonathan glared at Jean. He had never thought that one day, he would be rendered speechless by his granddaughter. Grandpa, 5% of the shares is nothing to you. Nothing will change for you because of this small amount of shares, whether it's in the Lawrence enterprise or the Lawrence family. On the other hand, it's very important to me. What's so important? Jonathan snorted coldly. It means that I'm a Lawrence, Jean uttered word by word. Jonathan seemed to be stunned for a moment. Jean said in a slightly lower voice, I was chased out of the family by you, so I once suspected that I wasn't my dad's biological daughter. These shares at least give me a reason to convince myself that I'm a Lawrence. Jonathan looked at Jean, and at that moment, he seemed to be sizing her up. It was probably the first time in the 25 years since Jean was born that he looked at her so directly. Jonathan, who had always valued sons over daughters, had always treated the daughters of the Lawrences lightly. This was the case for Jasmine as well. He was just using her as a tool to gain benefits. This time, Jonathan was shocked by Jean's explosive power. Whether it was her imposing manner earlier or her softness at this time, they gave him no reason to reject her. Jonathan's eyes narrowed. Perhaps Jean was more useful than he thought. Just like Jean's mother. Chapter 38, The Past. In the somewhat tense room, Jonathan said slowly, remember that you're a Lawrence. This seemed to be a compromise for the shares. Jean curled the corners of her lips. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa. Joshua, who had been silent all this while, could not hold it in any longer. Joshua. Alexander called out to him. Joshua looked at his father and held it in. Jonathan did not need to explain to anyone. He waved his hand and said, all of you, go out. I'm tired. Yes, Alexander said respectfully. Then, he made the others leave. Everyone walked out of the study. Jean walked in front. Jean, Alexander called out to her. Jean turned around. Yes? You'd better behave yourself. Alexander threatened. Jean smiled and said, okay, although she agreed right away, she was half-hearted. Without giving anyone any face, she left after that. Alexander clearly had some emotions. Jennifer whispered beside him. Jeannie is still so disrespectful to her elders after all these years. Alexander turned his head and glared fiercely at her. Jennifer immediately shut up. Alexander said, it's time to go to work. As he said that, he strode away. Jennifer signaled Joshua to follow. In the corridor of the Lawrence family's residence, only Jennifer and Jasmine were left. Jasmine was driven mad. She was about to speak when Jennifer called out to her, let's talk in your room. The two of them returned to Jasmine's room. Jasmine could not hold it in any longer. She could not take it anymore and shouted, what's so great about Jean? What right does she have to be so arrogant in front of Grandpa and Dad? What right does she have to be so fierce to me? She was so angry that her eyes were red. Jennifer was also fuming at that moment. She said, we can't underestimate this woman. What's so great about her? It's just that she was lucky and that the Lockes happened to be going bankrupt. Otherwise, she would have been beaten to death. Jasmine said fiercely as if she did not care about Jean at all. It won't be that simple, Jennifer said. Anyway, Dad doesn't like her. 7 years ago, Dad was able to hit her so hard and even chased her out of the house. What can she do now? It's true that your dad doesn't like Jean, but it's not her problem. It's her mother, Jennifer said suddenly. What? Jasmine did not know much about what happened to the previous generation. Jean's mom is a business prodigy. She helped the Lawrences develop when the Lawrences were on the brink of crisis. The Lawrences maintained as one of the 12 great families because of her ability. However, she was also too capable. Although Jean's mom didn't have any shares, the Lawrence enterprise was still under her control. Your dad didn't have any say in the company. Not only that, but Jean's mother didn't give face to him on many occasions. Over time, he no longer had any feelings for her. He even started to hate her. Jean is very similar to her mother, so your dad doesn't like her, Jennifer explained. I'm a little confused. When we became members of the Lawrences that year, I didn't see how much Dad hated Jean. Jasmine recalled. At that time, Jean's mother had passed away. Why did Dad still treat Jean well? He even tolerated her temper many times. That was because of Eden's existence, Jennifer said bluntly. When Jean's mom passed away that year, at the funeral, Jean and Eden got to know each other. Eden said in front of everyone that he wanted to protect Jean. Your dad saw that Jean had hooked up with the eldest young master of the Swans. He thought that he could use this relationship to interact with the Swans, so of course, he didn't do anything to Jean. I see. No wonder when Jean fell out with Eden back then, Dad hit her like that. He probably wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered from her mom. Jennifer nodded. So, Jasmine, you must remember that the Lawrences only care about benefits. They'll favor whoever can bring benefits to them. Right now, I'm really a little worried that your grandfather will see Jean's ability and use her to his advantage. Joshua has been doing nothing in the business industry. Mom, you're worrying too much. No matter what Jean is, she's still a woman. Don't you know how much the Lawrences value boys over girls? Jasmine looked a little proud. Moreover, I'm about to marry the eldest young master of the Swans. What can compare to the benefits I'll bring to the Lawrences? You're right. The most important thing now is for you to marry Eden without any mistakes. As for that woman, Jean. Jennifer's eyes narrowed. Since she didn't learn her lesson 7 years ago, I will let her understand the consequences of provoking me now. Mom, what are you going to do? Jasmine was full of excitement. You'll find out soon. A cruel look flashed across Jennifer's eyes. Back then, even Jean's powerful mom could not defeat Jennifer, let alone a mere little girl. Jean returned to her room. George had just woken up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, Mom, where did you go? I went for a walk. There were many things she did not want her son to know. Even if her son was precocious. Oh. George climbed down from the bed. Next time you go out, call me. I'll accompany you. Jean smiled faintly. Why should she have a man in her life? Having a son was enough. Once her son grew up, he would bring her a daughter-in-law. It would be perfect. Her eyes moved slightly, and her phone rang at this moment. Jean motioned for George to go wash up. She picked up the phone. Monica. D*MN, I was just trying to call you. If I can't get through, I plan to get a new SIM card and a phone for you. Who knew? The call got through. The person on the other end was a little agitated. Jean was speechless. Monica asked, Did you see the news? Something big has happened to the Locks. I saw it. Jean appeared very calm. Serves them right. Monica cursed angrily. The Locks raised such a son and have such a disgusting mother. They should have been punished long ago. Jean did not reply. In any case, it was fine as long as Monica was happy. Speaking of which, Jeannie. The person on the other end wanted to say something but hesitated. Jean frowned. She could instantly feel that something was wrong with Monica today. She asked, What happened? Monica was silent for 2 seconds before her tone returned to normal. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that the Locks are finished. Did you quarrel with Finn? Jean asked bluntly. What are you thinking about? Monica was being a little exaggerated. Why would I quarrel with him? We don't even speak much in a day. If you have something on your mind, tell me. Jean was very serious. No, all right, I'm going to hang up. My dad asked me to accompany him to the hospital for a routine checkup.
Suddenly, Monica hung up the phone. The moment she hung up, she stared at her phone screen.
She swiped with her fingers and opened a message. Monica, I'm back. It was a message from Michael. Monica, what are you standing there for? Get in the car. We're going to the hospital now. Monica's father, Gary Cardellini, urged. Monica gritted her teeth and deleted the text message. The past was in the past. Chapter 39. It's time for you to do family planning with Finn. Monica accompanied her dad to the hospital. Sitting in the luxurious car, Monica was deep in thought. Gary frowned. You're normally talkative. Why aren't you talking to me now? What can I say to an old man like you? Ah. Monica held her head. Dad, I'm so stupid because you've been hitting my head since I was young. If you know you're stupid, stop thinking so much. Just live a good life with Finn. Finn, is Finn your illegitimate child? Monica was displeased. Gary was too lazy to answer and changed the topic. I heard that Jeannie is back? She's been back for many days. Dad, you don't even care about my friend, Monica complained. Gary was speechless. He said, when you're free, ask Jeannie to come over for dinner. I'll treat her well. You promise? Gary nodded. Then I'll find time to ask her to come over for dinner, Monica said with a smile. The father and daughter had a very good relationship. They were often noisy, but their relationship was extremely good. They chatted and laughed as they walked into Finn's office in Central Hospital. Finn was wearing a white coat and a pair of framed glasses. He was everything one could fantasize about a doctor. Back then, Monica fell in love with this B***starred at first sight. It was probably because she could not resist seeing him in a white coat. Dad, you're here so early, Finn called Gary naturally. He stood up respectfully and went over to help him. I have a shareholders meeting in the afternoon. I came over early since I have time in the morning. I've arranged everything for you. Follow me. Finn brought Gary to undergo a physical examination. Gary had a very serious heart condition. 3 years ago, he underwent a heart bypass surgery. Finn was the chief surgeon, and the surgery was very successful. Nonetheless, because of the heart surgery, Gary had to undergo a full-body checkup every 6 months, and it was also done by Finn himself. Monica waited in Finn's office. Finn's assistant respectfully made a cup of tea for Monica. Mrs. Jones, here's your favorite royal black tea. Monica thanked her and sighed. The treatment in this hospital is too good. You even serve such expensive tea. Isn't this a public hospital? The tea belongs to Dr. Jones, the assistant replied. That scum really knows how to enjoy himself, Monica could not help but say after taking a sip of her tea. The assistant was speechless. Dr. Jones never drank black tea. It was only brewed for Monica whenever she came. Monica waited for an hour. When Finn and Gary returned, Monica asked Finn, how's my dad? He's fine, Finn answered. He turned to Gary and said, based on the results, your health is no different from a normal person's. As long as you continue to take care of yourself according to my medical advice, there won't be any problems. Thank you. Gary patted Finn's shoulder with a smile. Dad, you're being too polite. Finn was very polite. Monica looked at Finn. This man was always polite in front of outsiders, but in front of her, he was the worst. Since I'm fine, I won't disturb your work. Monica, let's go, Gary said. Monica stood up from the sofa. I'll send you off, Finn said hurriedly. The three of them walked out of Finn's office and entered the elevator. The moment the elevator opened, Monica paused for a moment. Not only Monica, but the person inside was also stunned. He looked straight at Monica. Commissioner Ross, we're here. The person next to him reminded him to get off the elevator. Michael then walked out. He walked past Monica. Monica pursed her lips and did not look any different. Finn sent Monica and Gary to the car. Gary said, it's been a long time since you've gone home for dinner with Monica. Come back for dinner tonight. I'll try my best. Finn agreed. Gary nodded and gestured for the driver to drive away. In the car, Monica did not say a word. Gary said, Michael has returned to Harkin? Monica came back to her senses and said nonchalantly, probably. Don't come up with any bad ideas. Think about how he broke up with you back then. Gary sounded a bit serious. Got it. Monica was a little impatient. She picked up the mineral water in the car and drank it as though she was not bothered. When are you and Finn going to have a child? Gary suddenly asked. Monica almost spat out a mouthful of water. F***ck. I'm still a virgin. How are we going to have a child? You can start planning, Gary said with a commanding tone. Monica was not going to care about what the old man said. In any case, she was going to divorce Finn sooner or later. Before long, the Locks declared bankruptcy. They were probably the only publicly listed company that declared bankruptcy so quickly. It seemed that their death was declared before they could even struggle. Jean lay on the chair in her room and looked at some news out of boredom. These few days, she had nothing to do. She either accompanied George in their room to play computer games, went out for a stroll in the Lawrence residence's courtyard, or watched coldly from the side as the Lawrences prepared for Jasmine and Eden's wedding. There were only 3 days left before the cheating couple got married. Jean was very calm. She calmly watched Jasmine act like a shy yet eager woman. She put down her phone and looked at the time. It was 9 p.m. Just as she was thinking of getting George to wash up and go to bed earlier, her phone rang. Jean frowned. To be honest, she did not like answering the phone at night. She looked at the incoming call. Monica. Jean, I'm drunk. Monica's slightly drunk voice came from the other end. You're drunk at 9 p.m.? This did not seem like Monica's style. Come and pick me up. Monica did not explain. King Tea Club, room 999. After saying that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Jean was a little speechless. She took a deep breath and said to George, take a bath and sleep by yourself. I'll go out and send your godmother back. She's drunk at the nightclub. Okay, George nodded. Sometimes, George was so sensible that Jean was very touched. She got up and caressed George's head. Then, she went to change her clothes and walked out of the room. Downstairs, Jennifer and Jasmine were still in the living room preparing for the wedding. Besides them, Jennifer's relatives from her mother's family had also come. According to the rules of Southampton City, before a wedding, there must always be bridal guests. Usually, large families would let the bridal guests stay with them in advance. It was normal for them to spend 3 days and 3 nights together. The hall that was originally filled with laughter and chatter became silent for a second when everyone saw Jean. Jean walked out directly. Someone said from behind her, she didn't even greet us. Despite being the eldest young lady, she isn't as polite as us. Jean did not care at all. She used her phone to call for an Uber and arrived at the destination. She did not like nightclubs, so she was not used to them and was also very unfamiliar with them. Under the guidance of a staff member, she walked into room 999. The door was opened. Jean was stunned. Other than Monica, there was also Finn, Knox, and Fourth Master Swan. Chapter 40. Jean sent Fourth Master Swan home, and they kissed. When Jean saw everyone in the private room clearly, she knew she had been tricked by Monica. She turned around and was about to leave. Monica grabbed her. Sister Jean. Usually, when Monica had something to ask of Jean, she would call her that. Jean looked grim. You finally came back, and we haven't gathered like this for a long time. Please do me the honor of spending some time with me. Monica acted coquettishly. Jean looked at her coldly. Yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you, but would you have come out if I didn't say that? Monica said with a fawning look. At this moment, Finn also walked over. Have a seat. We'll be leaving soon too. Jean looked at Finn and nodded slowly. Monica's heart was breaking. Does Jean really fancy Finn? Monica had just said a lot, but it was nothing compared to what Finn had said. She watched in displeasure as Jean walked into the private room. Jean chose a corner and sat down. Monica sat next to her with a fawning look. Jeannie, what song do you want to sing? I'll cue it for you. I'm not singing. Let's have a drink then? I'm not drinking. Do you want to eat snacks? No, Jeannie. You can play on your own. I know how to kill time. Jean was indifferent. Monica saw that Jean really did not like this environment, so she rubbed her nose and went to have fun by herself. Jean took out her phone and sat on the side to play a little game to kill time. She was clearing around in the game. Ms. Lawrence. A man walked over, holding a glass of wine. Jean looked up. Knox. Do you still remember me, Ms. Lawrence? Knox introduced himself. Jean smiled. Of course, we played mahjong together. Knox also smiled. Actually, we met more than once. 7 years ago. Mr. Winter. Jean interrupted him. If you'd like to drink with me, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me these few days. Knox was naturally not stupid. He knew that Jean did not want to say much, so he smiled and said, please help yourself then. Jean smiled. Knox returned to his seat and chatted with Fourth Master Swan and Finn while drinking. Jean continued to lower her head and play with her phone. Miss, here's your plain water. The waiter suddenly approached. Jean was stunned. Thank you. The waiter left respectfully. At 10:30 p.m., Finn said to Monica, who was still singing affectionately, Monica, it's getting late. It's time to go back. It's only past 10 p.m. Monica was obviously not satisfied. Everyone has something to do tomorrow. Monica was helpless. She put down the microphone. Let's go then. She turned around and walked toward Jean. Jeannie, let's go. Okay. Jean stood up. Everyone also stood up from their seats. Monica looked at Fourth Master Swan and had an idea. She suddenly asked, Fourth Master, did you drink? Fourth Master Swan looked at Monica. What do you think? Jeannie hasn't drunk. Why don't you let her send you back? Monica arranged the matter and added, Finn, Knox, and I drank. We can't send you back. Fourth Master Swan turned to look at Jean. Jean knew what Monica was thinking. Monica was trying to set her up with Fourth Master Swan. It was just that Fourth Master Swan was out of Jean's league. Jean casually picked up the wine glass beside her and suddenly emptied it. Monica was dumbfounded. The others also seemed to be surprised. Jean said calmly, I drank too. I can't drive, so I can't send Fourth Master back. It was such an obvious rejection. Monica was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She quickly picked up some water and pretended to be dumb. As she drank, she thought, why is Jean so clueless? It was a little awkward. Fourth Master Swan opened his mouth and said, it's all right. I have a chauffeur. I'll send Ms. Lawrence home. Peeved. Monica spat out a mouthful of water. Finn looked at Monica with disdain and handed her a tissue. Monica wiped the corner of her mouth and said hurriedly, thanks for the trouble, Fourth Master Swan. You must send Jeannie home safely. Of course. Fourth Master Swan nodded and said to Jean, let's go, Ms. Lawrence. Jean gritted her teeth. At that moment, she wanted to vomit blood. She braced herself and left with Fourth Master Swan. Monica watched them leave. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that they were a match made in heaven. She muttered, there's a chance. Knox stood by the side and smiled without saying a word. Jean sat in Fourth Master Swan's car. The two of them had settled down, but the car did not start. After a long while, Jean could not hold it in any longer. She asked, are you still waiting for someone, Fourth Master? I'm waiting for you to fasten your seatbelt, Fourth Master Swan said bluntly. At that moment, Jean wanted to curse. She somewhat rudely fastened her seatbelt. Who the F***ck wears a seatbelt in the backseat? After Jean fastened her seatbelt, the car drove on the wide streets of Southampton City. No one spoke on the way. Jean was only looking out of the window at all the darkness in Southampton City. Fourth Master Swan sat next to her and closed his eyes to rest. The car arrived at the Swan's private residence. Following that, the driver parked the car at Bamboo Garden. Jean turned her head and looked at the motionless Fourth Master Swan. Experience told her that she could not expect Fourth Master Swan to take the initiative. She opened her mouth and said, Fourth Master, we're here. Fourth Master Swan's eyes moved slightly. He opened his eyes and looked straight at Jean. Jean repeated, we're here. Yes, Fourth Master Swan replied and said slowly, Ms. Lawrence, I'll ask the driver to send you back. Shouldn't you return the favor by sending me back to my room? Are you drunk, Fourth Master Swan? Ms. Lawrence, you're wise indeed. Jean wanted to slap herself. Seeing how Fourth Master Swan was sitting so steadily, she knew she could not outlast him. She unfastened her seatbelt and got out of the car. Then, she walked over to Fourth Master Swan's side and opened the car door for him. Fourth Master Swan still did not move. Jean gritted her teeth. It was as if she was being filial to an elder or serving a disabled person. She bent down and was about to unfasten Fourth Master Swan's seatbelt when he suddenly raised his head. As she was caught off guard, his lips touched hers. Jean was stunned. She looked straight at Fourth Master Swan, whose face was right in front of her, and saw him staring at her. Their eyes met. Jean jerked away. Her heart was beating fast. As for the man in front of her, he still had the same expression. His expression did not change, and he seemed calm. Jean secretly adjusted her emotions and pretended that nothing had happened. She lowered her head and continued to unfasten Fourth Master Swan's seatbelt. Fourth Master, get out of the car. Fourth Master Swan held onto Jean's arm and got out of the car with her. Jean unsteadily helped Fourth Master Swan into his room and rested him on his big bed. She panted. Fourth Master Swan did not look like he had much flesh, but he was as heavy as a lump of iron. Jean turned around and was about to leave. Ms. Lawrence, Fourth Master Swan suddenly called out to her. Jean was a little impatient. She turned around. Yes, Fourth Master? Next time you kiss me, remember to stick out your tongue? Chapter 41. All the good things had become a nightmare. Next time you kiss me, remember to stick out your tongue. Fourth Master Swan's deep voice was magnetic. Jean's entire body exploded. There was no next time. She would also stay far away from him in the future. Jean left in a huff. The man behind her raised his head, and it was obvious that he was smiling. Jean walked out of Fourth Master Swan's room. The place where Fourth Master Swan lived was very big with a typical black and white style. It was very similar to the feeling that he gave people. No, it was not similar. Fourth Master Swan was much showier than these buildings. Jean suppressed her raging fire and returned to the car. The driver sent Jean away. When she left, she passed through a large bamboo forest. Under the night sky, the breeze blew, creating a different scene. Jean could not help but ask, "Does Fourth Master like bamboos a lot?" "Yes," the chauffeur said respectfully. "Fourth Master planted these bamboos himself. He plants some bamboo every year, and they eventually turned into a bamboo forest." "Your master sure has a lot of free time." The chauffeur smiled and did not say anything else. Soon, the car returned to silence. The chauffeur seemed to want to make the atmosphere less awkward, so he took the initiative to speak again. "Actually, I've known you for many years, Ms. Lawrence. Back then, when you and young Master Swan were dating, I already knew about you." "Really?" Jean was a little sarcastic. "Back then, I often came to the Swan's residence to play. When she was dating Eden, Eden would also bring her here, but they would always go to the Swan's Purple Pavilion garden." The driver glanced at Jean through the rearview mirror. It was not because Jean often came to the Swan residence. Since the gardens were separated, it was actually very difficult to see her. The driver knew her because there was once when she and young Master Swan kissed at the main entrance, and he happened to be driving Fourth Master Swan back. Teddy and young Master Winter were also in the car. At that time, young Master Winter teased, "Didn't they say that Jean doesn't even let Eden hold her hand? He kissed her just like that. Women are all pretentious." At that time, young Master Winter said something bad about Ms. Lawrence and was kicked out of the car by Fourth Master Swan. Thus, the driver had a deep impression of Ms. Lawrence. The driver did not explain. After all, saying too much could lead to mistakes. Especially for servants like them, how would they dare to gossip about their master's matters? At this moment, Jean sat in the car and felt a little lost. She watched the car drive out of Bamboo Garden, through the park, and out of the manor. Jean remembered when she was 18 years old, Eden accompanied her through her coming of age. Eden was drunk, so she sent him back. At the entrance, Eden dragged her out of the car and blocked her at the gate, saying that he wanted to give her a kiss no matter what. At that time, Jean had rejected him, and no matter how much Eden begged her, she did not give in. She thought at that time that once they got married, she would give him all the good things, all the good things. Jean sneered. All the good things had become a nightmare. In this life, it would be hard for her to fall in love again. One day before Jasmine and Eden got married, more relatives came to visit the Lawrences. Some were Lawrences, and some were from Jennifer's family. Jean did not know most of them. Jean brought George into the living room. In the living room, a woman walked over with a child. She said very enthusiastically, "Jeannie, do you still remember me? I'm your aunt." Jean did not have much of an impression of her. "You forgot about me. Back then, you and Jasmine came to our city to play. I even brought you to the pond to catch fish," the person who called herself Jean's aunt quickly said. Jean remembered. She was about 10 years old back then. One summer vacation, she followed Jasmine to Jennifer's parents' house to play. At that time, she did not think much of it. Now that she thought about how she almost drowned in the pond back then, she wondered if it was a conspiracy of this family. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. "Ah, I remember now. This woman was Phoebe White, the wife of Jeremy, who was Jennifer's only younger brother. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and you've grown up to be so beautiful," Phoebe praised repeatedly and quickly introduced. "Oh right. This is my youngest son, Paul. He's exactly the same age as your son. They can play together." Jean glanced at Paul. Phoebe was over 40 years old, but her son was only 6 years old. Jean had heard that in order to make Phoebe give birth to a son, the Fabians had forced her to have countless abortions. Their wish probably came through. "Hello, sister." Paul was obviously very polite. Jean nodded. "Hello. Sister, can I play with George?" Paul asked. Jean was very clear that George did not like to play with people of the same age. At that moment, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, she squatted down and said to George, "Be good and play with Paul." George nodded somewhat reluctantly. Jean patted George's head. Paul took the initiative to take George's hand and left. Jean watched them leave. "Sister, can you come over and help me pick out wedding photos?" On the sofa in the living room, Jasmine took the initiative to ask. Jean obviously knew that Jasmine was showing off. At that moment, besides some gossipy old ladies, there were many men and women of the same age surrounding Jasmine. Everyone was giving her all sorts of compliments and flattery. Jean refused. "No, I still have something to do. You and Eden are a perfect match. Any one of the photos will look good. As she said that, she walked out of the hall. Jasmine watched her leave and sneered. Someone beside her said, "Cousin, she must be jealous of you." Jasmine smiled smugly and turned around to choose the wedding photos that would be placed at the wedding venue the next day. Jean walked toward the back garden. Just now, George and Paul had walked this way. It was not Jean's fault for suspecting the Fabians. She was just very clear that those who were suddenly courteous must not have good intentions. She had just taken a few steps when a man suddenly called out to her. "Jean." It was as if the man had followed her out of the hall. Jean turned her head. She looked at the slightly tanned man. He had a buzz cut and was wearing an outdated suit. He looked at her and smiled foolishly. "Don't you recognize me? Back then, you came to our city with Jasmine. I brought you and Jasmine out to play. You used to call me Brother Black Bull," the man introduced himself. It turned out to be Sam Zimmer, the son of Jennifer's elder sister, Jade. His skin was dark since he was young, so he was nicknamed Black Bull.
I remember. Jean nodded, but she was very unfamiliar with him. "Can I help you? It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to say hello to you." Sam appeared a little shy.
Jean smiled and asked, "How are you doing now?" "I'm working in our city now, and my job is all right. It's just that my marriage a few years ago didn't go well, so I divorced my ex-wife last year." "Oh," Jean replied, "I heard from my aunt that you're single with your child too." "Brother Black Bull, Paul and my son went to the back garden just now. I'm a little worried about the two children. I'll go take a look." "Okay," Sam quickly agreed. Jean turned around and left. Sam watched her leave and sneered. His aunt said that as long as he hooked up with this woman, he would be the son-in-law of the Lawrences in the future. Naturally, he would be rich and powerful. Chapter 42. Jennifer's Scheme. After leaving Sam's line of sight, Jean's eyes turned cold. What is Jennifer up to again? She pursed her lips and looked at George and Paul not far away. The two of them obviously did not have a good relationship and were playing their own games. Jean could not help but laugh. Even the children knew to put up a pleasant front. At night, Eden made a trip to the Lawrence family's manor to confirm the flow of the wedding tomorrow. He was surrounded by everyone the moment he arrived. It was as though he was a celebrity. Jean stood on the guardrail on the second floor and watched Eden politely greet everyone. He told Jasmine about the matters tomorrow before he left the manor. The moment he left, he seemed to have raised his head to take a look. Jean was cold. At that moment, in the hall, after Eden left, everyone was excited. An elder said, "Young Master Swan is not only a good-looking person, but he's also very considerate. His family background is also prominent. Only someone as outstanding as Jasmine is worthy of him." A youngster said, "Young Master Swan is really handsome. He's even more dazzling than he is on TV. Sister Jasmine, you're really blessed." For a moment, there were remarks of envy. Jean looked on indifferently. She turned around and went back to her room. "Jeannie." Sam appeared behind her. Jean frowned slightly. She could clearly feel that this person was deliberately trying to be nice to her. He definitely had ill intentions. "I heard about the matter between you and Jasmine. If it wasn't for her, you'd be able to enjoy this glory today." Sam seemed to be defending Jean against injustice. Jean smiled. Jasmine and Eden are a match made in heaven. It's only natural for them to be together. A match made in heaven. Sam still wanted to say something. However, Jean had turned around and left. Sam's expression was a little ugly. No matter how good-looking she was still a woman who had given birth to a child. In the city he was from, a woman with a child like her would not have face, let alone status. Why is she being so arrogant? "Sam!" Jennifer suddenly called out to him from the corridor. Sam immediately tried to fawn over her. "Auntie. Come with me, I have something to tell you." "Okay." Sam followed Jennifer and left. Jean returned to her room, but George had not returned to his room yet. Today, George had been pestered by Paul the whole day. Why was he not back at this late hour? Jean hesitated for a moment and decided to take a shower first before calling George back. With this thought in mind, she quickly took a shower and changed into a set of pajamas. Just as she was about to leave, someone knocked on the door. At this moment, Jennifer, Phoebe, Paul, and George appeared at the door. Before Jean could speak, Phoebe said, "Jeannie, Paul really likes to play with George. He said that he'll let George sleep with him tonight. Paul has always been very introverted. It's rare for him to find someone he can play with. Can you let George sleep with Paul tonight?" Jean was about to speak. Jennifer beat her to it. "Jeannie, I don't know if it's because Paul was born to an elderly mother, but his personality has been different from other children since he was born. It's rare that he likes George so much, so let him sleep with George tonight. Don't worry, your aunt will look after them. She'll cover them with blankets tonight. George doesn't like to sleep with other people, Jean said straightforwardly. When children are sleepy, why would they care about who is by their side? Jeannie, today is Paul's first day here. He's very unfamiliar with your home and likes to play with George. Just let them sleep together tonight. After tonight, I won't let Paul sleep with George anymore, okay? Phoebe asked with a pleading tone. If Jean refused at this time, Jennifer would do something again. Moreover, Jean wanted to see what Jennifer was up to again. She smiled. Since you say so, I'll have to trouble you to take care of George tonight, Auntie. You're too polite. Oh right. Phoebe quickly asked Paul to bring out a cup. Paul, didn't you bring some orange juice from our hometown for Jean? Paul quickly handed over a cup with both hands. Sister, my grandmother personally made this. My grandmother isn't in good health and can't come to Sister Jasmine's wedding, so she asked me to bring orange juice for everyone to drink. Everyone else except you has drunk it. This is for you. Why don't you see if it suits your taste? He looked sincere. This child was truly educated by the Fabians such that he did not have the innocence of a child. Jean took the cup and took a look. Phoebe said, when you came to our house back then, you loved to drink this. Before I left, my mother-in-law specially asked me to bring some back for you. Have a taste and see if it still tastes the same as before. Jean smiled. She drank it. In order to accomplish something, Jennifer could really come up with all sorts of ideas. After Jean finished drinking it, Jennifer obviously smiled. It was a smile of success. Jean said, it's very delicious. Help me thank her. I will, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. Paul, hold George's hand. Let's go to bed, Phoebe quickly said. Paul obediently took George's hand. George looked at Jean. Jean gave him a look. George nodded and left with Paul. Jean watched them leave. She closed the door and walked straight into the bathroom at that moment. She used her fingers to dig at her throat a few times. Jean vomited some water, but it was impossible for her to vomit it all out. She thought for a moment and made a call. Are you in a bad mood? Do you need some consolation? The person on the other end was very excited. Do you want me to drink with you? Jean did not have time to joke with her. It's 9 p.m. now. Drive to the entrance of the Lawrence family's manor at 11 p.m. and wait for me. Why do I have to wait until 11 p.m.? I'm free now. Monica was puzzled. Do as I say, Jean said straightforwardly and added, if I don't come out at 11 p.m., you have to wait until I do. What happened? Monica was baffled. Are you possessed? Are you having a mental disorder because Eden is getting married tomorrow? Eden's marriage doesn't affect me at all. Really? Monica did not seem to believe it. Jean did not want to explain. By the way, didn't anything happen between you and Fourth Master Swan that night? It was such a good opportunity. Did anything happen? Monica asked. In fact, she had called the next day to ask but was fobbed off by Jean. She seemed to be unwilling to give up. No, not only that night, but nothing will happen to us in the future as well. Jean was resolute and decisive. Monica was speechless. It was clear that Fourth Master Swan treated Jean differently. Right, is Dr. Jones around tonight? Jean asked. Yes, he's not on duty tonight. By the way, why do you keep asking? Tell him that I have something to talk to him about tonight. Without waiting for Monica to speak, Jean directly hung up the phone. Chapter 43. Jean was drugged. Monica looked at her phone and felt like she was about to explode. F***CK. Is Jean really into Finn? She's giving up Fourth Master Swan for that scum? Who's the blind one now? Monica felt like she was about to break down. She took a deep breath and looked at the time. 11 p.m., right? F***CK. Why has Jean been so weird ever since she returned? After Jean put down the phone, she thought for a moment and took out a mini camera from the cabinet. She felt that it would come in handy tonight. She adjusted the position of the mini camera and switched it to night mode. After confirming that she could capture the big bed, she lay on the bed and waited. After waiting for about more than an hour, someone knocked on the door. Jean knew that tonight was not going to be simple. She opened the door. Sam stood at the door. Jean asked, Brother Black Bull, you're still awake? I'm not used to sleeping here, so I can't sleep. I don't know what to do, so I was thinking of chatting with you. Is that okay? The corner of Jean's lips curled up. Come in. Sam was almost mesmerized by the curve of Jean's lips. He did not know if it was because of the night, but Jean was as charming as an alluring demon, the kind that could suck a man's blood dry. Even though she was dressed very homely, Sam's heart raced as he walked into Jean's room. Is George not here? Sam asked on purpose. He's sleeping with Paul. I'm alone, Jean answered with a smile. Is that so? I thought I might disturb George's sleep. Jean smiled again. Her smile was enchanting. Sam managed to find some topics to talk about, and the two of them continued to chat. As they chatted, Jean felt that something was wrong with her body. Sam also noticed that something was wrong with Jean. He said, Jean, your face is a little red. Jean touched her face. Do you have a fever? Sam reached out to touch Jean's cheek. Jean moved back. Sam endured it and asked with concern, Are you feeling unwell? I'm feeling a little hot. Jean panted lightly. She looked incredibly seductive. Sam could not endure it anymore. He suddenly said excitedly, Jean, I like you very much. I really like you very much. Jean looked at him. I liked you when I was young, but I was afraid that I wasn't good enough for you, so I didn't dare to say it. Now that I see you again, I can't hold it in anymore. Jean, As he said that, he pounced on Jean. Jean suddenly dodged. Sam wanted to get closer again. Jean said, Brother Black Bull, I don't know why, but I also have some indescribable feelings for you now. That said, do you feel like you want to do something? Sam asked her. Yes, but. No buts. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. Sam leaned over again. Wait, Jean called out to him. At that moment, she was panting a little. Sam knew she must be suffering from the effects of the drug. His aunt said that once the drug took effect, he could do whatever he wanted to Jean. When he thought about what was going to happen next, he became even more excited. Brother Black Bull, go and turn off the lights first, Jean said. Sam could only think about wanting Jean at this moment, so he did whatever she said. He quickly went to turn off the lights. It was suddenly dark. Sam did not know where Jean had gone. He only heard her soft voice. Brother Black Bull, wait for me on the bed for a while. I'll go and change my clothes. I'll be right back. Okay, hurry up. Okay, Jean replied. Sam hurriedly fumbled and lay down on Jean's soft bed. The whole bed seemed to have Jean's scent, which made Sam even more excited. Jean took this opportunity to open the door and walk out. She was a little drowsy. Jennifer had probably used a huge dose of the drug. Jean forced herself to calm down and walked directly to Jasmine's room next door. She knocked on the door. Jasmine seemed to have just taken a shower. She was probably too excited to sleep tonight, so she quickly opened the door. When she opened the door and saw Jean, she was a little surprised. Did her mother not say that there would be a good show tonight? Jasmine did not have time to think. The back of her head suddenly hurt, and her vision went black. Jean dragged Jasmine's body back to her room. In the room, Sam was fumbling around. Jean, are you not done yet? I'm done, Jean said breathlessly. Promise me you'll close your eyes the entire time. I'm shy. Whatever you say. Sam was extremely excited. I'm coming now. Have you closed your eyes? Yes. Jean gritted her teeth and forcefully carried Jasmine onto the bed. Sam hugged Jasmine's body and started to kiss and touch her all over. Jean glanced at them and turned to leave. She closed the door gently and walked straight to the balcony on the second floor of the Lawrence family's house. She estimated the height and jumped down. After jumping down, she rolled on the ground and quickly walked toward the entrance. At this moment, in the main hall, Jennifer was sitting in the main hall. It looked like she was still preparing for tomorrow's wedding, but in reality, she was just waiting for something to happen. It was about time. Jennifer smiled viciously. Tomorrow, there would be a good show to watch. When Jean walked out of the entrance, she saw Monica's car parked there. Monica had always been reliable when it came to Jean. Jean suddenly opened the door of the front passenger seat. Monica was still listening to a song when she was shocked by Jean's sudden appearance. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Jean say, "Go to your place. Hurry up." What was wrong? Monica felt that Jean was in a hurry at that moment, as if she was different from the usually calm and collected her. Frightened, Monica quickly started the car to drive toward her house. Along the way, Monica drove a little fast. As she drove, she asked, "Jean, what's wrong? Why are you panting so much? Don't scare me." "I'm fine." Jean forced herself to remain calm. "Don't say that you're fine. I get scared when you say that." Jean gritted her teeth and did not say anything else at that moment. Her body was tensed up, and she was already pressing her nails into her palms. Monica saw that Jean's condition was getting more abnormal, so she sped up again. She even crazily parked her car in the district's garage and got out to help Jean up. The moment she touched Jean's body, she was completely shocked. Why are you sweating so much? Why is your body so hot? It seemed like Monica did not dare to think further. She helped Jean into the elevator and pressed the button to her floor frantically. When the elevator arrived, Monica used her fingerprint to unlock the door. Jean said weakly, "Help me into your room and call Dr. Jones for me." Monica thought, how can that scum be so blessed? Chapter 44. Fourth Master Swan is downstairs. Monica helped Jean to her bed. She looked at Jean panting, then she gritted her teeth as she went to Finn's room. She knocked on the door. Finn opened the door and looked at Monica. Monica said, "Jean is looking for you. She's in my room." Finn frowned. He stood up and prepared to go over. Monica grabbed his arm. Finn's eyes moved slightly. Monica took a deep breath and slowly let go of him. She did not say anything and let go of him. Monica always felt that Jean had been more mature than her since she was young and would not be as reckless as her. Since it was Jean's choice, it must be right. Finn glanced at Monica and still did not say anything. He walked into her room. The door opened. Jean was lying on Monica's bed. She was hugging the blanket, and her entire body was trembling. Her face was rosy, and she was having difficulty breathing. Her face was covered in sweat, and she was curled up into a ball. It was obvious that she was in pain. Finn strode over. Instinctively, the doctor reached out to check on her condition. "I've been drugged," Jean said. "It should be very serious." Finn's hand froze in midair. "I hope you can help me." Jean was panting heavily. Finn looked at Jean's appearance again and asked, "Are you sure you want me to help you?" "Yes. With your current condition, I don't think my medicine is better than a man," Finn said bluntly. "Please try it." Jean held it in. She held it in as long as she could. Finn wanted to say something but did not delay any further. He said, "Wait for me for a while." Jean nodded and hugged the blanket tightly. She was trying her best to suppress the desire in her heart. Monica stood outside the room. She saw Finn come out and leave without even looking at her. She was unhappy. When she returned to her room, she saw that Jean was still in extreme discomfort. She asked, "Jean, how are you?" Jean shook her head. Monica felt uncomfortable just looking at her. Although she had never tried it before, it was not like she had not seen it before after so many years at the nightclub. She had even seen a hostess show effect on the spot. She could still vividly remember that wild scene. "Do you want me to help you find a man?" Monica suddenly suggested. "Don't hold any hope for Finn. He's a piece of trash." "Monica, don't bother about me. Get out. Jean. Get out." Jean was very loud. She was almost shouting. Monica looked at her in a daze. Jean suddenly got up from the bed. Monica was shocked. The next moment, she saw Jean frantically running into the bathroom in her room and fiercely closing the bathroom door. Then, there was what seemed like a violent sound as well as the sound of the shower running. Monica was frightened. She hurriedly ran to the bathroom and knocked on the bathroom door. "Jean, open the door. Don't lock yourself up. What's wrong with you? Quickly open the door." There were still some bangings and clangings in the bathroom. "Jean." Monica's eyes were red. "Don't endure it like that. Isn't it just a problem that a man can solve? Why are you putting yourself through all this? Just you wait. I'll immediately find a man for you. I'll find a tall, handsome, and good one for you. Wait for me." Monica cried as she spoke. She turned around and ran out of the room. As she was too anxious, she bumped into Finn, who had just entered the room. In order to prevent the medicine in his hands from falling, Finn raised both his hands, and Monica fell directly onto his chest. Monica used too much strength. At that moment, her vision was blurry. She knew that Finn might look like a good-for-nothing man, but the muscles on his body were really tough. Monica stabilized herself for a while before she left Finn's chest. The next second, she planned to run out again. Finn asked casually, "You even know who's good at it?" Monica stopped in her tracks and gritted her teeth. "He's better than you anyway." Finn's expression darkened. Monica was about to leave. Finn said coldly, "If Jean needed a man, she wouldn't have come here. Behave yourself and close the door. Wait outside." Monica gritted her teeth. What right did Finn have to order her around? "Get out," Finn said again. Monica glared at Finn and walked out with her red eyes. She then angrily closed the door. Finn looked in the bathroom's direction. At this moment, the person inside had reached her limits. Finn said, "Jean, the medicine is ready, come out." There seemed to be a second of silence inside. After a long time, the bathroom door suddenly opened. The moment it opened, Finn averted his gaze. Jean's entire body was drenched. The curves of her body were clearly visible. She stumbled back to the bed and tried her best to cover herself with the blanket. At this moment, her body trembled even more violently. Finn saw that Jean was settled down, then he walked over and took her arm out from under the blanket. The moment he took it out, he could clearly feel Jean's body was startled. It was obvious that she was feeling intense pressure. Finn looked at the scratches on Jean's arm. The bloody scratches were made to control her desire. His throat moved slightly as he maintained his calmness as a doctor. He found a vein and injected medicine into Jean's arm. After injecting the medicine, he put Jean's arm under the blanket. He said, "I can't guarantee that this medicine can completely suppress your desire, and I don't dare to use too much of it on you. You should also know that too much of something will only bring negative results, especially medicine. Once you take too much of it, there'll be hidden dangers." Jean fiercely curled up her body. "In principle, the medicine will take effect after half an hour, but don't have too much hope. After all, I haven't tested this medicine on humans before. You've just become my lab rat," Finn explained. Jean could not hear what Finn said clearly. At that moment, she kept telling herself that it would be over if she endured it a bit longer. Finn stood up. With Jean's condition at the moment, it was not suitable for him to stand guard by her side. "If you can't hold on any longer, call me. I'll be right outside the door," Finn said. Jean did not move. He added, "Fourth Master Swan is downstairs." Jean's pupils constricted. Her originally unfocused gaze suddenly became focused. Finn did not say anything more, he walked out directly. Outside the room, Monica's eyes were red. At this moment, when she saw Finn come out, she was a little agitated. "How's Jean?" Finn did not answer. He was very cold toward her. Monica wanted to strangle Finn to death. This man always treated her with indifference. She thought that she would pick up a kitchen knife one day to chop him. Chapter 45. I heard you left Fourth Master Swan's bed 7 years ago. What happened to Jean? Monica screamed. Sometimes, she would be driven mad by Finn. Finn was still indifferent. Monica broke down. She turned around and pushed open the bedroom door, wanting to go in. At the same time, Finn grabbed Monica's arm and dragged her away forcefully. "Finn, you son of a b*tch, let go of me," Monica shouted. Finn brought Monica back to his room with brute force and closed the door. Monica was filled with anger. "Sleep here tonight," Finn said coldly in a low voice. Monica was stunned, and her eyes were wide open. In the 3 years they had been married, they had never slept together. "Jean has her pride. If you're still friends, don't look at her pathetic state," Finn said coldly. At that moment, he turned around and was about to leave. Monica grabbed him suddenly. "Where are you going?" "To your room." "Finn, you scum." Monica could not help but shout angrily. She knew this man must be lusting after Jeannie's beauty. "I'm going to help you get a change of clothes." After saying that, Finn walked out. F***ck. I'm not a cripple, I don't need your help. Not long after, Finn returned to his bedroom and handed Monica a set of pajamas and her undergarments. Monica looked at the clothes in her hands and looked up at Finn. "You like this style?" At that moment, she even waved her sexy leopard print bra and panty in front of him. Finn did not reply. He walked straight to the balcony outside the bedroom and said, "Go take a shower yourself." Then, he closed the French window. The moment he closed it, his ears were red. Finn panted slightly. He picked up the phone and dialed. The call was quickly picked up. "Finn. Fourth Master, I don't think you're needed anymore." When Jean arrived, he prepared the medicine for Jean while he called Fourth Master Swan. Finn could not guarantee that his medicine would work, let alone that Jean would not be able to control herself before the medicine took effect.
Fourth Master Swan held his phone, and his eyes seemed to move.
He replied, "Okay." The phone was hung up. There were no emotions. Finn also put down his phone. He lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. The smoke lingered, and he stayed on the balcony for about half an hour. He returned to his room and suddenly stopped. Monica had just come out of the shower. She was wearing a translucent silk nightgown with a white sling. Her leopard print bra and panty were faintly discernible. Her hair was wet, and she wiped it casually with a towel. As she walked to the bed, she asked, "Where are you sleeping?" There's a hairdryer in the bathroom. Dry your hair before you sleep, Finn said and left. Sometimes, Monica felt that talking to Finn was a waste of her time. If she were to go crazy one day, she must have been driven mad by this scum. Finn took a deep breath and walked into Monica's bedroom. In the bedroom, the person lying on the bed was no longer as tense as before. As soon as he entered, she opened her eyes. From her eyes, he knew that the effects of the drug had dissipated a lot. Are you feeling better? Finn asked. I'm much better. Jean forced herself to sit up. Finn stood not far away from her. What happened? The Lawrences and their sh*t, Jean said nonchalantly and asked, do you have a cigarette? Do you smoke? Yes. Finn took out a cigarette from his clothes and lit it for her. Jean took a puff. Her movements were elegant, and the smoke lingered around her with style. Did you know that you'd be schemed against tonight? Finn asked again. Jean nodded slightly. Since you knew, why didn't you take precautions in advance or come to me before it showed effect? That way, it'd be much easier for you. Jean had asked Monica to call him in advance. That was the preparation she made. Jean smoked quietly. She answered, to get some evidence. I've never seen you before, but I heard from Monica that you've changed a lot from the past. Taking a step back, what I'm trying to say is the eldest young lady of the Lawrences ought to be pampered and shouldn't have endured so much. I've never seen anyone who was drugged and had to endure it, Finn said. You should know that 7 years ago, my father beat me with a whip and kicked me out of the Lawrence family's residence. Besides, the enmity between the Lawrences and I doesn't end there. Did hatred make you stronger then? Finn raised his eyebrow. Jean smiled and put out the cigarette butt. These are my private matters. I don't want to tell others for the time being. Finn smiled as well. Since that was the case, he did not ask any further. He said, the effects of the drug won't disappear completely. You can take a cold shower. It might be better. I won't disturb you anymore. Where's Monica? Jean asked. In my room. What happened between the two of you? She didn't tell you? Finn asked. No. Finn was silent for a few seconds before he responded. She fell in love with someone else, and we're now in a marriage of convenience. As for why there's a marriage of convenience, the process is very complicated. In short, Monica's parents threatened her with their lives, so she was forced to agree to marry me. Do you still like her? Jean asked. She hit the nail on the head. Who knows? Jean wanted to say something else. Finn said directly, since I told me about me, can I ask something about you, Ms. Lawrence? For example? Jean raised her eyebrow with a hint of vigilance. I heard from Knox that you left 4th Master Swan's bed 7 years ago, Finn said straightforwardly. Jean looked at him. Finn smiled. Don't worry. Besides me, Knox hasn't told anyone else. For things that aren't too important, I'll choose to forget about them. Jean smiled. Finn nodded. It was as if he had expected that he would not be able to find out anything. He said, rest early. I suggest that you fully recover before you leave. Thank you. Finn turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Jean watched as the door closed. 7 years ago. Jean from 7 years ago was different from the one now. Finn returned to his room. Monica slept on his bed as though it was a matter of course. She looked at him and ignored him. Finn did not speak to her either. He went to the closet to get a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. After a while, Finn came out. Following that, he lifted the blanket on the bed. At that moment, Monica sat up abruptly. Finn, where are you sleeping? Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. B*****. Monica was mad at this moment. She was absolutely mad. Otherwise, how could she sit on Finn's after hearing what he said? She put her arms around his neck. Chapter 46. Tried to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. At night, it was so quiet. On the huge bed, Monica and Finn looked at each other. Monica did not have many clothes on her. Finn was not dressed very thick either. When the two of them touched each other, it was obvious that it was even warmer. Monica looked straight at the man beneath her. He was expressionless. Was she the only one whose heart was about to explode? No, her heartbeat was merely the result of her anxiety. She gritted her teeth and said to Finn, Finn, look at my body carefully. Men would line up from the east to the west of Southampton City to sleep with me. Finn looked at her and her flushed face. So? Finn's thin lips moved slightly, and his voice seemed to be a lot more hoarse. Did you sleep with someone? It's none of your business, Monica shouted. Did you sleep with Michael? Finn pressed. Monica was obviously stunned. That day at the hospital, they all saw Michael. Nevertheless, after that day, they did not mention that person. At this time, Finn suddenly brought him up.
He suddenly brought Michael up. Monica pursed her lips.
Finn watched the changes in her expression. Monica never hid her emotions. What she was feeling was written all over her face. Sometimes, this kind of person was truly cruel. Finn pushed Monica away. Monica screamed and rolled on the bed. Finn got up from the bed. ****. What are you doing? Monica roared at Finn. I'm afraid you'll taint me, Finn said and left. The moment he left, the door was slammed shut. Monica was going to explode. ***C King scum. Who's ***C King tainting who? Monica was so angry that her eyes turned red. She just felt so wrong that she wanted to die. The next day, before the sky turned bright, Jean pushed open the door and was about to leave. Outside the door, on the sofa, a man was sleeping. When he heard the sound, he opened his eyes and sat up. I'm sorry to have woken you up. Jean was apologetic. Finn ruffled his hair. It's okay, I don't sleep much. Besides, he could not sleep well as he was curled up on the sofa. He had not slept for almost the whole night. I'll go back first. Do you need me to send you back? No, Jean declined politely. I still need to thank you for last night. It was nothing. When Monica wakes up, help me tell her that I'll see her at Eden and Jasmine's wedding. Do they still have a wedding? Finn asked. Jean was stunned for a moment, then she said, do you think I did all this last night to stop Eden and Jasmine from getting married? I heard from Monica that you and Eden used to be very in love. Furthermore, it was strange that Jean never found another man after that. Jean said, that was in the past. The wedding will go on. After all, it's rare to find such a compatible cheating couple in this world. It'd be a pity to separate them. Finn was lost for words at that moment. I'm leaving. Jean waved her hand and left the luxurious apartment. She used her phone to call for an Uber and quickly returned to the Lawrence family's manor. The servants in the villa woke up early and were working. When they saw Jean return early in the morning, they were shocked. Jean ignored the servants' gazes and went upstairs calmly. Since it was Jasmine's wedding today, everyone else also woke up early. At this moment, many people were gathered at the door of Jean's room. To be honest, Jennifer's intentions were too strong. Jean was curious about how her mother was defeated by this woman back then. Did her mom underestimate her enemy or trust her dad too much? She sneered. Jean walked over slowly. She walked past the crowd and looked coldly at the panicking man and woman in the room. Sam and Jasmine were on the same bed, both hugging the blanket to cover their bodies. The two of them seemed to have just realized who the other person was. The room was filled with screams. When Jennifer saw the two of them clearly, she was shocked as well. She had called many of her relatives in the house to wake Jean up on purpose. She did not even ask for permission to open the door. Who knew? She saw such a scene that made her break down. How could it be Jasmine and Sam on the same bed? It should have been Jean. How could it be? Something must have gone wrong. Now that such a huge mistake has been made, how are we going to make up for it? Thinking that today was Jasmine's wedding, if the wedding was ruined. Jennifer did not dare to imagine the consequences. Her expression changed abruptly, and she said to all her relatives around her, all of you, disperse immediately. If anyone dares to say a word, the Lawrences teach him a lesson. There was a sudden burst of her aura. Everyone around Jennifer quickly withdrew their gazes and left in an instant. Once everyone left, only Jean was left. Only Jean was left. She appeared very suddenly. Jennifer saw her at a glance. At that moment, she almost wanted to strangle Jean to death. Jean, what did you do? Aren't we clear who's the one who did something? Jean mocked. Are you trying to ruin Jasmine's wedding and marry Eden yourself? Jennifer's tone was firm and filled with anger. In your dreams. Jean sneered. A man like Eden was too dirty for her. She walked to Jennifer and said, why aren't you taking Jasmine away? Are you planning to alarm my father or grandfather? Jennifer looked at her fiercely. Jean did not want to be outdone. Jennifer gritted her teeth. She knew this was not the time to waste time with Jean. She quickly walked into the room, picked up Jasmine's clothes on the floor, and quickly put them on her. Then, she yelled at Sam, who was also shocked, put on your clothes and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Auntie, get lost. Jennifer was hysterical. Sam did not dare to speak. He quickly picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on. Jennifer took Jasmine and left first. Sam was also very fast. The moment he left, he glanced at Jean. Until now, he still did not seem to understand how the person on the bed became Jasmine. Why aren't you leaving? Are you planning to be beaten to death by my dad? Jean asked. Sam also knew that the Lawrences were a noble family in Southampton City. He could not afford to offend them, so he could only leave dejectedly. Everyone left. Jean walked into her room and took down the mini camera. She slowly walked out of the room and said to the servants downstairs, "Help me change my bed sheets. They're dirty." Then, she went into Phoebe's room. Phoebe had naturally seen the scene in the room just now. At this moment, she was also a little embarrassed when she saw Jean. Jean said indifferently, "I'll bring George back to his room." Phoebe did not say anything and hurriedly let Jean carry George away. George opened his eyes in a daze. "Mom. Go to sleep. It's still early. Have you achieved your goal?" George muttered. "Of course," Jean said. "That's good." George leaned on Jean's shoulder. "Otherwise, my sacrifice last night would have been in vain." Jean wondered, "Did I make you sell your body or kidney?" Chapter 47. No, you should call him Fourth Old Master. In Jasmine's room in the Lawrence family's manor, Jasmine's eyes were red from crying, and she could not stop himself from breaking down. Jennifer was also furious. Looking at the way Jasmine was crying, she became even angrier. She shouted loudly, "What are you crying for? Crying won't solve any problems." Mom, when I think about what I did with that piece of charcoal, I just want to jump off a building. What the hell did he do to me?" When Jasmine thought about what Sam did to her last night, she felt disgusted as if she had eaten a mosquito. "Enough," Jennifer said angrily, "just treat it as if you were bitten by a dog. Go and wash your face right now. When you come out, I want to see you smile." "Mom." Jasmine could not do it at all. Jennifer's eyes narrowed. Jasmine sniffed and went to the bathroom. After a long while, she wiped her tears and walked out. Jennifer said, "Let's pretend that what happened last night didn't happen. The people we saw today won't dare to spread rumors and cause trouble. They won't be able to spread it to the swans." "But what about Jean?" Jasmine looked at her mother. "The others could guarantee that, but Jean was a ticking time bomb." Jennifer said fiercely, "If she exposes you, we'll bite the bullet and say that she's jealous of you and is deliberately framing you. There are so many people in the family, and no one will stand on her side. When that happens, she'll be asking for humiliation." Hearing her mother's words, Jasmine felt slightly relieved. "Why were you in Jean's room with Sam last night?" Jennifer asked. She did not expect to be fooled by Jean. "Last night, I just finished taking a shower and heard someone knocking on the door. When I opened the door, I saw Jean. The next second, my vision suddenly went black, and I couldn't remember anything. I felt that something was wrong the whole night, but I don't know if it was because my head was injured and I was in a daze. Even now, it still hurts here." Jasmine pointed at the back of her head. Jennifer took a look. The spot where Jasmine's hair covered was indeed swollen. "What has Jean gone through after leaving the Lawrences all these years?" Jennifer looked vicious. "This time, I'm afraid that she didn't come back because the old man told her to. I'm afraid that she came back to take revenge." "Then what should we do?" Jasmine was a little panicked. "Will she break up Eden and me?" "Calm down." Jennifer scolded angrily and said in a cold-blooded manner, "No matter what she does, she's just one person. Don't worry, as long as Joshua is here, your father and your grandfather won't side with Jean. Sooner or later, Jean will bring about her own destruction." Jasmine gritted her teeth. No matter what, she wanted to return everything that happened last night to Jean. 9 a.m. The majestic swans came to pick up the bride. The scandal that happened in the early morning seemed to have never happened. No one mentioned it, and the wedding was still as lively as ever. Jean held her son's hand and watched coldly from the side as Eden went through a lot of difficulties to take Jasmine away. Once these photos were exposed, there would probably be countless trending searches. After a long while, Eden finally carried Jasmine away. Jasmine was dressed in a white wedding dress. The gauze was laid out on the floor, looking beautiful and romantic. Eden was dressed in a white suit. His figure was tall and straight, and his bearing was imposing. They were quite a good match. Jean watched indifferently as Eden carried Jasmine and walked past her. At that moment, Eden's gaze was obviously frivolous, as if he was deliberately provoking her. Nonetheless, Jean suddenly smiled. It was funny. After all, there were not many people who could still be so proud after being cheated on. Jean followed the crowd and left the Lawrence family's manor. At the entrance, rows of priceless black cars were parked. People who had not seen the world would be shocked by this scene. Eden carried Jasmine into the main wedding car, and the bridal guests were also arranged to enter their respective cars. Jean followed the crowd and was about to casually get into a car when a man suddenly appeared in front of her and looked down at her. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She smiled. "Fourth Master, you're here." At that moment, everyone also saw Fourth Master Swan. Eden and Jasmine also saw him from the wedding car. Jasmine, who was originally smiling sweetly, had a slight change in expression. "Your fourth uncle is here too?" Eden nodded. When he saw the scene outside the car, his expression did not look good either. My fourth uncle is only here because he values my wedding. It has nothing to do with anything else," Eden said coldly. Jasmine could sense Eden's emotions and tactfully did not say anything else at that moment. She just stared out of the car window to look at Jean and Fourth Master Swan. It did not seem like there was any interaction between them. In fact, there really was not any interaction between them. Fourth Master Swan did not reply to Jean's words. Jean was not embarrassed either. She walked past Fourth Master Swan and wanted to get into the car behind. "Ms. Lawrence," Fourth Master Swan suddenly called out to her. At this moment, he even opened the door of his private car for her. Jean frowned. "My car is free," Fourth Master Swan said. "There's still room for 2 people." At this time, Jean wanted to spurt blood. Under everyone's watchful eyes, should she reject it or not? "Ms. Lawrence, you don't have to be so polite. We're all relatives," Fourth Master Swan said. Jean pursed her lips. She did not want to stand at ceremony. She smiled and said, "Thanks for the trouble then." As she said that, she held George's hand and sat in the back seat of Fourth Master Swan's car. Then, Fourth Master Swan also sat inside. Everyone was shocked. Fourth Master Swan had never taken the initiative to approach any woman. Could it be that he really took a liking to Jean? Did he fancy a woman with a child? Impossible. With that, a row of luxurious cars drove on the streets of Southampton City. The Swan's wedding was incomparably grand. Many passers-by could not help but stop and watch. Jean just watched the beautiful weather outside the car window in Southampton City to pass the time. "George doesn't seem to like to talk." In the quiet space, Fourth Master Swan suddenly spoke. Jean was stunned. She did not expect Fourth Master Swan to suddenly care about George. Jean said, "He's more introverted." "Is that so?" Fourth Master Swan's eyes shifted as he sized George up. George's little eyebrows furrowed slightly as he was displeased. Jean mediated the situation and said, "George, you should greet Fourth Master." George looked at Jean. Jean gave him a look. George called out in a childish voice, "Fourth Master." "No, you should call him Fourth Old Master," Jean corrected him. Peeved. Knox, who was sitting in the front row and drinking water, could not help but spit it out. As an outsider, and since it was indeed a family matter for Fourth Master Swan, Knox sat quietly in the front row and did not want to make any noise. He was summoned by Fourth Master Swan last night and early this morning to pick up the bride, so he was quite unhappy. That said, since he could not resist, he could only accept his fate. At this moment, Knox was amused by Jean's choice of words. He looked at the man with an ashen face through the rearview mirror. Could he say that he was in a good mood at the moment? Chapter 48. The truth about their relationship. In the moving car, Knox felt a murderous gaze circling the back of his head. He quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and let out a dry cough. "You can pretend that I don't exist." "How can that be?" Jean smiled slightly. At that moment, she even introduced him to George generously. "George, this is Uncle Knox." "Uncle Knox," George called him. "Good boy." Knox quickly turned his head and nodded. He deliberately said, "You haven't greeted Fourth Master though." Edward shot him a look. Knox quickly turned his head and pretended not to see him. George said to Fourth Master Swan, "Fourth Old Master." Edward's face stiffened. "Why aren't you responding to him?" Knox fanned the flames. "Teddy has been feeding the mosquitoes by himself recently. He seems a little lonely," Fourth Master Swan said coldly. Knox's face immediately changed, and his expression was serious. "Pretend that I didn't say anything." No, pretend that I don't exist." Jean looked at Knox's expression and chuckled softly. It was rumored that eldest young Master Winter was the closest person to Edward. He was said to be cruel and cold-blooded. This rumor was probably too far off. Soon, the car arrived at the Swan's private residence. The huge manor was decorated beautifully like a painting. At this moment, there were many people and even a few media outlets present. It was as if they were planning to make this wedding stir up a sensation in Southampton City. The car stopped in the manor. Afterward, the car door was opened. Jean had just brought George out of the car when she saw Teddy respectfully walking toward Fourth Master Swan and whispering in his ear. Fourth Master Swan turned around and said to Jean, "Excuse me for a moment." Jean smiled. "Fourth Master, you're too polite. Take care." At this moment, a young voice was also heard. "Take care, Fourth Old Master." The person that had originally turned around and left was stiff again. Knox laughed maniacally behind him. He sized up that little brat. No matter what, he felt that the little brat was doing it on purpose. He felt that this brat had the same personality as a certain someone. "Ms. Lawrence," Knox suddenly called out to Jean, who was about to leave. Jean turned around. "What's the matter, young Master Winter? Do you know that the Locke's ancestral graves were broken into?" Jean was stunned. Should she know? "It happened last night," Knox said. "Therefore, the news should not be out yet. Most of the media were paying attention to the Swan's wedding." "Does it have something to do with me?" Jean raised her eyebrow. To her, the Locks were simply insignificant. Last night, a certain someone wasn't summoned, so he vented his anger elsewhere. Knox explained with a smile. "I'm just informing you and also reminding you how narrow-minded someone is. Ms. Lawrence, be careful." "Are you talking about Fourth Master Swan?" Jean asked straightforwardly. Knox denied. "I didn't say that." Jean could not help but laugh. "Thank you for your reminder. I'll stay far away from him." After saying that, she brought George and left. Knox watched her leave and was petrified. Was his ability to express himself that bad? Who told her to stay far away from Fourth Master Swan? If Edward knew he had asked Jean to stay far away from him, he would die without knowing how he died. Jean brought George along as they walked through the huge lawn garden of the Swans. The garden was meticulously arranged and grand. Many people were coming and going. Jean casually walked around and saw Monica, who was not far away. She saw that Monia was wearing a black dress and that Finn was not with her. Instead, she saw a familiar face. Jean pursed her lips and walked over. At this moment, the two people facing each other turned to look at Jean. The man took the initiative to greet her, "Ms. Lawrence." Jean was thinking for a moment. "Michael Ross," the man introduced himself. "I'm Eden's best friend. When Eden was in love with you, he stood me up quite a few times." Jean smiled and appeared very polite. "Hello. Today, as Eden's best man, I was unable to pick up the bride due to some urgent matters. Now, I have to make up for it. Please excuse me." Michael appeared very polite. Jean nodded. Michael left. The moment he left, he seemed to glance at Monica. Monica pursed her lips. Jean saw that Michael had walked quite a distance away before she asked, "Your ex-boyfriend?" Monica was a little embarrassed and nodded. "Why didn't you tell me it was him?" "I was afraid that you'd be angry." Monica was a little flustered and exasperated. "You were made so miserable by Eden, yet I was dating his best friend. I even felt that I wasn't a loyal friend and despised myself." Jean smiled. "Silly girl. One thing is not another. You're free to fall in love. I'm not that petty," Jean said indifferently. "I just can't get past that hurdle in my heart, but it's fine now. We've broken up anyway." Monica looked like she was not troubled anymore. "How did you break up?" Monica bit her lips. "Did you cheat or did he cheat?" Jean raised her eyebrow. "It's not like you and Eden." Monica was a little speechless. "We were forced to." "Ha! The Rosses have a high status and power. They look down on us merchants and think that plutocratic families like mine stink of money," Monica said nonchalantly. "That was why Michael's parents forced him to break up with me and even send him overseas. At that time, things didn't go well either. My dad felt that he couldn't keep his reputation. He wanted to let people know that his daughter didn't have to be a Ross, so he threatened me with his life so that I'd marry Finn. So that was the case. It's just that Uncle Gary felt wronged and acted rashly at the expense of his daughter's happiness." "Why did Finn agree to it?" Jean asked. "You've been away for 7 years and missed out on so many important events in my life." Monica looked disappointed. "Let me explain it to you again. You know that Finn is an orphan. Back then, he relied on financial aid to go to school. Coincidentally, it was my father who funded him. Don't think too highly of my dad. As a successful businessman, he always takes profit as his starting point. His goal is to highlight his greatness to promote the development of his industry." Monica said everything in one breath. After calming herself down, she continued, "The first month after Finn graduated, he came to the hospital with a gift to thank my father. The two of us bumped into each other. Then, I fell in love with him. Jean could picture how in love Monica was. Then, I pursued him to the point that everyone knew, Monica said. My dad also quite liked Finn, so he was very supportive of it. When Finn and I were extremely close, Finn's old lover appeared, so we broke up. The night we broke up, I met Michael at the bar. He stayed with me the whole time. When he sent me home the next day, he said that he liked me and had liked me for many years. He also said that the best way to forget someone is to start another relationship. I believed him. Your relationship was really child's play, Jean commented. I was also very hurt, Monica complained. Back then, you didn't know how painful it was for me to see Finn sleeping with his old lover. It's not easy for you to see me alive now. Chapter 49. Kissing in public at the wedding. On the huge wedding lawn. Jean asked, have you heard Finn's explanation? Have you heard Eden's explanation? Monica asked. Jean smiled. She had once wanted to hear it. Nonetheless, Eden chose to put his interests first. Jean said, go on. Finn was sponsored by my father. In order to repay my father's kindness, Finn married me, not to mention that it was only an agreement. Monica said casually as if she did not like to talk about her feelings. It was not that she did not like it, but she felt that she did not have a sense of accomplishment, so she was not happy to say it out loud. Do you still like Michael now? Jean suddenly asked. Monica was stunned. It seemed that she was strongly moved. Monica sighed slightly. So what if I like him? I can't shamelessly get married to him. If I do that, my father will probably die on the spot. Do you really not like Finn at all? Jean asked again. Just as she asked, Finn walked over. When he walked over, he heard Monica say resolutely, I told you, I'll never like Finn again in this life. Perhaps Finn heard it very clearly. Jean gave Monica a look. Monica turned around. When she turned around, her eyes met Finn's. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, it seemed very calm. In any case, Finn did not like her, so she did not need to be emotionally burdened. Furthermore, he even said last night that he was afraid that she would tarnish his innocence. Tisk, tisk, tisk. He has the nerve to say that he's innocent? The wedding is about to start. Finn's expression was calm as if he did not hear what Monica said. Jean nodded slightly. She held George's hand and walked toward the main venue of the wedding. Monica followed Finn. The seats were all arranged. According to the rules of Southampton City, the bride's side was the guest of honor at the wedding, so the Lawrences' seats were naturally in the most conspicuous place. Jean and George sat at the side of the seats for the Lawrences. The wedding was about to begin. The other guests also sat and waited for the ceremony to begin. While Jean was waiting for the wedding to begin, she took out her phone and played with it. A message popped up. If I play Jasmine's video now, her life will be ruined. Are you sure you don't want me to play it? The message was sent to her by Kingsley. After taking down the mini camera, Jean copied the content and sent it to Kingsley before deleting it. Many things were not safe with her, after all. Jean replied, am I someone who wants temporary relief? Jasmine is still useful, so why should I enjoy temporary relief? Kingsley replied to her with 2 smiley emojis. Jean continued to type. Also, don't be so hypocritical. If you really wanted to make me happy, you would have released it long ago. Why are you still asking me? Kingsley seemed to be a little embarrassed, so he responded with 2 words, talk later. Jean also put down her phone. At this moment, a person sat next to her. Jean turned her head. She was stunned. Fourth Master Swan nodded as if he was greeting her. Fourth Master, did you take the wrong seat? Jean asked, the corners of her mouth maintaining a strange smile. Is there anyone beside you? This is the seat for the main guest, Jean said. The Swans don't have so many rules. At this moment, the wedding music began to play. Jean turned around and focused her attention on the wedding. Eden had changed into a black suit. His tall and straight body made him look handsome. As the wedding music played, Jasmine held onto Alexander's arm and walked toward Eden step by step. Jean just watched silently. There was no expression on her face, and her mood did not fluctuate much. She had almost forgotten that when she was passionately in love with Eden back then, she had imagined her wedding with him. What kind of wedding do you like, Ms. Lawrence? The person beside her suddenly asked. Jean came back to her senses. Sometimes, she was afraid of this fourth Master Swan. She even felt that he knew exactly what she was thinking. Jean smiled. It's just a formality. I don't have a particular one I like, is that so? What kind of wedding do you like, fourth master? Jean asked back. She did not know how to answer him and did not want the conversation to become too awkward. Edward smiled. I didn't make a mistake, he just smiled. When he smiled, he looked exceptionally good. Edward Said with his magnetic voice, the wedding isn't important. What's important is the bride. Jean felt that there was nothing wrong with fourth master Swan's words. She was about to speak. Suddenly, she heard a gentle female's voice. Even a woman's heart would move when one heard it. Edward. Jean raised her head. She saw a woman wearing a white dress. The dress was elegant, and her long black hair looked elegant in the breeze. Can I sit next to you? The woman asked with a smile. Jean looked left and right. Fourth Master Swan was on the left side of the aisle while she was on his right. This meant that the woman was asking her to make way. Jean was not interested in this wedding, so she pulled George up to leave. Her arm was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. Jean frowned slightly. Ms. Lawrence, we haven't finished talking just now, Fourth Master Swan said in a low voice. Jean looked at the woman in front of her and then at Fourth Master Swan. Fourth Master Swan did not even look at the woman and said bluntly, what I mean is, the wedding isn't important. As long as you're the bride, it's fine. Jean's heart moved slightly. No matter how hard the woman in front of her tried to hide, a hint of anger appeared on her gentle and beautiful face. She bit her rosy lip and turned around to leave. Jean looked at the woman's back view. Thanks to Fourth Master Swan, Jean had another enemy. Jean moved her arm. Fourth Master Swan let go. Fourth Master, I'm afraid it's against your status as an elder for you to use me as a shield, Jean said with some sarcasm. Who said I'm using you as a shield? The corners of Fourth Master Swan's mouth curled up. Jean had yet to react. Thin and cold lips pressed against hers. Jean was stunned. At that moment, she was truly stunned. It had really been a long time since she was at a loss. She felt the man's lips on her lips, and he stuck his tongue into her mouth. Just as it was about to touch the tip of her tongue, she suddenly pushed the man away. Jean's heart was beating fast. Her eyes moved slightly. Not only did the woman who had just left suddenly turn around and see it, many people around them saw it as well. It was even to the extent that Eden and Jasmine, who were supposed to be the main characters today, instantly became extras. All eyes were on Jean and Edward. Jean blushed. She blushed, disregarding the reactions of others. Edward asked bluntly, Ms. Lawrence, do you still think that I'm joking? Jean gritted her teeth. At this moment, she finally understood why Monica called Finn a scum. When one hated a person but could not beat a person, one could only vent it out like that. Chapter 50. Jean was the best in bed. The whole place was in an uproar. Fortunately, the wedding host was eloquent and good at dealing with all kinds of temporary accidents. He quickly brought the wedding back. Nonetheless, from then on, everyone was not so focused on the wedding. Even the bride and groom smiled insincerely throughout the entire wedding. The ceremony ended. Jean held George's hand and left the scene immediately. All the guests also left one after another and went to the Swan family's banquet hall for lunch. Jean did not plan to go for lunch. She did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. As such, she brought George directly to the main gate. The Swan family's residence was too big. Jean walked for quite a while. A black car stopped in front of her. Jean's eyes moved slightly. She looked at the woman from before. The woman walked toward her. There were two bodyguards behind her. Under the contrast of the tall and burly bodyguards, the woman looked even more petite, like a fairy. If Jean were a man, she would be moved. What was Fourth Master Swan thinking? Jean looked at the woman in front of her. The woman said, I'm Melody Sanders. Sanders, the national family name. Great. Fourth Master Swan drew someone with a high status like her to me. Hello. Jean appeared very polite. What's your relationship with Edward? Melody was straightforward and had a strong aura. It was completely different from her soft appearance earlier. Would you believe me if I said there's no relationship between us? Why did he kiss you then? Why did he kiss you in front of so many people? Do you know that Fourth Master Swan is sick? Jean was very serious. Jean Lawrence, obviously, the other party was angry. Jean pursed her lips. At this moment, she did not know how to express her bitterness. She just looked at Melody like that. Melody was angry. She said, stay away from Edward, or I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, she got into the car accompanied by her bodyguards. The luxurious car drove away. Jean looked in the direction of the car. She sighed. Jean held her son's hand and continued to leave. Her phone rang at this time. She took a glance at the incoming call and picked it up. Jean, how did you seduce my fourth uncle? A low and depressed voice came from the other side. It was probably because the person was hiding in a corner and making a phone call but was afraid of being heard by outsiders. Do you need me to tell you the details? You're so cheap, Eden said fiercely. Jean's expression changed slightly. When you and Jasmine slept on the same bed, why didn't you think about whether you were cheap or not? Jean, besides, neither he nor I am married, Jean mocked coldly, so what if I hook up with your fourth uncle? At most, you can address me as your fourth aunt. You won't lose anything else. In your dreams, Eden was agitated and could not hide his emotions. He roared angrily, what's your status? What right do you have to marry my fourth uncle? Let me tell you, the third princess of the Sanders has taken a fancy to my fourth uncle. Today, she specially came to look for him. You have a child, so what right do you have to compete with her? What right do I have? Jean sneered. I'm better than her in bed. You. Unfortunately, you couldn't experience it. You won't be able to experience it in your entire life. Jean enunciated each word clearly. After saying that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Jean did not want to waste her breath on insignificant people. She pulled George along and prepared to continue walking forward. Ms. Lawrence. A respectful male voice came from behind. Jean turned her head in annoyance. She saw Teddy. Jean did not know when Teddy had stood behind her. Teddy was also a little embarrassed. He did not intentionally hear her conversation with Eden. Teddy said, Ms. Lawrence, Fourth Master said that if you don't want to attend the wedding, you can go to his bamboo garden. He'll go and accompany you after he is done. Who wants him to accompany me? Jean was a little harsh. Thinking about how Edward had brought her so much trouble today, she could not help but feel angry. Teddy looked at Jean in a daze. Jean regained her composure. At that moment, she even deliberately made herself smile. Help me thank Fourth Master. I still have things to do, so I won't trouble him. Ms. Lawrence. Teddy looked like he was about to cry. There are a lot of mosquitoes in Bamboo Garden. Fourth Master said that if you don't go, I have to continue feeding the mosquitoes. Look, I still have a lot of bites on my arms. As he spoke, he specially rolled up his sleeves for Jean to see. Jean was speechless. Teddy said, Please, Ms. Lawrence, be merciful. It was clearly Fourth Master Swan who did it. How did Jean become the main culprit instead? How could that man be so sinister? In the end, Jean still followed Teddy to Bamboo Garden. Of course, it was not because Teddy was pitiful. More importantly, she felt that there were some things that she should explain clearly to Edward, that scum. At the wedding venue, in the cloakroom backstage, Eden hung up the phone fiercely. At that moment, he was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. When exactly did Jean seduce his fourth uncle? During this period, he even especially got someone to keep an eye on his fourth uncle and Jean. The two of them did not have much interaction. How did they get together? He definitely could not let Jean marry his fourth uncle. Not to mention that he could not swallow his anger. More importantly, Jean was his woman. Even if he did not want her, other men could not have her. Not even his fourth uncle. Eden adjusted his emotions and quickly changed into another suit and walked out of the cloakroom. He pushed open the door. At this moment, he was completely stunned. He looked at the man standing in front of him with a strong aura. It was his fourth uncle. Eden's expression changed a little. After a long while, he asked respectfully, Fourth uncle, you haven't gone to the wedding banquet yet? I was waiting for you. Fourth uncle, is there something you need from me? Eden appeared very polite. Don't provoke Jean again. Fourth uncle. Edward sighed coldly, stay away from her. After saying this, he stood up and left. What exactly is it about Jean that makes you like her? She has been slept and has a child. She's a woman who has lost her face in upper-class society. Fourth uncle, what do you see in her? Isn't she just a little beautiful? Isn't her figure just a little better? Are you that shallow? Compared to the Sanders' third princess, Jean is worthless. Eden shouted at Edward. If she's worthless, why are you still thinking about her? Edward stomped his foot and turned around. I'm not thinking about her. I just think that it's not worth it for you, fourth uncle. There's no need for you to worry about my matters. You don't have the right to worry about me. Edward did not show any mercy. Eden was speechless. What's so good about Jean? Edward raised his eyebrow. She's the best in bed. Eden's face darkened. Edward sighed, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, no matter what state of mind you have, don't get close to her again. Otherwise, I won't regard you as my nephew. After saying that, he left immediately. At that moment, Eden lost control and smashed his phone. He did not believe what Jean said just now, but now that even his fourth uncle said that she was the best in bed, did they really sleep together? There's nothing wrong with fourth uncle's body? Did Jean really sleep with him? No, I can't accept it. Hey guys, don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button and turn on the notification bell icon for more content like this. It helps the channel a lot. Thank you.